like financing.
Hello, Sabah.
Michelle, we're live on YouTube.
Yeah.
Your teams.
Hello.
Please use Teams. We're live on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, I'm getting you. I'm getting you. Just to test the sound.
Please mute your microphone.
Okay. Thank you.
Happy to welcome all the participants from the public and private sector and the civil society to this joint intergovernmental committee of experts for Eastern and Central Africa, for the African Economic Commission for Africa. We expect very deep discussions on how we strengthen resilience, diversify our economies, and build upon good lessons in the tourism sector and mobilize financing in our way of building resilience and post-COVID recovery in our countries.
Our main expectations are clear recommendations. How can ECA and how the other entities also can play clear roles in order to really work collectively again to provide the best development prospects to our sub-regions. These are our main expectations.
Thank you very much.
All right, ministers, esteemed delegates, all protocols observed, a good morning to you all. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of you and welcome to the Seychelles. We are happy to have you here with us. Not forgetting our online colleagues, welcome as well. Okay, I'd like to to thank you all for joining us on this first day of the meeting of the Intergovernmental Committee of Senior Officials and Experts. Now, without further ado, we shall start the first session today on the macroeconomic and social overview. And I'd like to welcome to the floor the chair of the Central African Bureau, Mr. Duzone. Thank you.
Ok, merci pour la parole accordée. Je suis donc Duzone Malai, je suis le directeur des analyses économiques du ministère donc, de la perspective économique et des partenariats internationaux de la République du Tchad. Donc, honneur m'a été donné de pouvoir présider cette première session portant sur le cadre macroéconomique et social. Et It's not working? OK, thank you. Donc, je disais, j'ai l'honneur de présider cette séance, cette première session donc, portant sur le cadre macroéconomique et social. Pour ce faire, donc, je vais inviter le modérateur.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. As you mentioned, we're going to have the first session on macroeconomic and social overview. We have 1 hour, 30 minutes for this session, so I'm going to be rather strict with time. We're going to start at 9:20 and we'll stop at 10:50 for this section. We have a number of presenters this morning. The first presentation would be on macroeconomics and macroeconomic and social overview of Eastern Africa. Then we're going to have another presentation on macroeconomic developments in Central Africa in 2020 to 2021. Forecast, I think the first presentation would be by Andrew Mould, and the second presentation for Central Africa will be by Mamadou Bal. Thereafter, we are going to have some country interventions from Cameroon, Congo, Gabon, Chad, but also from Burundi, Djibouti, Seychelles, East African Chamber of Commerce, the Pan-African Youth Union. All the presentations from the countries will be for just 5 minutes. We're also going to have a presentation on the theme of the 2023 ECA Economic Report on Africa, Impact of Global Economic Shock. I think this presentation is going to be online by Adam Enrique, who is the director of the Macroeconomic Development Division of ECA. So without any more ado, I'm going to call my colleague Andrew Mould to deliver the first presentation. Andrew, you have 20 minutes for your presentation.
This mobile, sorry. And if I could have the presentation on screen, please. And the mobile mic working. So let me just say a few words of introduction. welcome everybody. We have a very diverse crowd. I was going to practice all my regional languages. Habari za Azabuhi, Tanas Telin, bonjour, bom dia, buenos dias. Welcome to this ICSOE meeting. I'm going to provide a presentation, an overview of the situation, macroeconomic and social situation in Eastern Africa. I'm just waiting for the screen to come up, if I could please. Hello. It's not working. Is it working now? Yes, it is. Okay. But no screen. There's nothing on the screen now, Jean-Claude. Okay, apologies for the delay. I'm going to be presenting an overview of our regional report, which we do each year, which basically explains the state of the region in terms of its economy and also social developments. So let's start with the question of macroeconomic situation in the region. East Africa actually weathered the pandemic, the global pandemic, COVID-19, better than other parts of the world and the continent. According to our estimate for regional growth in 2020, despite the fact that the global economy contracted at around 3% in 2020, Eastern Africa continued to grow. We had a 1.7% growth rate for the region in 2020. There was a subsequent strong bounce back in regional performance in 2021, with stronger performance by a number of economies. I'll take you through the numbers of those economies were going strongest in a second. But of particular concern from the Economic Commission of Africa's point of view is actually what's happened in 2022. Our estimates are a decline both in the growth rate of the African continent and also for the Eastern Africa region. And it does look like the global economic situation is definitely more adverse now to the recovery. This matters because the long-term growth performance of the region is going to be fundamental in meeting many of the development aspirations of the region. So we could ask ourselves what kind of recovery we're going to see. There was a debate in the 2008-2009 global financial crisis about the form of the global recovery, whether it was going to be a U-shape where you had a large drop and then a sudden sharp recovery, or whether it was going to be W-shaped where you had a recovery, there was some improvement, and then suddenly back into recession. And that's currently what we're starting to see with the inflection after 2021 of a decline in the performance in 2022. We have to hope that in 2023, the prospects actually improve, but the current global climate is not particularly propitious to that. The other alternative is possibly the worst scenario, and it's what economists sometimes call the square root recovery, which you get a dip, sharp dip, but then you get a recovery, but then you plateau on a lower level than you had previously. And clearly that would be of concern. This next graphic shows the importance of resuming high rates of growth for Eastern Africa and for the African continent as a whole. We computed the per capita income of individual countries in Eastern Africa since 1970 and see where they are in the year 2020. And there we have the leading performer in Eastern Africa over that 50-year period in terms of per capita income growth was actually Seychelles, which saw its GDP at 390% of the level that it was in 1970 from a long run performance. Rwanda was also another strong performer, where its GDP per capita had nearly tripled since 1970. Then Ethiopia, Tanzania. This group of countries here, the first four, they've all seen their per capita incomes double over that 50-year period. But what's concerning is actually, as you go down the list, you start to see that there are countries where the growth rate has been less than the average for the continent. So for the continent, there's been a 42% increase over a 50-year period, which is not particularly fast in macroeconomic terms. You know, if you think of compound growth per year over that period, it means that there have been periods where there have been strong dips. The 1980s and 90s, of course, were characterized as the lost decades for much of the continent. We've had strong growth in the 2000s, but it hasn't been sufficient to compensate, you know, for those dips. And then we have a number of countries where actually per capita incomes are actually lower than they were 50 years ago, if you look at this bottom list here. So there's been a diversity in economic performance over the long run in our region. In 2021, as I said, was characterized by a strong recovery in a number of countries in our region. After some really quite strong dips in economic performance in 2020, heading the pack there was Rwanda with a nearly 11% expansion of its economy in 2021. Seychelles also did very well at nearly 8%. During this presentation, I will focus a little bit on this contrast between the island economies and the landlocked economies, because I think it tells us an important story as well about economic recovery. But as you can appreciate here, performances have been mixed. Some economies actually managed to sustain economic growth throughout the pandemic. The comparison between Rwanda, a landlocked country, or land-linked country as we prefer to say, and Seychelles is an interesting comparison, and we can do that on quarterly data. And here we appreciate the scale of the economic dip when the pandemic hit in the second quarter of 2020, with a more than 20% contraction of the Seychelles economy being so heavily dependent as it is on tourism. But it also affected landlocked countries like Rwanda, which experienced more than 12% dip in its GDP. There was suddenly quite a strong bounce back early in 2020 in the third quarter. but then subsequently the performance has been pretty volatile. So we see strong performance in the second quarter of 2021 when some of the lockdown restrictions were removed and tourism started to come back to some economies, for example. But subsequently, you can see that there's a trend towards a much slowing down of the economic recovery, which suggests we might be in a W scenario, yeah, or even a square root scenario where the growth rate is going to be lower than it was prior to the crisis. Just to give you an idea of which sectors have been most affected and more positively affected by the economic recovery, let's take the example of the largest single economy in the Eastern Africa region, which is the Kenyan economy. In Kenya, we found that economic growth in 2021 was being led by the recovery of its hotel sector and the food accommodations. It was also being led by transport sector and the education sector, all sectors which were particularly badly impacted in the previous year by the pandemic and the close downs of the economy. By 2021, only two sectors were contracting. Yeah, that's after many sectors found themselves declining in 2020. So that gives you an idea of the kind of sectoral impact, and that's repeated in countries across the region in general terms. ICT construction tended to continue to expand despite the depth of the economic downturn. One sector that's done particularly well, finance. The Kenyan banks were actually reporting record profits in 2022 on the 21-22 financial year, with banks such as the Absa Bank, Kenya, 161% increase in its profits, Equity Bank, nearly 100% increase, KCB. And this is a picture which is not just restricted to Kenya. Actually, for example, the banking sector in Rwanda also reported very strong profits. I want to come back to that point towards the end of the presentation. Other macroeconomic indicators that we need to look at clearly has to be inflation. Everybody in the room is aware of the highly inflationary environment that we're currently confronting in the global economy. And here you can appreciate that two economies have been particularly afflicted by inflation in recent months. In Ethiopia, it's been more sustained. Actually, they've been having 30% annualized inflation, above 30%. For the last year or two, but also some other countries, landlocked countries again, Rwanda is actually seeing its inflation rate go up to more than 20%. So those are outliers. Interesting to note that not all economies have been impacted in the same way. So an island economy like Seychelles actually has seen its inflation at very low levels. Comoros is exactly the same. So it does mean that the international circumstances has certainly had something to do with this, the rise in fuel prices, the food prices, but it's not the only explanatory factor in inflationary pressures in Eastern Africa. What have been the drivers then? Well, quite clearly, commodity prices were going up very strongly after the Ukraine war started back in February. So that's had a knock-on effect because many of our countries are food and fuel import dependent. So that has caused a problem. Although we see since around the middle of the year, commodity prices have been moderating. Food prices, also global food prices, peaked in the middle of the year, but actually have been declining. So that should take some of the pressure in macroeconomic terms off countries in the region. But just to give an illustration of the way that food prices have been driving a lot of the inflationary pressures, here we can see for the case for Rwanda, this is the annual CPI for the urban areas, 15.9%. But you see how food prices in the latter part of 2022 have been really driving inflation in the country. So this is a point that probably needs to be discussed amongst all member states, because I know many countries are confronting these problems at the moment, food price inflation. Another major thing I think that will need to be discussed at this meeting will be, of course, the fiscal situation and rising debt levels. We've had a decade where debt was not so much of a concern. You know, after in the early 2010s, after the HIPC initiative, there'd been a lot of debt relief, and debt was not a serious problem. But in the last 4 or 5 years, we've started to see it rise, even prior to the pandemic. And now we have a situation in which the number of countries which are considered to be at high risk of debt distress is numerous across our 2 regions. And maybe 10 years ago, very few countries had IMF programs any longer. And now you'll find that the majority of countries have IMF programs. So that's also an illustration of the extent to which debt has suddenly caught up in terms of macroeconomic terms in the region. This graphic shows the fiscal to GDP ratio and the debt to GDP ratio. So in the top corner, you have both high fiscal deficits accompanied with high debt, which puts countries in a relatively vulnerable situation going forward. However, in the report that we will be sharing with you at this event, it does stress that it's not just the absolute amount of debt, of course, that matters, but also the configuration of that debt and how much interest rate you're paying on that. And here, this next slide makes the contrast between 3 economies. Rwanda, on the one hand, has a lot of concessionary debt, so it's paying around 5% on its its debt stock, and that makes it a burden which is more tolerable than in other countries where they've depended more on non-concessional debt and sometimes private sector debt as well. And you will see that the rates are much higher for Uganda, 15%, so they're paying 3 times more. And in the case of Kenya, around 25% of government revenues go on debt repayments now, just on the debt interest payments, not even on the paying of principal. So this represents a very significant drain on the resources of the fiscal resources of countries. Trade now. The Economic Commission for Africa will be doing an enormous amount of work on the African Continental Free Trade Area, and we follow the trade developments very closely. Eastern Africa actually did quite well in terms of trade, as well as maintaining a positive economic growth rate. We had trade expanding at 0.5%, just a minor expansion, but that's against the global context of a contraction of 7%, minus 7% to global trade. So regional trade did manage to withstand the global economic crisis. And then there was a quite strong bounce back, 29% in 2021. And the figures that we have, which are in the report for the first half of 2022, suggest that that's gained more momentum still, and that trade in the region has gone up by more than 40% in the first 6 months of 2022. So there are positive signs in the trade front. Where the crisis was rarely noted is decline in imports. This is much more pronounced. So there was a decline of nearly 12% in imports, net imports to the region, some countries even larger. That's just the average figure. We talk a lot about intra-Africa trade because of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I just wanted to show you this one slide which illustrates where the continent is at in terms of intra-regional trade. This graphic plots intra-regional exports and imports at 15% approximately for the continent on the average of 2019 to 2021. Those figures are a little bit misleading, partly because informal sector trade is so important. The cross-border trade, which is not registered formally, is so important in our region, but also because the continental total is dragged down by large economies such as Nigeria, which trade or Egypt as well, which trade very little with the continent, and they're large economies, so they make a big impact on the continental average. For our region, the average is much more importance to intra-regional trade than the African total suggests. So Northern Africa is the least integrated part of the continent. Thought you'd be interested just to see Eastern Africa has the highest level of intra-regional trade, around 35% of its exports and over 20% of its imports. So it does show that the regional agenda is a lot more present for our region. Central Africa, we have many colleagues there. You have a relatively higher level than the African average on imports, but you export very little to the continental market. Yeah, around 10%. So just wanted to give you one final example as we finish the macro section, and I just have to quickly go over a few social indicators. But one example of the proof of the power of removing non-tariff barriers to regional trade. The bilateral trade between Kenya and Tanzania had a quite interesting dynamic. This is the value of exports from Kenya to Tanzania. And you can see there's a little bit of an up twist there to the figures in 2021. But the interesting thing is that Tanzania has now overtaken Kenya. Tanzania now exports more to Kenya than Kenya exports to Tanzania. And that's product of measures taken over the last couple of years to remove a lot of the non-tariff barriers that traders were persistently complaining about. So that does show how things can be turned around. FDI flows I should make some mention of as well, of course. Foreign direct investment actually had a strong rebound in 2021, though a lot of this is linked to one particular transaction in South Africa. It's not quite accurate for the whole continent. Ethiopia in our region, despite the conflict in Tigray, actually in 2021 did very well in terms of foreign direct investment inflows. Eastern Africa in general, around a 30% increase in FDI in 2021, again suggesting quite a strong bounce back in economic performance. A couple of countries had negative flows, Rwanda, Kenya, probably tied up with the elections and investors holding back on making decisions about investment. In terms of development cooperation and aid, many calls were made during the COVID crisis for greater support from the donor community. We don't yet have figures for 2021. The OECD DAC releases figures with a delay in terms of the actual disbursement of funds. But we do know that ODA globally went up 10%. What's been happening to ODA over the recent years is it's changed in composition, though. It's not necessarily going to long-term development goals, and it's going more and more to humanitarian goals. And then there's, of course, the controversy over repackaging it in terms of help for climate change. So that's the situation with development cooperation. Somalia actually has seen a big increase in donor support over the last couple of years. Those countries more dependent on the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom announced a 6.3 billion cutback in its overseas development budget, and they're seeing consequently a decline in support from the United Kingdom. The figures are, again, you'll find them in the report that we will share. Finally, development finance and the way people perceive it. Afrobarometer provides a very useful guide sometimes to regional sentiment, and they were asking people about their views about whether development should be financed from foreign resources or for domestic resources. And you see that the overwhelming answer from Eastern Africa was from domestic resources, more domestic resource mobilization. In the case of Tanzania, 76% of people responded in that sense. And surprisingly, actually, Kenya also a very high level of support for more mobilization of domestic resources rather than depending on international financing. So if I could very quickly, with your indulgence. The report covers a number of social areas where there's social progress. For example, life expectancy in the region has been improving very impressively, with some countries achieving nearly 2 decades of growth in life expectancy over the last 2 decades, which is really phenomenal. No historic precedent for such improvements. You can find the details in the report. We also thought it would be important post-pandemic to look at the degree to which health systems are adapted to the needs of the population. And in that sense, we looked at the mortality figures, how people die, and compared them. In high-income countries, it's really quite striking. You will see that non-communicable diseases have been practically eradicated. It's around 10% of deaths are through communicable diseases, but non-communicable diseases are responsible for about 85% of deaths in high-income countries. So the blue area here is all the diseases like cardiovascular disease or cancers, for example. This is a situation for the communicable diseases. COVID would be one of them, and it's very tiny share for high-income countries. And the final category is injuries. But if you look at Eastern Africa, the situation is totally different. In Eastern Africa, it's nearly 60% of deaths are still caused by communicable diseases. Right. Now, the pandemic actually at one point, I think for the African continent, ranked as the 7th leading cause of death, but was by no means the leading cause. And of course, the demographic profile of the African continent is very different from high-income countries, so the impact of pandemic was different. But what's still killing people, neonatal diseases, children dying very young, malaria, those kind of communicable diseases are still a serious health problem for Eastern Africa. Although the report does also note that non-communicable diseases have been going up as lifestyles have changed in Eastern Africa, as people have been changing their diets and eating more meat and foods which are possibly not so good for their health. We see a rise in non-communicable diseases as well. So, that was the situation in year 2000. HIV was the leading killer in Eastern Africa, and sexually transmitted diseases in the year 2000. Respiratory infections, maternal and neonatal. But you see now in 2019, there was a sudden, very, very sharp increase. Cardiovascular diseases and cancers had all risen up the list of causes of problems. So the basic message is we need to revalue our health systems in the light of this pandemic and make sure that resources are being adequately aligned with the kind of health problems particular to our sub-region. Food has become a problem. As you're all aware, the crisis in Somalia at the moment is very, very serious. 90% of people are considered to be malnourished, insufficient food consumption. In South Sudan, it's around 60% of the population, DRC 47%. And we see that amongst the top 10 countries in the world with the highest number of people in food crisis last year, we have Ethiopia, DRC, and South Sudan. So we have 3 countries in the top list there in terms of food crisis. Causes, well, one of them is clearly conflict in some cases, but clearly climate change is another. So if you look here, for example, these are the cases of drought, which have impacted very badly in Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopia, South Sudan, and Madagascar. These are the cases of flooding across the region, just numerically. Okay, I know in the Horn of Africa, it's now been nearly 5 years, I think, of consecutive failure of rains. And wildfires, you'll see there's storms as well that have impacted negatively on the region in terms of climate impacts. Wildfires, there's no figures there, but you may have seen the images of Mount Kilimanjaro on fire just the other week, which was really very dramatic. and reflects the extent to which, the rains haven't been coming.
Andrew,
Yeah.
excuse,
Yeah.
I think we good to stop. We had 1 hour, 30 minutes for the session. We've already taken
Sure.
about 40 minutes. So I
Sure.
think
So these are the last slides, just internally displaced people caused by climate change and the rest of it. And our conclusions were, we just at the SDGs, we were looking at which SDGs the region's been doing relatively well on, which ones there needs more progress, education, water, energy, there's been improvements, but in areas like poverty and zero hunger, the region is lacking in economic progress. So the final three conclusions were, there's a need to look at this question of building resilience to climate change. I'm sure there'll be plenty of discussions about that in the meeting. There seems to be a need to fix finance as well, which we could have a debate on about. I showed the figures on the banking sector there. And then finally, the importance of returning to the priorities in national development plans, your long-term developmental goals. So apologies for running over a little bit, but yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for that insightful presentation. I'm sorry that I rushed you a little bit. I think that your presentation merit a little bit more time, but we have a lot of constraint here. I will call the next presenter now to deliver a presentation on the macroeconomic developments in Central Africa in 2020 and 2021 and forecast for 2022 to 2025. The presenter is Mamadou. Mamadou, vous avez 20 minutes.
Ok, bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Mamadou Malik Bal, je suis économiste au bureau de l'ACA pour l'Afrique centrale. Et on va si on peut lancer la présentation. Et donc, on va vous présenter donc l'évolution macroéconomique en Afrique centrale pour l'année 2020-2021 et des éléments de perspective pour de 2022 à 2025. C'est un plaisir pour nous de faire cette présentation parce qu'on est en train de renouer avec une tradition qu'on avait perdue depuis quelques années. Et vous, les experts, l'année dernière, au cours de notre CIE, vous aviez demandé à ce qu'on ait des éléments de benchmarking pour savoir comment Si on peut avoir la présentation. Des éléments de benchmarking pour permettre donc à chaque pays de voir où est-ce qu'il se situe par rapport aux autres pour pouvoir identifier ses forces et ses faiblesses. Bon, il n'y a pas de... La présentation n'est pas... Pour ce contretemps qui, j'espère, ne viendra pas en diminution du temps qui m'était imparti. Ok, donc, C'est un plaisir donc, avec lequel on va vous faire cette... Oups. Bon, je vais quand même continuer. Donc, le plan de présentation donc, est le suivant. On va parler donc de la croissance, donc comment les pays, donc comment l'activité économique s'est comportée, des éléments sur donc l'inflation, le niveau général des prix. On va parler donc du secteur extérieur, c'est-à-dire le compte courant, et les finances publiques, la dette, avant de donner donc des éléments de prévision et des recommandations. Et nous allons conclure. Donc, voilà, donc le plan, je viens de le donner. Donc, alors, l'année 2020 donc, a été une année très difficile pour les pays de la sous-région. Une année d'autant plus difficile que les pays venaient de sortir d'une grave crise économique en 2014, marquée par la chute des cours du pétrole. Et donc, 2020, les pays sont frappés par la pandémie et qui se traduit donc par une récession de 3,6%. Mon prédécesseur avait donné donc les éléments de contexte. Donc, la crise sanitaire donc, a perturbé les circuits d'approvisionnement. Et la zone CEMAC non plus n'a pas été épargnée puisqu'elle aussi, elle a enregistré un recul de son économique en relation avec la pandémie. Alors, 2021, c'est une année de reprise et donc les exportations augmentent en lien avec donc la hausse de la demande et aussi la hausse du cours du pétrole, mais aussi la levée des restrictions et aussi les effets des politiques de relance. Du programme là, il y a lieu de saluer donc les efforts fournis par les pays de la sous-région, notamment ceux de la CEMAC, qui en mars 2020 avaient, lors du sommet extraordinaire du COPI du PREF-CEMAC, donc pris des mesures vraiment pour pallier donc les effets de la Covid. Alors, comme vous le voyez ici, hein, l'économie qui a été la plus durement touchée, donc c'est le Congo. Le Congo avec plus de 6%, et l'Angola qui est la première économie de la sous-région. Donc, tout ce qui se passe en Angola a un impact sur l'ensemble des pays de la CEAC. En 2021, une reprise dans tous les pays, sauf au Congo et au Tchad, malgré donc la fin des restrictions et les effets des politiques de relance. Alors, pour ce qui est de l'inflation, donc, on constate un niveau relativement élevé de l'inflation. Donc, ils sont dus donc toujours restriction de l'offre, donc hausse des prix des produits alimentaires. Il faut reconnaître que sur le plan de l'inflation, la CEMAC est plus performante. Comme vous le savez, les pays de la CEMAC disposent d'un mécanisme de surveillance multilatérale, donc des politiques budgétaires, avec des critères de convergence, notamment des critères sur l'inflation qui ne doivent pas dépasser 3%. Donc, comme vous le voyez ici, en général, les pays de la CEMAC ont des taux d'inflation relativement plus bas que ceux des pays qui ne sont pas de la zone CEMAC. Alors, pour ce qui est du secteur extérieur, c'est sans surprise, les pays de la sous-région sont extrêmement dépendants donc, du cours des matières premières. Et vous avez vu que l'année 2020 a été caractérisée par un effondrement des échanges mondiaux et une détérioration des termes de l'échange. Donc, ce qui fait que donc, l'Afrique centrale a été impactée en raison du caractère extraverti de son économie qui est tributaire donc, des matières premières, de l'exportation des matières premières et surtout de l'importation des biens d'équipement, comme l'a dit le prédécesseur. En Afrique centrale, on importe beaucoup de biens d'équipement. Donc, le solde du compte courant est ressorti donc déficitaire, alors qu'il était excédentaire l'année précédente. 2021, la situation s'améliore et tout de suite, le compte courant aussi s'améliore parce que les exportations ont augmenté. Et donc, les pays qui ont été les plus performants, qui ont le compte courant, donc vous voyez le Congo, ici, et l'Angola. L'Angola, qui étant la première économie de la sous-région, forcément tire l'ensemble vers le haut. Alors, pour ce qui est des finances publiques, sans surprise, tout comme le compte courant, hein, les finances publiques aussi sont tributaires donc, du cours des matières premières. Et en 2020, donc le solde budgétaire global s'est affiché un déficit pour les mêmes raisons qu'on vient d'évoquer. Et en 2021, donc les déficits sont résorbés pour les mêmes raisons aussi que pour le compte courant. Et donc, c'est dû donc à la hausse des recettes pétrolières, mais aussi des efforts aussi de certains pays pour augmenter les recettes fiscales. Donc, il faut savoir que sur ce plan-là, quand même, l'orientation de la politique budgétaire de la CEMAC est ressortie contracyclique. Donc, c'est-à-dire qu'ils ont eu des déficits, même s'ils sont résorbés. Et comme je le disais, c'est en raison donc des politiques de relance que les pays de la CEMAC avaient prises. Donc, vous voyez ici donc tous les pays de la sous-région, vous voyez un déficit en 2020 de solde budgétaire, vous voyez, solde budgétaire déficitaire, et hop, en 2021, ils deviennent excédentaires. Alors, pour ce qui est de la dette, les ratios de la dette sont légèrement dégradés, mais ils restent quand même très, très élevés. Et donc, l'encours de la dette était autour de 67% en 2021, contre 64,5% en 2020. Les pays de la CEMAC ont globalement enregistré une hausse de leur taux d'endettement, même si les pays de la CEMAC disposent aussi, là, dans le cadre de la surveillance des politiques budgétaires, des critères donc, sur le taux d'endettement public qui ne doit pas dépasser les 70%. Et donc, les pays les plus endettés ou qui présentent un risque d'endettement extrêmement élevé, c'est le Congo, comme vous voyez ici, avec plus de 120%, et l'Angola. Alors, pour ce qui est des prévisions, donc les prévisions, comme on est dans un contexte qui veut que donc, les économies de l'Afrique centrale soient tributaires donc, du cours des matières premières, donc la dynamique du cours des matières premières, et aussi d'une croissance donc, de la demande mondiale, mais aussi donc, de ce qui se passe, donc l'issue du conflit russo-ukrainien. Donc, la croissance devrait ressortir positive à 3,5%, et sur la période 2022-2025, elle devrait aussi autour de 3,5%, 4%. Mais ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est quand même une croissance assez faible, très faible même, parce que normalement, comme l'a dit le prédécesseur, il faut des taux de croissance extrêmement élevés qui soient supérieurs au taux d'accroissement de la population qui est autour de 3%. Et on n'y est pas. On n'y est pas, donc il s'agit non seulement de croissance faible, mais d'une croissance très peu inclusive. Pour les raisons que vous pouvez imaginer, puisque nos économies sont extrêmement tributaires du secteur extractif qui, par nature, est très intensif en capital et donc très peu de main-d'œuvre. Donc, vous voyez ici donc, tous les indicateurs, vous voyez le solde du compte courant, le solde budgétaire, les pressions inflationnistes vont baisser. Tout ceci vont s'améliorer sous l'hypothèse que je viens d'évoquer un peu plus tôt. Donc, les éléments de recommandation, donc dans un contexte donc, marqué donc, par des pressions inflationnistes assez élevées, une croissance relativement faible, une dynamique des prix des matières premières, et puis aussi donc, le contexte de la crise ukrainienne. Donc, les pays de la CEAC, donc, nous leur proposons donc les recommandations suivantes, c'est-à-dire donc veiller à avoir un dosage de policy mix cohérent et de tirer donc le meilleur parti de la hausse du prix des matières premières. Les pays d'Afrique centrale donc doivent accélérer les réformes structurelles et renforcer davantage donc les pratiques de gestion de la dette. Mais là, il s'agit vraiment de recommandations, on va dire, conjoncturelles, car le plus important pour les pays de l'Afrique centrale, c'est vraiment les recommandations d'ordre structurel. Donc, en conclusion, ce qu'on peut dire, c'est que la contribution donc, de l'Afrique centrale à la richesse donc, du continent, en fait, elle est très faible. Si vous voulez un ordre d'idée, en 2019, donc c'est une année avant la pandémie de Covid, les pays de l'Afrique centrale, malgré l'abondance de leurs ressources naturelles, malgré tous ces atouts dont il dispose, il contribue pour à peine 10% du PIB de tout le continent africain, contre 13% pour East African Community. Donc, vous voyez que ce sont les pays qui sont donc extrêmement vulnérables et leur modèle de croissance repose donc quasi exclusivement sur un nombre réduit de produits peu transformés. Et donc, les variations de ces prix, comme vous l'avez vu dans ma présentation, mais les exposent à des chocs. Donc, d'où l'impératif de diversification et de l'industrialisation. Et c'est ce que vous les experts ici présents, c'est ce que vous nous avez recommandé il y a 5 ans, lors de notre session du CE à Douala, à l'issue duquel vous avez adopté donc le consensus de Douala, donc qui souligne l'urgence d'accélérer donc le processus de diversification à travers donc la promotion d'une industrialisation basée sur les ressources naturelles, mais aussi tirée par le commerce. Donc vous voyez que l'avènement de la ZLECAf ne fait que renforcer ce consensus de Douala. Et donc notre bureau, donc dont le mandat est vraiment de faire avancer donc l'agenda de la diversification et de l'industrialisation en Afrique centrale, donc poursuit ces réflexions. Tout ce que nous faisons entre dans la mise en œuvre du consensus de Douala, donc notamment à travers donc l'élaboration d'un plan directeur d'industrialisation et de diversification économique, le PDI2 régional. Et donc ce PDI2 en fait est un véhicule pour toutes les parties prenantes pour donc vraiment faire avancer donc l'agenda de la diversification et de l'industrialisation. Donc tout ce que nous faisons donc depuis les 4-5 dernières années entre donc dans la mise en œuvre donc de ce consensus de Douala que vous les experts avez adopté. La sous-région souffre parce que ce plan, pour le mettre en œuvre, il faut des financements. Oh, désolé. Financement, et la sous-région est vraiment en déficit de financement. Et vous allez le voir dans les jours qui viennent lors de nos différentes activités. Vous allez voir des propositions que nous allons faire pour trouver des financements innovants pour que la sous-région puisse donc mettre en œuvre donc sa politique d'industrialisation et lui permettre donc de briser le cercle vicieux du modèle de croissance économique actuel et pour qu'elle puisse donc aller vers le cercle vertueux donc d'une croissance inclusive et durable. Voilà, je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Thank you so much, Mamadou, especially for respecting time. I think now we'll move to member states to share their experiences in strengthening resilience, economic growth, diversification to cope with shocks like the ones we saw during the COVID-19. Now, I know this is your meeting and you would like to speak as much as possible, but I assure you that you will have enough time in the next few days to speak. For now, I would like to plead with you to take just 5 minutes each to share your experience. We have a number of countries in Central and Eastern Africa. I would like us to go in this order. We'll start with Cameroon, Congo, Gabon, and Chad. And then we'll move to Burundi, Djibouti, Seychelles. We also have some organizations speaking, the East African Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. We also have Reiki Lilo of the Pan-African Youth Union of Tanzania. So I hope that all the countries are ready in that order. If so, I will give Cameroon the floor to start with its experience. Please have the floor.
Thank you very much. Bonjour à tous. Effectivement, d'après la présentation qui a été faite par M. Mamadou tout à l'heure sur l'Afrique centrale, le cas spécifique du Cameroun, à côté de ces crises qui sont mondiales, la crise liée au Covid et l'inflation, nous avons le cas spécifique au Cameroun la crise sécuritaire qui concerne les 3 régions du pays, dans le lac Tchad avec la secte Boko Haram, dans les 2 régions anglophones avec les crises sociales. Mais également, tout récemment, c'est le cas dans beaucoup de pays d'Afrique, notamment en Afrique autour du lac Tchad, le Nigeria. Le nord du Cameroun a connu une nouvelle crise, celle liée aux inondations, les dernières pluies qui ont engendré d'importants dégâts qui ont eu des impacts sur les cultures vivrières de ces régions et donc qui vont annoncer au cours des prochains mois et notamment en 2023 une crise alimentaire dans ces régions-là. Donc face à toutes ces difficultés et les objectifs de relance économique de notre pays, le gouvernement a essayé de mettre en œuvre un certain nombre de politiques pour relever un peu ces défis socio-économiques, notamment en ce qui concerne la hausse des prix, soutenir les ménages à travers les politiques fiscales parce que le présentateur Mamadou l'a indiqué, nos pays sont suffisamment dépendants de l'importation de produits de première nécessité et nous avons à notre niveau, au niveau du Cameroun, défiscalisé ces produits pour permettre à l'ensemble de la population d'accéder à ces produits de première nécessité et ce sont des mesures qui sont tout à fait conjoncturelles. La crise alimentaire dans les régions de l'extrême nord qui ont subi des inondations devrait normalement être résolue également avec les appuis. Il y a des programmes de développement qui ont axé sur l'appui aux populations qui sont pilotés avec l'appui des bailleurs de fonds. En plus de ça, la zone CEMAC connaît ce qu'on appelle un peu la crise des devises parce qu'aujourd'hui, notre balance commerciale ne nous permet pas suffisamment de financer l'importation. Ce qui fait que les industries, l'économie souffre un peu de cette absence de devises et qui occasionne des retards importants dans le développement des entreprises. Sans oublier, bien évidemment, la crise énergétique qui perturbe également les économies de nos régions. Je l'ai dit, pour élever ces défis, les pays essaient de mettre en place des politiques de relance de la production énergétique, de défiscalisation de produits de première nécessité, d'homologation de certains produits également, de biens dits de première nécessité, après discussion avec les opérateurs économiques, des subventions également, notamment pour le carburant, parce que le cas spécifique du Cameroun, la subvention au carburant pèse pour le budget de l'État de près de 15%, et ce qui est un peu lourd pour nos pays qui ont déjà des ressources fiscales assez limitées. De manière plus générale, il faut dire que, et plus structurelle, il faut dire qu'il y a une stratégie nationale de développement qui a été mise en place sur Horizon 2030 avec un plan directeur d'industrialisation axé essentiellement sur la transformation de l'économie et dont l'élément fondamental ici, c'est le développement de l'industrie dans notre pays. Et le cœur de l'action, c'est-à-dire l'essentiel de la politique, est axé sur le développement des zones économiques. Nous envisageons à travers cette stratégie nationale développer des zones économiques dans les filières au bois, filière pharmacie, filière agroalimentaire et bien d'autres filières en relation avec des partenaires et notamment la CEA qui nous a accompagnés pour la mise en place des premières zones économiques dédiées à la transformation du bois. Nous pensons que la politique sous-régionale commune visant à interdire l'exportation à court terme du bois sous forme de grumes devrait trouver tout son intérêt avec la mise en place de ces zones économiques spécialisées dédiées à la transformation du bois. Nous avons également des projets de développement, des plans de développement de certaines filières, notamment agricoles, filière riz, filière maïs, avec l'appui des bailleurs de fonds, et la filière poisson, parce que le riz et le poisson constituent pour nous des défis très importants parce que l'importation constitue une source importante de sortie des devises et à travers donc des politiques d'import-substitution que nous avons mis en place depuis l'année dernière, nous encourageons le développement de la culture du riz, des céréales et du poisson. Toujours au Cameroun, parce que la ressource naturelle, et notamment des mines, constitue un levier important de croissance pour les années à venir. Nous avons accéléré en 2022 le développement des projets miniers. 5 permis ont été attribués dans le secteur, en ce qui concerne le fer, avec les entreprises internationales, et un autre projet de fer avec le Congo, mon voisin de gauche, un projet commun qui vise à mettre en place, à développer un très grand projet minier qui aura un impact significatif dans la sous-région parce que les investissements sont évalués à plus de 2 milliards de dollars en termes d'investissement dans la sous-région. Il y a d'autres permis qui sont en cours d'attribution, la bauxite, le nickel, le cobalt, et ainsi que les autres minéraux, où la sous-région dispose d'importantes ressources et qui devraient, à notre avis, constituer les socles de développement à venir. Nous développons également des projets communs avec la Guinée équatoriale en ce qui concerne le gaz, pour que à moyen terme, l'importation de gaz ne devrait plus se faire dans la sous-région dès lors que la ressource devient importante. Pour terminer, en termes de recommandations, de manière globale et de partage d'expérience avec les autres pays, il faut dire que le taux, et d'ailleurs le premier présentateur l'a indiqué en ce qui concerne l'Afrique de manière générale, les échanges intra-pays restent très très faibles et le développement des projets communs reste également très très faible. Quand on sait que dans la sous-région, chaque pays a ses potentialités, chaque pays a ses spécificités et devrait nous permettre de partager ces spécificités avec les autres pays. Les échanges dans la sous-région, encore moins dans la sous-région, ces marques restent extrêmement faibles. Des projets communs pratiquement n'existent pas. Jusque-là, les États ont travaillé sur le développement des projets d'infrastructures communs, mais ça reste insuffisant. On devrait aller plus loin pour développer des projets industriels de développement économique commun pour favoriser le marché d'abord sous-régional avant d'envisager le marché après la zone de libre-échange continentale. Donc, nous suggérons à la CEA qui joue ce rôle moteur dans la sous-région d'accompagnement des États, d'encourager les États à mettre en place des politiques communes de développement d'industrie pour tirer profit des ressources naturelles dans beaucoup de pays, notamment le coton qui peut être développé dans la sous-région entre 2-3 pays, le bois qui peut être développé dans 2 ou 3 pays, et bien d'autres. L'énergie également, le potentiel énergétique du Cameroun et de la RDC peuvent permettre d'alimenter toute la sous-région, y compris l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Mais aujourd'hui, c'est des potentialités qui restent encore au stade primaire et qui ne bénéficient pas. Voilà un peu ce que je pouvais dire en ce qui concerne le Cameroun et les expériences après la crise du Covid. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Cameroon. I want to plead again with the member states to please take just 5 minutes. Otherwise, we are going to destabilize our program completely. I also want to call on the member states. If you have a write-up, you can share with the secretariat so that the write-up can be captured in the report. So, but please take 5 minutes for your intervention. So, merci le Cameroun. Je vais passer la parole au représentant du Congo. Le Congo, vous avez la parole.
Mesdames, Messieurs, merci bien. Et c'est un plaisir pour nous de nous retrouver avec vous ici pour faire le point après cette crise du Covid dans le monde et particulièrement au niveau de l'Afrique centrale et de l'Est. En ce qui concerne mon pays, le gouvernement avait élaboré à la suite de cette crise un plan qu'on appelait le plan de résilience sur la crise alimentaire 2022-2023. Afin de mettre en œuvre l'objectif de ce plan était de protéger les ménages et les entreprises des conséquences du choc alimentaire à travers 6 axes. Le renforcement de la promotion d'une politique de substitution aux importations, en encourageant le développement de la production locale pour les produits de base, la facilitation du transport des produits de base depuis leur bassin de production vers les centres de consommation, la stabilisation des prix des produits alimentaires et agricoles essentiels, l'appui aux producteurs locaux, l'application rigoureuse des mesures administratives fiscales, parafiscales et la protection des personnes vulnérables. L'exécution, ce plan sur la crise apporte ainsi des réponses ciblées aux populations les plus touchées par un soutien aux acteurs économiques afin d'accélérer à court terme l'activité des entreprises agro-pastorales spécialisées dans la production et le stockage des produits alimentaires, aux acteurs de transport et ceux spécialisés dans la commercialisation des denrées alimentaires. Au-delà, il était impératif pour notre gouvernement de faire de la diversification économique une réalité. Cette ambition de moyen et long terme a pour réponse la mise en œuvre effective du plan national de développement 2022-2026. Une économie forte, diversifiée et résiliente pour une croissance inclusive et un développement durable, irréversible. C'est l'option prise par notre pays pour sortir du cycle des chocs extérieurs et aspirer à une vraie résilience. C'est pourquoi l'application du plan de résilience doit être le début du changement du paradigme de notre économie. Donc voilà très brièvement résumé la voie prise par le Congo pour sortir de cette crise. Je vous remercie.
Merci le Congo. Je passe la parole au Gabon.
Je vous remercie. Bonjour, mesdames, messieurs. Donc, à la suite des précédents intervenants et à la question de savoir quels sont les grands défis économiques ou socio-économiques auxquels notre pays est confronté, il convient, avant de dire ce qui pose problème, que pour ce qui est de la question des changements climatiques, le Gabon est un pays qui
compté parmi les modèles, notamment par la création de 12 parcs nationaux et 13 parcs marins aquatiques. Et au moment où nous nous retrouvons ici, il est diffusé sur une grande chaîne internationale un documentaire qui présente le Gabon comme un nouveau sanctuaire pour les baleines à bosse. Donc, il convient de le souligner ici. Pour ce qui est des crises, effectivement, il s'agit notamment de la crise Covid-19. Et avant donc la crise Covid-19, le Gabon a particulièrement été confronté à la crise du secteur pétrolier. Ce secteur représente 43% de notre PIB. C'était donc le tout premier défi majeur. Ensuite est advenue la crise Covid-19 qui a bien entendu affecté les modèles économiques et sociaux de nos pays. Comment le Gabon a-t-il fait? Quelle approche le gouvernement gabonais a-t-il adopté dans ces deux contextes conjoncturels auxquels l'on peut associer le récent conflit Ukraine-Russie, entre autres? Après la crise du secteur pétrolier, donc, le Gabon a d'abord élaboré un plan de relance de l'économie, appelé le PRE, donc à l'horizon 2017-2020. Et ce PRE devait se traduire, entre autres, dans un secteur précis du plan stratégique Gabon émergent, le secteur de l'industrie. Mais avec l'avènement de la COVID-19, et afin de relever ce nouveau défi dans le contexte post-Covid, le gouvernement gabonais a mis en place le plan d'accélération de la transformation, le PAT, à l'horizon 2021-2020. Le PAT constitue donc la deuxième adaptation conjoncturelle du plan stratégique Gabon émergent, qui se voulait être une vision de prospérité partagée, de croissance à travers le développement des piliers, donc les Gabon verts, Gabon industriel, Gabon des services, et de compétitivité par le renforcement des fondations de l'émergence, la formation du capital humain, le développement durable et la bonne gouvernance. Comment le gouvernement gabonais a donc adapté cette stratégie de développement? À travers le plan d'accélération de la transformation qui est actuellement mis en œuvre, le gouvernement gabonais, donc sur les très hautes instructions de son président de la République, Ali Bongo Ndimba, a effectivement adapté sa stratégie de développement en assignant 4 principaux programmes. Le premier programme vise à accélérer la transformation structurelle de l'économie hors pétrole, notamment dans les industries du bois, de l'agro-industrie, de la pêche, des mines, des hydrocarbures et des services. Le deuxième programme vise à favoriser une création de richesses inclusive et créatrice d'emplois, source de réduction des inégalités sociales. Le troisième programme vise à poursuivre l'assainissement des finances publiques afin de dégager des marges budgétaires. Et le quatrième programme vise le renforcement de la position extérieure du Gabon, c'est-à-dire rendre l'économie gabonaise plus résiliente face aux chocs conjoncturels extérieurs grâce à l'impact des réformes et des investissements engagés sur la période de ce programme triennal. Quelques recommandations que nous pouvons proposer et discuter avec les autres pays et la CEA. Le Gabon vient d'abriter donc du 10 au 12 novembre dernier la première édition des Journées de l'industriel, au terme de laquelle quelques principales recommandations ont été faites pour renforcer la résilience, entre autres, et favoriser la croissance économique. Il s'agit notamment de l'accès à une énergie verte au plus proche des unités industrielles, la mise en place des circuits visant l'approvisionnement des intrants industriels à des coûts et des délais raisonnables, gage d'un prix à la consommation accessible pour les populations. L'accès des couches les plus vulnérables de la population aux offres d'emploi industriels et l'adaptation des formations professionnelles au sein des centres de formation professionnelle. Cela aura pour corollaire de réduire les inégalités sociales. La mise en place des mécanismes de promotion de l'industrie locale à grande échelle et un environnement des affaires amélioré. Et comme les autres l'ont dit, la mise en place d'un programme de détection, nous l'appelons comme ça au Gabon, des champions nationaux dans les domaines de l'industrie, de l'innovation et de la recherche et le développement, ainsi que d'autres domaines agricoles, commerciaux, qui devront être intégrés dans les chaînes de valeur régionales et internationales. Enfin, la prise en compte du capital humain pour la création des centres de formation professionnelle adaptés aux besoins des entreprises, des industries, donc des clusters nationaux, sont également recommandés au sortir de ces journées nationales de l'industrialisation. Je vous remercie.
Merci, merci le Gabon. Je vais maintenant donner la parole au représentant du Tchad, président de la science. Vous avez la parole.
Merci pour la parole accordée. Il faut dire que le Tchad, c'est un des pays les plus fragiles d'Afrique subsaharienne. Cette fragilité est caractérisée donc par sa vulnérabilité économique, vulnérabilité donc sécuritaire, une vulnérabilité aussi environnementale et sociale. Donc, en début donc, de choc de la pandémie de la COVID-19 et de la crise ukrainienne, il faut dire que le défi le plus important au Tchad reste le défi sécuritaire, car 35 à 40% du budget national vont dans le secteur de la sécurité, ce qui évince effectivement donc, les efforts déployés dans le secteur social, notamment l'éducation et la santé. Donc, il est important, quand on regarde l'IDH du Tchad au dernier classement, c'est le score le plus non alarmant, c'est-à-dire qu'avant-dernier classement au niveau donc, de l'IDH. Donc, ce qui interpelle les autorités donc, à avoir une orientation des politiques vers le secteur donc, social. Il nous faut donc effectivement une éducation de qualité et avoir donc une santé donc maternelle et infantile qui constitue donc réellement le défi aussi. Le Tchad, après donc la crise, a connu aussi, il faut le dire, les inondations et effectivement aussi l'insécurité alimentaire. Un plan d'urgence alimentaire a été adopté par le gouvernement pour pouvoir donc résoudre le problème de l'insécurité alimentaire. Alors, quels sont les secteurs prioritaires du gouvernement actuellement? C'est effectivement mettre l'accent sur le secteur social en début donc défi sécuritaire pour permettre au gouvernement de pouvoir donc répondre aux défis donc de l'éducation de la santé. Et pour ce faire, les partenaires techniques et financiers accompagnent donc le pays effectivement donc dans la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable dans le secteur social. Alors, qu'est-ce qui est fait en termes donc, des visions prospectives? Le Tchad dispose d'une vision prospective, la vision 2030, le Tchad que nous voulons, qui est déclinée donc en 3 plans nationaux de développement. Donc, le premier couvrait la période 2017-2021 qui est arrivé à terme. Donc, un nouveau plan national de développement est en cours d'élaboration qui va couvrir donc la période 2022-2026. Et ces plans, effectivement, actuellement, est en phase donc d'élaboration. L'axe 3 de cette vision 2030 est consacré notamment à la diversification de l'économie. Dans ces cadres-là, pour opérationnaliser cet axe, le Tchad a élaboré donc le plan directeur d'industrialisation et de diversification économique avec l'appui de la CEA. Et je crois, s'il faut dire en termes de recommandations, c'est que la CEA doit accompagner le Tchad dans la mobilisation des ressources pour la mise en œuvre dans ces plans directeurs d'industrialisation et de diversification économique. Voilà ce qui est de façon ramassée sur le Tchad en termes de partage d'expérience.
Merci, merci Tchad. Nous passons maintenant au pays d'Afrique de l'Est. Le Burundi, vous avez la parole.
Bon, merci beaucoup, monsieur. Donc, pour le Burundi, comme tous les autres pays, c'est un pays qui a connu, qui a souffert de la crise de Covid, ainsi qui a souffert des sanctions économiques qui nous ont été imposées par nos partenaires depuis 2015. et que nous en sortons au fur et à mesure. Les défis que nous avons comme le Burundi veut une industrialisation accélérée, nous avons un problème que le Burundi connaît une industrialisation très faible et très lente qui ne permet pas d'assurer une croissance économique au même rythme que les autres pays d'Afrique de l'Est. Nous avons aussi un problème de transformation industrielle des produits agricoles et que nous produisons, ainsi que l'amélioration de notre technique agricole pour passer d'une agriculture de subsistance à une agriculture commerciale. Pour relever ce défi, le Burundi améliore quand même le cadre légal et institutionnel pour attirer les investisseurs. C'est pourquoi nous avons créé une agence pour le développement du Burundi. Et ainsi, nous sommes en train de nous améliorer dans le cadre de partenariats publics et privés, et avec une agence qui gère les contrats de partenariat public et privé. Donc, le Burundi est ouvert pour les partenaires étrangers et afin qu'on puisse évoluer dans l'économie. Nous assurons aussi la bonne gouvernance à tous les niveaux par la digitalisation des services de l'État. Nous avons, le Burundi a une stratégie pour l'avenir et il a le Plan national de développement qui est un document de 2018-2027. C'est un document d'orientation économique de tous les gestionnaires des secteurs porteurs de croissance. Il s'agit d'un document aussi qui oriente nos partenaires au développement tant public que privé. Nous entreprenons aussi des réformes profondes, dont notamment la digitalisation des services publics et une mobilisation populaire pour le changement de mentalité et s'attaquer à l'agriculture pour lutter contre la faim et progresser vers le développement sans distinction aucune. Comme recommandation, vous savez que le Burundi est un pays qui a souffert avec les sanctions qui nous ont été imposées. Et nous recommandons qu'il y ait une coopération économique des États africains lorsque les situations déjà se présentent, afin qu'elles puissent nous retrouver rapidement. Je recommande aussi de valoriser, à ce qu'on puisse valoriser nos ressources naturelles. Merci beaucoup, monsieur le président.
Merci, le Burundi. Le Djibouti, vous avez la parole.
Bonjour, mesdames, messieurs. Merci de m'avoir accordé la parole. Avant de présenter nos défis et recommandations, je vais juste faire une très brève présentation de la situation économique de Djibouti. Après un ralentissement, comme vous le savez, de la croissance à 1,2 en 2020, l'économie djiboutienne a repris en 2021, mais à un rythme modéré, dans un contexte marqué par la crise logistique, mais également le conflit en Éthiopie. Donc, la croissance est estimée à 4,8 et qui est portée notamment par la consommation et le bâtiment parce que le secteur portuaire a également baissé de 20% en 2021. Pour ce qui concerne l'inflation, nous avons connu une inflation de 2% qui est due aux perturbations de la chaîne d'approvisionnement. Le déficit est passé de 1,8 en pourcentage du PIB en 2021 contre 2022 et ceci s'explique par une légère baisse de recettes, mais accompagnée d'une réduction des dépenses, notamment celles occasionnées par la lutte contre la pandémie. Vu la continuité des effets inflation et la crise ukrainienne, la croissance mondiale est restée inchangée, comme vous le savez. Et comme nous sommes à 2 mois de la fin de l'année, nous avons déjà les statistiques sur 9 mois et nous constatons que l'économie locale sur 9 mois a connu un ralentissement pour certains secteurs et qui sont des secteurs clés pour Djibouti comme le secteur portuaire, le secteur routier, ferroviaire, le BTP et la continuité de la hausse de l'inflation que nous subissons. Pour les perspectives, la croissance du PIB réel de l'économie djiboutienne en 2022 est estimée à 3,6, à 5,7 en 2023 et pour atteindre 7,7 en 2024. Donc, quels sont les plus grands défis socio-économiques auxquels Djibouti est confronté? Si on parle des défis sociaux, nous avons la pauvreté, 17% pour la pauvreté extrême et 35% pauvreté relative. Il y a les inégalités entre les différentes couches de la population, pardon, entre la capitale et ceux de la région et entre ceux du milieu urbain et rural. Le chômage qui représente 47%. En ce qui concerne les défis économiques, nous avons l'économie du Djibouti est peu diversifiée, comme vous le savez. Notre économie le secteur du service reste prépondérant à Djibouti. Notre économie repose que sur les services qui est la logistique, le commerce et le BTP. Le secteur privé également est peu développé à Djibouti et le secteur formel qui est considérable à Djibouti. Donc, comment notre pays relève-t-il à ces défis? En fait, l'État s'est axé sur le programme de développement social à travers des filets de protection sociale, des transferts monétaires, c'est-à-dire soutenir les couches les plus vulnérables, l'autonomisation des femmes avec les activités génératrices des revenus. Concernant les stratégies à venir, Djibouti, comme vous le savez, avait élaboré une stratégie de long terme dénommée Vision 2035, le premier plan quinquennal étant la SCAP 2015-2019. Ceci a mis en œuvre et a soutenu les investissements à grande échelle dans le domaine d'infrastructures du transport et logistique. Malgré que la croissance a été au rendez-vous, mais certains défis persistent. Et pour les remédier, le second plan de développement qui se fixe comme objectif et s'est focalisé à apporter des réponses claires et réalistes. Donc, à cet effet, ce second plan, il se fonde sur 3 axes qui est l'inclusion, la connectivité et l'institution, avec un 4e thème transversal qui regroupe le capital humain, les énergies renouvelables, le changement climatique, la transformation numérique et la relance économique post-Covid. Donc, ce plan-là, il recense plus de 900 projets pour un coût total de 14 milliards, dont 51 acquis et 49 à rechercher. Nos recommandations à faire, c'est que une économie diversifiée, comme vous le savez, notre économie repose que sur le secteur service, le secteur tertiaire plutôt. Or, le secteur primaire ne représente que 1,7 et 15 pour le secteur secondaire. Une indépendance alimentaire, il faudrait qu'il y ait un stock stratégique pour faire face à la sécurité alimentaire. Répartition équitable de la richesse entre les couches sociales, réforme économique appropriée et en dernier lieu, renforcement bien sûr du système d'alerte et de gestion des risques catastrophes. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Djibouti. I now give the floor to the representative of Seychelles. Seychelles, you have the floor. While waiting for Seychelles, we move to some organizations. Is Seychelles ready?
Hi, yes, sorry about that.
Okay, Seychelles, you have the floor.
Good morning. I'm just going to give a brief overview of the main challenge that Seychelles faces and how COVID-19 has made this even more urgent for us to diversify the economy. So Seychelles' biggest challenge is its overdependence on the tourism sector, which became extremely obvious with the COVID-19 pandemic. Essentially, the economy contracted by 7.72% using real GDP growth rates and correcting for GDP rebasing. So the number is a little different from the first presentation. And this was a worse performance than the world average, the African average, as well as the average of the developing world. Actually, the pandemic-induced recession was worse than the one Seychelles experienced in the aftermath of the financial crisis in 2008. And the main reason for this is, of course, tourism. Just before the pandemic, tourist arrivals were increasing at a steady pace, However, in 2020, Seychelles saw a decline of 70.1%. This situation affected the exchange rate, and the Seychelles rupee depreciated by 67.7% against the euro and 53% against the USD from March 2020 to December 2020. Being import dependent means that the depreciation induced inflation that peaked in May 2021 at 11.37% annualized. In order to protect households and firms from these effects, the government responded in several ways, such as by increasing health and social protection spending and deferring the payment of taxes, which resulted in a substantial budget deficit of a primary deficit of 15.1% of GDP and pushed the debt to GDP ratio from 62 to 101. So how are we addressing this challenge? The main way we're addressing this is through the country's transformative economic agenda to diversify the economy. Our transformative agenda covers 5 sectors: the tourism sector, the agricultural sector, the fisheries and blue economy sector, the digital economy sector, and the financial sector. While we recognize that the tourism sector will remain the mainstay of the economy, the way we approach the sector needs to change. We're therefore looking at product diversification within the sector and how to increase value chain integration. Government is working towards consolidating the supply chain in local industries and their links to the tourism sector. With this transformation, the development of the digital economy also remains a key component, because with technology, everything becomes easier, more efficient, more accessible, transparent, and most importantly, it allows us to deploy our resources where it is really necessary. The adoption of technology in our everyday transactions allows our population better access to services and more opportunities. Government also remains committed to putting more emphasis on energy transition. Renewable energy remains at the center of our economic and social strategy, since climate change is an important challenge as well and poses an urgent risk to our livelihoods. So for our recommendation, the most important recommendation is for economic diversification. There are some other countries in the region that have mentioned this as well. And the lack, being too dependent on a few sectors makes them vulnerable to all types of shocks, be it health, weather, or conflict related. An additional recommendation is to increase efficiency of the public sector to create fiscal space and resilience in the face of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now listen to our last presenter from the Pan-African Youth Union, Mr. Ray Kiliho. Ray, you have the floor, 5 minutes.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Ray. I represent the Pan-African Youth Union. We are a federation of continental Africa, national youth councils, organizations of youths, and equivalent structures. Just briefly, after the Maiden Congress in Congo-Brazzaville in 2009, the Conference of Youth Ministers recognized the new Pan-African Youth Union as a focal agency, further reaffirming the AU Executive Council Resolution 468 of 2009 as a structure representing youths across Africa. Africa has been facing multiple crises, repercussions of COVID-19, cost of living, climate change, security crisis, food crisis. As a consequence, the majority stakeholders are young people. Young people face several social and economic challenges. Number one, lack of income. Young people are engulfed in poverty, lack of quality jobs to sustain current cost of living as a result of course, economic slowdown from COVID and shredded jobs, also as a result of the Ukrainian war. Young people face threats from climate crisis. Of course, Africa bears a consequence from climate change in outstanding ways, and young people are disproportionately impacted. Young people face fear and insecurity from, of course, security crisis. And overall, majority of young people lack access to quality and affordable public goods needed, including healthcare, quality and relevant education, lack of access to finance to create our own jobs, lack of quality leadership that understands and can work with the youth. Now, how are youth responding to this? So youth, majority of young people are frustrated. So this results to, like engaging in extremism, substance abuse, drugs, alcohol. But a good number of young people are adapting and taking advantage. So other young people have an urge to become entrepreneurs, create our own jobs, and then leveraging the gig economy. So our recommendations to the countries and to ECA to strengthen resilience and foster economic growth in this hostile content. Number one, we call upon improvement to quality education. Invest in education at all levels that render and guarantee deliverance of young people to the African ambitions. Two, improve the access to quality and affordable healthcare, physical and mental health. Of course, future economic productivity major driver for the young people. We also call upon intentional investment in young people of Africa to have a turnaround, equipping young people with relevant skills and tools for the new Africa. Of course, make available increase in access to finance for the youths. We call upon investment for in ICT. Technology is one of the economy's greatest growth driver in today's world. The population of more than 1 billion, Africa represents a significant portion of world economic population. So ICT is vital. Education needs technology, governments need technology, and of course, businesses need technology. And lastly, but not least, operationalization and enhancement of inter-African integration. Fast tracking and capitalizing on the AEFCFTA and the promise it holds for Africa and the young people, and further supporting free movement of goods and people. We look forward that this convening strongly addresses and heightens most of the issues we face. We are keen to follow up, and we are open to collaborate to deliver the Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. I thank you.
Thank you so much for those powerful recommendations from the youth. Our next presenter is going to join us online. He is Mr. Adam L. Herika. He is going to present the theme of the 2023 Economic Report on Africa, Impact of Global Economic Shocks on Africa, and How to Build Resilience. Adam is the Director of the Macroeconomic Policy Division at ECA. Adam, if you are online, you can take the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen. Many thanks. It's my pleasure to be with you here today. I just want to show my face, and then I will show I will share the presentation with you. Okay. Let me share, Mr. Chair, the presentation with you.
Okay, take your time, Adam.
Okay. This is Zoom. Share screen. Then this is a presentation. Share. Okay. 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 Hello. Okay. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, please, Adam, go ahead, please.
Okay, I will go ahead. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I followed the useful discussion, very useful and relevant discussion on economic performance in the two sub-regions, and the discussion about the crisis and how they affect Africa. Economic report on Africa 2023 is going to focus on the theme of impact of global economic shock on Africa and how to build resilience. I would like to share with you the issues, the key issues, the theme and key issues of ERA 2023, because we believe that crises are the new norm now in Africa and in the globe, and that we need to have a shared understanding of how crises as the new norm affect our economies and how to respond to them, how to build comprehensive strategies to address shocks. And I would like also your feedback during this meeting or after the meeting. You can write to us through any of our colleagues who are organizing the meeting in Seychelles. Your experiences, your ideas will be very useful for us to enrich analysis and recommendations of ERA 2023. The report is being prepared. We have conducted a number of country case studies. We are going to present the key findings and messages of the report during Conference of Ministers in March 2023, but the report will be printed and launched after March, shortly after March. So I'm sure you are all aware of this key flagship application of ECA, which looks at recent economic and social developments and focuses on a selected theme each year, a theme that is of key relevance to Africa's medium and long-term development. This year, our theme is on global shocks, how to build resilience to global shocks. We are focusing on selected shocks, which include climate shocks and economic shocks, such as the global financial crisis and the commodity price shocks, and also pandemics such as COVID-19. There are geopolitical conflict crises that influence, of course, our economies, such as the Ukraine crisis and other regional crises and country-specific crises. But I think our main focus will be on just three types of crises: economic shocks, climate shocks, and pandemics. I'm not going to go through all the slides, but we'll just give you the gist of what the report is about and the key issues and highlights. Well, the socio-economic impact of shocks is significantly greater in developing nations, as you know, colleagues, because they do not have the resources and the capacity to respond to shocks as rich countries do. The shocks are growing faster than efforts to mitigate them in developing countries, and they have important impact on economic performance, including GDP growth, including employment and socio-economic economic indicators. And the capacity of the policy and institutional frameworks to cushion the initial effect of shock and interventions is limited in our economies and need to be really strengthened so that we build resilience in our countries to shocks. The impact of global shocks on Africa, as we all know, can have devastating consequences to all aspects of socioeconomic and natural conditions. I listened to your discussion and to your reference to COVID-19, the Ukraine crisis, and of course the climate, the impact of climate. By way of example, Africa is confronted with new economic hurdles exacerbated by the Russian-Ukraine war. This together led to over 30 million Africans forced to extreme poverty. Probably more than that in 2021. By 2022, the estimate is much higher, around 50 million people. More than 50 million people are now under the poverty line because of the COVID-19 and Ukraine crisis. In 2022, the economic interruptions caused by the Russian-Ukraine conflict might force an additional 1.8 million Africans into extreme poverty. So you can see here, Africa real GDP growth changed significantly during crisis time, different crises. Now, the ERA will focus on typology of crisis, short, medium, long term, and nature of crises and their impact on the global economy and on Africa in particular. Then we look at the policy responses, short-term, medium-term, long-term responses, in relation to poverty, inequality, growth, trade, finance, investment, and then look at whether existing policies in Africa is adequate enough to build resilience and what Africa needs to do in order to enhance preparedness for crises. The report will fall into four key chapters and a concluding chapter. Let me, Mr. Chair, move straight to the key question and the key issues which we want to address in the report and to present recommendations about. It is a question of how to build resilience to global shocks. There are four types of policy responses we will be looking at. The one, macroeconomic management, and two, we'll be looking at social policies to manage the impact of crisis, and four, how to reduce the exposure to shock, mitigation of shock, and we will be looking at economy-wide and sector structural growth policies. This, if we start with macroeconomic management, it includes financial and banking policies, monetary policies, fiscal policies, and then economy-wide and sector structural growth policies, including structural diversification, structural transformation, human resource policies, education, then competition policies, pension reform, green growth, climate change mitigation and adaptation policies, trade policies, including AFCFTA, and then the policies to reduce exposure or to mitigate the impact of crisis, again including trade policies, short and medium-term policy related to trade, finance, and technology and so on. Then social policies to mitigate crises include safety nets and changing the allocation for social sectors. So these are the kind of policies, policy responses to build resilience to crisis we'll be looking at. And as I said, right now we are collecting information from selected countries about case country studies, and I can share with you some of the preliminary findings from country case studies, starting with Mauritius. We looked at how Mauritius has been affected by COVID-19, by the Ukraine crisis, and what was the response. I think you have already listened to a number of presentations on some countries, the last in Seychelles, how the economy contracted with COVID-19, and also the contraction has been deepened by the Ukraine crisis. And what government responses have been, for example, responses in terms of health services, in terms of assistance to households, providing financial assistance to small and medium enterprises, and policy measures such as redistribution of food and reduction of dependency on imported food by promoting local value chains, processing, and smart agriculture, and development of national agri businesses in Mauritius. Well, again, Mauritius has to also struggle this year to respond to Ukraine crisis that has led to increased inflation, not just in Mauritius, and increased prices of vegetables and some food items. Also we looked at the case of Uganda. I'm not going to go through all these impacts and responses. Also, we looked at the case of Zambia, but the conclusion from these preliminary findings is that African countries' ability to respond to crisis is limited. One. Two, the impact of crisis has been felt through various channels, including economic channels and social channels that could also lead to political turmoil in some countries. And we have seen this happening in a number of countries. We have seen riots in the streets in some countries, and we have seen also increased political tensions in a number of countries. Africa witnessed over the last 2 years more coups per year than we have seen over the last maybe 10, 15 years. These are bad indications. These are threats really to the stability and development of the continent. So issues of political stability are now rising, and issues of governance are coming back also in a very intense way that threatens stability and development in a number of African countries. So the impact is huge, the crisis is huge, the ability to respond is huge, and the crises are a new norm. So what can we do in order to be prepared all the time for crisis? We need to rethink our strategies and to be prepared. And this is a question which I want to throw to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and to request your feedback today and after this meeting. Mr. Chair, with this brief presentation, I would like to thank you, and I would be happy to receive questions, comments, and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam, for giving us a flavor of ERA 2020 3, how to build resilience to multiple shocks, climate, economic, pandemic, geopolitical shocks. You've also highlighted some policy areas. I'm sure that you will receive feedback from the participants here, as you have requested. And I think we're now moving straight away to the questions. We've listened to very insightful presentations, starting with the presentation from Andrew Mold, the economic and social situation in Eastern Africa. Then we heard from our colleague, Mamadou Bal, the situation in Central Africa. And we also heard from many countries on the strategies that they are putting in place and recommendations to build resilience. So I will now invite the floor to those who want to speak and encourage to provide feedback, comments, questions. But before then, I don't know if the directors of SROs in Eastern Africa and Central Africa would want to say a word, or they would rather wait for the member states to speak.
Member states can go ahead.
Okay. So, right, I have been informed that we do have one speaker, Mr. Charles Kahutu. I think it was actually in the program to speak. He is going to represent the East African Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. So, Mr. Kahutu, you have just 5 minutes for your intervention.
Good morning, everybody. As you have been told, my name is Charles Kahutu. I'm the CEO of the East African Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. I'm also one of the vice presidents of the Africa Business Council, representing the same region, East Africa and the Great Lakes region. First of all, I apologize for being a bit late. We had another Zoom meeting with another UN organization based in Joburg. We were discussing on a strategic plan for the private sector forum of the International Conference of the Great Lakes region. And as you know, the year has ended quickly, so I think we had to actually to finalize that plan. We were just giving input so that the consultant can finish it. And that Zoom meeting took longer than I thought I could. So I was still in the room. It was a pleasure, Lele, to come here and talk to you. My 4 minutes, I think, are over. There have been multiple, from a private sector perspective in East Africa, we think that we have had multiple crises due, of course, to COVID, the increasing cost of living, again, due to the Ukraine and Russian conflict, and climate change. All these have brought about issues that actually need to be mitigated against, and of course, the private sector being left behind to look at how it can deal with this, particularly for us, the BMOs, the Business Membership Organization, support facilitation of private sector development, and of course, trade itself. We have a lot more to do at this point in time, and we are trying to do exactly that. I can give you quickly what we think we want to be doing or we have been doing to respond to this crisis. And then we can maybe have some questions and answers because I'm a bit late for that. So what are we doing as private sector to respond to these challenges, the challenges that we face currently? The private sector has demonstrated that it has high capacity to be able to support its counterpart membership, member government, member states. We have had major impressive restructuring efforts, which have ensured survival. For us, actually, that has been an issue, to try to see how we can develop and design programs that actually support our members who are really in themselves are BMOs to be able to deliver services to their corporate membership that make them survive the current crisis. We have been working in collaboration with the institutions like the banks, IFC, TDB, and private sector bodies like Equity. Through Equity, we have, roped in what you call programs from MasterCard Foundation, and we are doing something that makes sure that private sector companies, particularly SMEs, are able to survive the current crisis. We also have increased confidence in technology and ICT, of course, which has enabled innovations and sustained production and efficiency gains where human capital has been challenged. So we have seen more and more use of the digital the business, either it is in cash transfers or in fact, access to markets taking place in these past 2 years. And I think that is something that has actually made us easy. It has been very useful, although in you can say it was is a crisis that actually has been actually negative in nature, but it has brought out some good issues, which actually is what we are seeing. We have also diversified investments into new and productive economic activities. In other way, Africa's private sector is responding well to these challenges. We have a great push at the continental level through the AFCFTA. Of course, side by side with that, AFCFTA cannot be delivered without, in fact, connectivity, again, digital transformation that is taking place in Africa. All these, and many of them are being driven by the private sector, and we are there as East African Chamber at the Africa Business Council, supporting these initiatives. So how do we adopt our development strategies going forward? Currently, we are undertaking 2 major strategic plans. East Africa Chamber is actually undertaking one, supported by the European Union, and the Great Lakes Region Private Sector Forum, of which I'm also a part of, is also undertaking a strategic plan. That is actually one of the one that I was actually discussing this morning through a Zoom. And we believe that these plans will be able to refocus the institutions to face the current challenges and the future ones. We are rolling it to 5 years to see exactly how we can, in fact, be able to position ourselves to face this current crisis and the forthcoming one. As I said, as the Vice President of the Africa Business Council and focal point for ACP Business Forum, we will play a critical role in the development of deeper and richer regional ecosystems through enhancement of the various connected value chains. If I may make 1 or 2 recommendations to UNECA and perhaps this going forward, the multiple crises that face the continent, ECA can be able to expand the enhancement and support of the private sector, the productive sector, of the economy in agriculture, manufacturing, trade, investment, and mainly support to SMEs. In order to build back better and deliberately build sustainable economic and social structures, Africa should reduce over dependence on the global food supply and import chains. This can be achieved by homegrown solutions through value addition of its mineral resources, agricultural produce, as well as rethinking its manufacturing strategy. That's one of the issues that we also look at in our own strategic plan. Key to this will be the regional integration, advancement of knowledge, science, technology, innovation, as well as social impact investments and environmental considerations to assure all-inclusive economic growth and sustainable communities. Thank you very much. As I said, I'm sorry that I came a bit late, but I look forward to engaging more in this coming 4 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kahutu. Your call for regional value chain enhancement is very important and well taken. I think we'll now move straight away to the discussion. We'll open the floor for representatives of countries who would like to speak, to ask questions, to make comments. Maybe I suggest you just raise your name plate. We'll take a first set of questions, get some responses, and then we'll move to another round. So the floor is open. Okay. I can see Tanzania. Okay. Okay. We'll give Tanzania the floor while the other countries are reflecting on what to say. Tanzania, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Person, for giving me the floor. Just to comment and give our intervention as far as the United Republic of Tanzania is concerned. Chairperson, at the outset, I wish to take this opportunity to commend the regional, sub-regional office of the Eastern and Central Africa of the Economic Commission for Africa for this innovation of organizing this joint session. As we know, the East and Central Africa, we share many in common than those in difference. On the same note, Chairperson, I wish to express my appreciation to you, Honorable Chairperson, for the manner in which you are steering this meeting. Chairperson, Tanzania take note of and welcome the report that was just presented. As highlighted in the report, the COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine crisis brought a significant disruption in socio-economic development of African member states. Therefore, this is high time to take all the necessary measures to build back better. Chairperson, given the level of integration and the interdependence of global economic and social activity, the COVID-19 and the Ukraine-Russia crisis have negatively impacted various countries around the world, including the Eastern and Central African countries. The crisis brought a number of socioeconomic challenges, which include a decrease in the number of tourists and the ultimately reduction of foreign reserve, decline in agriculture and industrial production due to scarcity of raw material and inputs such as wheat, fertilizer, and crude oil, increase in import bill due to rising commodity prices in the world market, including oil, wheat, and fertilizers, which reduce foreign reserve, foreign inflows such as loan and budget support from development partner. Chairperson, to address this effect, there is need for having collective measures which will act as a catalyst to build the resilience in our economy. For example, the government of Tanzania, through the 2022-2023 budgets, recommended number of measures for post-COVID recovery and the Ukrainian crisis, which include, I'll just give the highlight, Chairperson. Number one, to offer free education from primary to high secondary education. Number two, to scale up a small irrigation scheme across the country by constructing irrigation infrastructure to including the construction of dams for harvesting rainwater and use the available water bodies to increase agriculture productivity and the addressing shortage of wheat and the edible oil intensified by the Russia and the Ukraine war. Number three, pay monthly around 100 billion shilling as a subsidy to contain rising fuel price in the country. The other one includes zero-rated value addition taxes for locally produced fertilizer. And this rate is strictly for fertilizer producers and reduce royalty charges on mineral used in the energy and fertilizer production in the industry. And number five, granted duty reduction at a duty rate of 0 instead of 25% or 10% on input used to manufacture essential medical products and supply for fighting COVID-19. including mask, sanitizer, face shield, and ventilator for the 1 year. Chairperson, the objective of this measure is to continue promoting domestic production of items for fighting COVID-19. Chairperson, some of these measures have started to respond. For example, in May 2022, the price of petroleum at pump price was Tanzania shilling around 3,016 per liter, which is equivalent to 1.3 USD per liter. And as of November 2022, the price of petroleum was around 2,985 per liter, which is equivalent to 1.2 USD per liter. And the expectation is that up to 31st December 2022, the price will be around 0.9 USD per liter. This is due to a subsidy injected by the government to contain rising fuel prices in the country. Chairperson, in this regard, going forward in order to contain the negative effect of COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing Russia-Ukraine crisis, we urge the member states of Central and Eastern Africa to some few policy recommendations. Number one, to increase the agriculture production in products that can be locally produced, such as fertilizer, wheat, and edible oil, so as to reduce overdependence of foreign countries. This can be done by encouraging other people to engage in agriculture activities and empowering them through provision of agriculture input, such as seeds and fertilizer. Number two, to scale up our irrigation scheme in our countries so as to reduce dependence of rainfall agriculture. The other one is to focus on infrastructure development and improve our business investment environment in order to attract investment in manufacturing sector and thus increasing the availability of finished product in our country. The other policy recommendation is to encourage the use of natural resources and renewable energy such as natural gas, coal, soda ash, and mineral, which are available in our countries. The other trade among African states in order to reduce economic disruption. The other one, Chairperson, is to focus on benefiting from blue economy for the country that is a comparative advantage on this sector. And lastly, Chairperson, is to build capacity on resource mobilization, especially on domestic capital markets, innovative sources, including accessing to fund from climate fund. Chairperson, thank you very much, and I wish to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In Tanzania, for those very rich recommendations, policy recommendations to build resilience. I think that our colleague Adam would find some of these recommendations very useful for the economic report on Africa. Not just the recommendations from Tanzania, but those that have been emerging from the other African countries. Now the floor is still open for member states who would wish to take the floor. Okay, I think that there are also some other organizations here who are not necessarily member states. I believe that the floor is also open to them. Otherwise, I would have to say that the presentations have been very, very clear. We've been given a very good picture of the economic and social conditions in Eastern Africa, but also Central Africa. We've seen the impact of mostly the pandemic on economic growth. We've seen the recovery in in countries in our regions. We've seen that this recovery has not necessarily been the same for all categories of countries. It has been different for landlocked countries like Rwanda or small island states like Seychelles. We have also seen some of the sectors that are driving the recovery process. We've seen the ongoing challenges of inflation, huge debt to GDP ratio. So we've had very rich presentations. We've also had the efforts that member states have been deploying in terms of policies and strategies that they have put in place. So I think that we've learned a lot this morning, but I will give the floor to the directors of the ECA office in Kigali, Mama Keta, and also Jean-Luc from Yaoundé. And I will end by giving the floor to the chair, representative from Chad, who would have the last word. So Mama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, représentant le Tchad. As I'm taking the floor for the first time, I would like to say a warm good morning to all of you. And thank you for being here. I think, yes, I agree with you, Robert. The session has been extremely rich. We prepared reports from our offices to come and present our results. It is about our own assessment of the socioeconomic situation in the country that we serve. But sharing our results and also hearing from countries have been even richer, and we hear about real challenges that are faced. I'm very happy to see that every country are really highlighting some aspects that personally are very dear to my heart. I heard a lot about the need to diversify, to push, to give a new push to industrialization, and that through notably import substitution, improving productive capacity of African countries. And I really think personally that this is really the way to go. At some point, this word of import substitution is sort of was prohibited from the economic discourse. But I think it is really important for countries, for policymakers to come back and to know that this is important. How we do it, that remains to be discussed, but it is important. This is the way, maybe not the only way, but a way to make sure that our youth are given opportunities, work opportunities. It's only when we produce here that everybody gets a job to do. When things are produced, transformed in other places and produced there, that limits the opportunities for creating job here, for producing here, for transforming locally. So I'm really glad of what I heard. The challenges are indeed many. This makes multiple crises. It's difficult to hear, for instance, that a country such as Chad has to devote 35 to 40% of its budget to security issues. These are considerable challenges that we need to keep in mind every day in our work, and to see how we all come together to increase the opportunities and really to reduce the challenges. So again, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for sharing your thought. We are here for 4 days. Yes, please continue sharing experiences, what is happening in your countries, what are your plans. This is informative for all of us, for all the rest of the countries that are listening to you. So thank you very much for this session for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Director. Jean-Luc, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et encore une fois, bienvenue à tous nos participants, à tous nos délégués venant de nos pays. Les discussions ont été très riches et ceci démontre ce que mon collègue Mamadou a dit. À Brazzaville l'année passée, nos délégués ont souligné l'importance de ces rapports-là, de cette présentation en mode benchmarking qui présente l'évolution de la situation économique de la sous-région. Et nous voulons, à travers cette opportunité, rassurer les différents délégués que désormais, ce rapport est de retour et il fera partie de nos discussions tout le temps, toutes les années pendant nos sessions statutaires. Trois éléments. Premier, c'est la nécessité d'embrasser, de placer les crises récentes, de travailler sur les crises récentes sans oublier les crises permanentes qui ont toujours existé, qui frappent nos pays. On a parlé du changement climatique. Maman vient de parler de la crise sécuritaire. Nous avons parlé aussi d'autres défis qui, au-delà du climatique et du sécuritaire, liés au modèle de croissance, au modèle de développement économique mis en œuvre dans la sous-région. Cette forte dépendance de produits de base qui, finalement, nous installe dans une vulnérabilité durable. Depuis 2016, la chute des coûts de pétrole a affecté beaucoup de nos pays. La crise du Covid-19 est venue alors que nos pays, les pays de l'Afrique centrale, étaient en train d'essayer de sortir des effets de cette chute de coûts de pétrole et d'autres matières premières. Au-delà de cela, la question du renforcement de la résilience à travers un soutien beaucoup plus avéré aux échanges intra-régionaux. L'avantage de ces assises, on a dit c'est une innovation, c'est que nous partageons les expériences. L'Afrique centrale reste la sous-région qui commerce le moins à l'interne et nous ne saurons être résilients que lorsque nous allons consolider les marchés intra-régionaux dans la sous-région. Des produits et des secteurs les plus concernés par la crise, c'est les secteurs alimentaires qui commencent à porter des pressions inflationnistes beaucoup plus élevées dans la sous-région. Les secteurs des intrants et des engrais, pour lesquels la sous-région est fortement dépendante de la région de l'Ukraine et la Russie, et qui fait que la sécurité alimentaire risque d'être un problème à court terme ou à moyen terme dans la sous-région. Au-delà de cela, c'est des questions d'énergie. Les questions de flambées et des raretés maintenant des produits pétroliers au Cameroun, en Centrafrique, beaucoup de pays de la sous-région sont en train de traverser une période difficile. Et la dernière question qui a été mise sur la table, cette question des subventions, la question des subsidies au secteur pétrolier. La crise n'est pas en train de partir. Il faut donc qu'on mette sur la table la question de la durabilité de ces subventions. Serons-nous en mesure de les soutenir pendant un long moment? Toutes ces questions, évidemment, nous prenons bonne note des recommandations. Nous ne sommes qu'au début et nous espérons que les sessions qui vont suivre, nous allons avoir beaucoup plus de discussions là-dessus. Et ces discussions, nous prenons bonne note et ils vont enrichir notre programme pour l'année prochaine et pour les années à venir. Merci beaucoup pour cette belle session et on en espère d'autres à venir. Merci.
Okay, I am told that the director of the Macroeconomic Policy and Governance Division of ECA, Adam, has his hand raised. He would like to say a few words of response. So Adam, you have the floor.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the delegates who responded, especially the honorable delegate from Tanzania. I was delighted to hear what Tanzania has been doing to respond to crises. And apparently, this response will be part of a long-term comprehensive strategy. And I can see that crises are opening up opportunities. So I would like to request if the gentleman from Tanzania and others could share their stories in writing. Maybe our colleagues, Emily and others, can collect these stories and send them to us. I'm sure they will be very helpful to us. I don't want to talk more. A lot has been said, and I think this meeting would be very, very useful for CRA 2023. Thank you, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Adam. I think your request has been heard. For the delegates who have spoken, especially Tanzania, the director is asking for your written comments to share with our colleagues in East Africa and Central Africa. What you've just shared with us would be very useful for the economic report on Africa 2023. So please share the write-ups of your presentations. I'll now pass the floor to the chair of the session, the representative from Chad, for his final comments and closing of the session.
Merci, cher Robert, pour la parole accordée. Madame la directrice du bureau sous-régional donc, de la CEIA, l'Afrique de l'Est, cher Mama Keïta, monsieur le directeur du bureau régional donc, de l'Afrique centrale, cher Jean-Luc Massaki, mesdames et messieurs, représentants donc, des différents pays, nous avons suivi avec intérêt le diagnostic macroéconomique et social de deux régions, notamment donc l'Afrique centrale et l'Afrique de l'Est. Ce diagnostic macroéconomique a ciblé un certain nombre d'indicateurs macro, notamment donc la croissance, l'inflation, les finances publiques, le commerce extérieur. Et il est à noter que nous sommes dans une phase de reprise de croissance dans la plupart des pays après donc la COVID-19. En ce qui concerne l'inflation, nous notons une pression inflationniste, n'est-ce pas, au sein de nos différents pays et sous-régions. On note également un déficit budgétaire et la balance commerciale qui pose un problème. En début donc de ces diagnostics, nous avons également suivi le cadre social en insistant sur l'insécurité alimentaire, notamment les aléas climatiques également avec la sécheresse, les inondations, le feu de brousse, les orages, et comment donc faire pour accélérer, n'est-ce pas, pour atteindre donc les ODD. Alors, sur les différentes discussions, on a débouché sur des recommandations opérationnelles. Ces recommandations adressées donc à la CEA, donc aux deux bureaux sous-régionaux, à savoir donc l'Afrique centrale et l'Afrique de l'Est. Nous osons croire que ces recommandations vont se mettre en œuvre, vont se traduire en actes pour permettre beaucoup plus d'actions donc de la CEA dans nos différents pays. Je voudrais, pour finir, donc qu'on applaudisse sincèrement les différents présentateurs, Andrius, Mamadou, Adam et les représentants donc, des différents États. Je vous en prie. Donc, on va annoncer la pause café, c'est ça? Donc, une pause café, après on revient dans la salle.
All right. Okay. Hello again, once again, everyone. As it's been iterated, thank you all this morning for all the valuable contributions and obviously the different perspectives that have been shared with us this morning. It's been a wonderful start to this meeting, and despite the press for time, you will have plenty of opportunities to bring your point forward throughout this whole 4-week meeting. So with that, we can break for a health break, and given the program set for today, if we could stick to the half an hour and return at 12:15, please, that would really be appreciated. So we reconvene at 12:15 for the opening session, and obviously the welcome remarks from everyone. Okay, thank you very much.
issue of communication, I spoke with Nita, and so just stop when you are done. And please, we have spoke with you. I have that will cover everything. She has said and two questions. Look, I don't have to do There's no need now, but then as you respond, have a good internet, light, sound. Our no problem, yes. No, he says, it's up to her. All that he took, and at length, already the party, the long time ago. So, and then, you know, it's you know, basically, racial demand, supporting them. That's fine. I don't have any objection. It's up to her. It's their fault. And I understand that. I understand that. And I understand. If I knew that on the July, so we started this year. Yes, I agree. I mean, I understand all the things. And I
Papi wali pick up la. Hello, testing. Okay, ganyan na. Testing 1 2. My name is ABCD testing and the Dwakat. Okay.
Saba, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Testing. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. Two. And the. 1, 2, 1. Now, sound now? Huh? No. Testing. And the. And testing 1, 2. Testing. Okay.
Testing. 1, 2. Testing. One, two.
Test 1, 2, 3. 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 Mic 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 test 1 2 3. Mic test 1 2 3. Mic test 1 2 3. Test mic 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 1 2 3. Mic test 1 2 3. በቃ መልካም ሽንት ቻው።
Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. A very good afternoon to you all. It is my honor to welcome you to the first ever joint SRO Central and Eastern Africa meeting of the Intergovernmental Committee of Senior Officials and Experts, and to deliver these few welcoming words on behalf of the outgoing Bureau Chair for Eastern Africa, who unfortunately has been delayed in joining us. I thank you all for finding time to participate in this very important meeting, and to UNECA for convening us, and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles for welcoming and hosting you all. This meeting will enable us to deliberate on policy issues addressing the socio-economic challenges for the development of our regions. Since this morning, we've heard countries sharing their experiences and challenges they faced with COVID-19 pandemic, and the pandemic continues to test our resilience as governments, and discussions on how we can strengthen resilience, while at the same time exploring roles that can be played by the special economic zones, innovative financing, and tourism is timely in the next 4 days. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to harness regional integration to stimulate economic recovery, build resilience, and attract investment, particularly for job creation in our region. Hence, the discussions on the AFCFTA are crucial. I would like to thank members of the outgoing Eastern Africa ICSOE Bureau for their dedicated services to our sub-region. On behalf of the Bureau, we hope we served you well. The Bureau has worked very closely with SRO-EA to implement some of the recommendations made last year. The session slated for Friday morning will be an opportunity for us to discuss some of the achievements made despite the very difficult conditions created by the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my government and on behalf of the Bureau, I hereby take this opportunity to wish everyone a fruitful deliberations aimed at strengthening resilience, economic growth, and diversification in a context of instability and shocks. I conclude that by noting that we shall be exploring the role of special economic zones, innovative financing, tourism, and the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA. I thank you.
Thank you for that. For our second set of welcoming remarks, I'd like to call on Mr. Delphin Luembe to make his address. Thank you.
Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, chers collègues présents en cette réunion, nous voulons juste nous souhaiter la bienvenue au cours de nos travaux, dont les attentes sont importantes. Nous n'avions pas cessé de le dire. Renforcer, trouver les voies et moyens de la résilience, consolider, construire la résilience dans le cadre de ces différentes crises que notre continent ou notre zone a connues. Et nous avions présidé ces réunions, et cette année, c'est ici au nouveau bureau. Nous souhaitons donc la bonne continuation et pour retrouver les voies et moyens nous permettant d'asseoir cette résilience en ce qui nous concerne. Je vous remercie.
Thank you once again. For now, we'd like to call upon Ms. Mamakita, the Director for the UNECA Sub-Regional Office of Eastern Africa, for her remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Honorable Minister, Minister Nadir Hassan, Minister of Finance and Trade, Republic of Seychelles, Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry of South Sudan, Honorable Minister, State Minister for Tourism, Ethiopia, Vice Chair of the outgoing Bureau for Eastern Africa, Madame Elizabeth Charles, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, Seychelles, Monsieur Delphine Mouambe, représentant le président du bureau sortant pour l'Afrique centrale, chers représentants des organisations régionales, chers représentants des organisations internationales, chers collègues du système des Nations Unies, chers représentants du secteur privé, de la société civile, de la jeunesse africaine, des femmes, chers experts, en vos grades et qualités, je vous souhaite le bonjour et je vous dis merci de nous avoir fait l'honneur de participer à notre réunion conjointe pour cette année, réunion conjointe entre le Bureau pour l'Afrique de l'Est et le Bureau pour l'Afrique centrale. De la CEA, M. Antonio Pedro, je voudrais vous livrer ces remarques de bienvenue de la part de la CEA. Alors, je commence le discours qui a été préparé, M. Antonio Pedro, mais qui malheureusement ne pourra pas être avec nous ni physiquement, ni en ligne pour des raisons indépendantes de sa volonté. Alors, voici le discours préparé par M. Antonio Pedro. Honorable Nadir Hassan, Minister of Finance, National Planning and Trade, Republic of Seychelles, Honorable Frank Cornel Mapuya, Honorable Frank Cornel Mapuya, Director General of Planning and Development, Ministry of Economy, Planning, Statistics and Regional Integration, Republic of Congo, Honorable Dr. Hitayezi, Chief Economist of the Republic of Rwanda, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to welcome you to the first joint session of the Intergovernmental Committee of Experts for Central and Eastern Africa. I'm extremely grateful to the government of the Republic of Seychelles for gracefully hosting this important event and for their continued support to the Economic Commission for Africa, ECA. J'aimerais exprimer ma profonde reconnaissance à l'honorable Nadir Hassan, ministre des Finances, de la Planification et du Commerce de la République des Seychelles et à son équipe pour l'excellente collaboration qui a prévalu pour la préparation de la présente réunion. Cela constitue la preuve indéniable de l'intérêt que votre gouvernement accorde aux activités de la Commission économique pour l'Afrique, CEA, soulignant ainsi tout l'engagement de la République des Seychelles pour le développement économique et social du continent africain. Je vous prierai, Monsieur le ministre, de bien vouloir transmettre
au président de la République, son Excellence Monsieur Wavel Ramkalawan, et au peuple séchellois, notre profonde gratitude pour cette marque de confiance sans s'être renouvelée à l'endroit de la CEA. Mes remerciements s'adressent également aux États membres et organisations sous-régionales d'Afrique centrale et de l'Est pour avoir désigné des fonctionnaires et experts de haut rang pour participer à ces assises, ainsi que pour les contributions de qualité qu'ils apporteront aux discussions de notre réunion. Permettez-moi d'exprimer mes vifs remerciements à mes collègues, chefs d'agence du système des Nations Unies qui se sont joints à nous pour cette réunion et aux représentants du corps diplomatique ainsi qu'aux autres institutions, organisations internationales ici présents. Comme vous l'avez constaté, cette réunion constitue une nouveauté car il s'agit de la toute première session conjointe du Comité intergouvernemental des hauts fonctionnaires et experts de l'Afrique centrale et de l'Afrique de l'Est que la CEA organise en raison de la similitude des défis au développement auxquels ces deux sous-régions font face. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are charting through an increasingly complex territory, both regionally and globally. At the regional level, the pandemic took a toll in Africa's fiscal position, which has not yet recovered. Our estimates suggest that the Ukraine war could further reduce the continent's fiscal space by 7% of GDP on average. Amidst an expected modest recovery in real GDP growth in 2023, inflation is projected to rise, further exacerbating food insecurity and poverty in the continent. At the global level, tightening financing conditions jeopardize the fragile recovery. Additionally, climate change continues to plague it, as even when we also all know that our contribution to global emission has been the smallest. Hence, the topics of the agenda for the upcoming days are very important, very pertinent for the two sub-regions and for the continent as a whole. It is also time we look within the continent for solutions to the problems. For instance, we can boost intra-Africa trade and strengthen the continent's production capacities across industries through the effective implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Fostering economic diversification through exploring opportunities in different sectors, such as tourism, will also bring additional benefits to the continent, including accelerated job creation. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, while the challenges facing the sub-regions are indeed significant, they also provide opportunities to the regions that possess a wealth of knowledge and energy driving the development of practical and innovative solutions. One such example of an innovative solution featured prominently at the 27th Conference of Parties at Sharm el-Sheikh last week, where together the IUCN and the high-level climate champions, we presented the impressive progress achieved under the Great Blue Wall Initiative and illustrated the potential as a lever to raise finance and invest in ocean-based adaptation. Finding new and innovative sources of finance will be critical for our continent to achieve the ambitious goals we have set out for ourselves under the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. The Great Blue Wall Initiative also clearly illustrates the linkages between strengthening climate resilience and livelihoods and the criticality of ensuring that our projects are owned by local communities as agents of change and part of the larger social compact. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the President of Seychelles on his committed leadership, which has been a driving force behind this initiative and behind showcasing its value to the communities it seeks to support. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this joint event will provide a unique opportunity to reflect on the challenges facing us and to learn from one another. The ICSOE, in partnership with our member states, the regional economic communities, and intergovernmental organizations, the private sector, United Nations family, and other stakeholders will continue to be a valuable platform for engaging on pressing policy issues and transformational agendas in Africa. I'm confident that the joint Central and Eastern Africa ICSOE on the theme strengthening resilience, economic growth, and diversification in a context of instability and shocks, the role of special economic zones, innovative finance, tourism, and the AFCFTA will serve as a valuable platform for discussing concrete solutions in support of accelerating the region's transformation. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to make the middle income country aspiration of many of our member states become a reality, we need to tackle some of the fundamentals. Our conversations in the coming days will center around strengthening the resilience of the economies, diversifying them, building the economies, and growing them. Let us therefore focus on efforts not on listing our challenges, but on identifying opportunities and practical and innovative solutions for the sub-region. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you that ECA remains committed to working closely with and supporting Eastern and Central Africa member states and other stakeholders to effecting sustainable and appropriate structural transformation. Let us take the opportunity to work together and share both positive experiences and lessons learned as we seek to increase the resilience of our economies and societies to shock and effect sustainable economic growth. I wish every success in the work of the joint session of Intergovernmental Committee of senior officials and experts for Central and Eastern Africa, and thank you for your kind attention. So these were the words from the Executive Secretary of the ECA, Mr. Antonio Pedro. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for conveying that and for that wonderful address. All right, without further ado, I'd like to call upon our guest of honor, Honorable Nadir Hassan, the Minister of Finance, National Planning and Trade for Seychelles, to make his address.
Honorable Ministers, esteemed delegates from member states of Central and Eastern Africa, representatives from regional economic communities and intergovernmental organizations, resident coordinators of the United Nations system, representatives of the private sector, international institutions, and civil societies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. A very good afternoon to you all. On behalf of the government of Seychelles, and indeed on my own behalf, I would like to warmly welcome you all in person and virtually to the Joint Intergovernmental Committee of Senior Officials and Experts of the United Nations Economic Commissions for Africa. Sub-regional offices for both Central and Eastern Africa, organized under the theme Strengthening Resilience, Economic Growth, and Diversification in a context of instability and shocks, the role of special economic zones, innovative financing, and the African Continental Free Trade Area. I am pleased to see that many of you have been able to travel to Seychelles to attend this important event, and I hope that your stay here has been enjoyable thus far. The distinguished participants joining us virtually, thank you for making the time to attend this meeting, and we look forward to your full engagement and valuable contributions over the next 3 days. It is indeed an honor to address you this morning at this important ICSOE event, discussing development in general and issues confronting our respective governments in both Central and Eastern Africa. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today when our government are grappling with numerous developmental challenges. For most of us, cost of living is continuing to increase. Inflation is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. The humanitarian situation is being compounded by climate change and debt sustainability. The question we should ask, where to from here? As I stand before you, COP27 has entered into its second week, and in the first, lost and damage, compensating low income, low emission nations and regions for climate change impact was formally placed on the broad agenda. The IMF estimates developing countries need $2.5 trillion of external financing annually until 2030 to meet the Paris Agreement and Sustainable Development Goals. Because the impacts of climate vulnerability are not contained within countries' borders, financing global mitigation and adaptation is in the self-interest of all. Reiterating the words of the UN Secretary General, I quote, "It's time for nations to come together in solidarity, fully respecting all human rights and guaranteeing a safe space for environmental defenders and all actors in society to contribute to our climate response. We need all hands on deck for faster, bolder climate action." End quote. Success at COP27 will depend on whether the needs of Africa, the world's most climate vulnerable continent, are met. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we recognize that countries being represented here today have different geographical and economic characteristics. Despite such differences, we have all been adversely affected in one way or another by the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine. The continent is facing multiple crises, food and energy insecurity, and increased government fiscal pressure as a result of this conflict. In some countries, these shocks have exacerbated inequalities, poverty, and violence. They have also deepened national debt vulnerabilities and reversed several years of progress achieved towards a stable macroeconomic environment. None of our countries have been spared, and this should motivate us to, among others, look for local solutions to these challenges. For the next 3 days, the ICSOE will provide us that platform to share best practices, our experiences, and challenges. Governments across the world have acknowledged the urgent need to build resilience against future shocks. Most have committed to building back better, with a strong focus on structural transformation and economic diversification in our countries are no different. Several sectors of our economies have been severely affected. Our education system have taken a hit. Our children's school year has seen a disruption of unprecedented magnitude, and one that continues to trouble many of our countries. In Eastern Africa, partial and nationwide school closures reportedly impacted over 96 million students. Jobs were lost, particularly in the manufacturing, but largely in the service sector. This is significant because for Eastern Africa region, the growth strategies of several of our countries are strongly service-oriented. Travel and tourism industries were particularly affected by airport closures, travel restrictions, and declining global demand as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. As a service economy, Seychelles were hit hard. The travel restrictions and global economic downturn triggered unprecedented economic contraction of 13.5%. The public debt ratio increased sharply, reflecting the primary balance deterioration, exchange rate depreciation, and GDP contraction. The year 2020 saw the most sizable reduction ever recorded in tourist arrival for Seychelles, minus 70%. Distinguished delegates, the work program for the coming 3 days provides us with the opportunity to hear and learn from the different measures countries have adopted to build resilience and build back better. So let me not preempt the discussions. We are here to share experiences and redefine the development agenda for our respective sub-regions. Central and Eastern Africa as blocks are very diverse. We have coastal countries, island states, as well as landlocked countries. The subject of blue economy remains important to our people and the livelihood of our region. The subject of maritime security and trade remains key requirement in Africa's economic future. For trade to flow effectively, our maritime space must be secure. Threats to African security on vital coastal and intercontinental throughway play a direct role in hindering socio-economic development. Our small island state has over the years demonstrated its commitment to safeguarding of stability in the Eastern African region. Seychelles will continue to work closely with its international partners and our friends from the other member states with the common goal of strengthening regional economic activity. We hope, distinguished participants, that you will, in the process of deliberations and sharing experiences, bring about a better appreciation and offer solution to some of the challenges facing our collective development agendas. Together, we can find some of the 21st century solutions for the 21st century problems we are faced with. We will need to be innovative. It is evident now more than ever that there is a great need to amplify efforts to collectively identify solutions to the common challenges to our respective regions' growth and prosperity. We are fortunate to have existing relationships through existing organizations that we can leverage on to pursue and address this on a continental level. The AFCFTA, for example, has the potential to play a vital role in boosting intra-African trade by reducing trade barriers, thus allowing access to a larger pool of producers, consumers, and buyers, which are critical to promoting resilience and economic growth. We therefore look forward to hearing about the ongoing work related to the implementation of the AFCFTA. I am positive that this forum will allow us to discuss the effectiveness of the different measures undertaken by our governments and even draw best practices and recommendations that could be adopted to country context. This edition of the ICSOE will allow us to take stock of the key opportunities, challenges, and lessons that Central and African member states as well as regional communities have experienced. Your frank and oriented discussions toward practical recommendations will inform the process of resilience for accelerated structural transformation and economic diversification in Eastern and Central Africa, while defining the critical path and the role that innovative financing, the new generation special economic zones, the AFCFTA, and tourism must play to achieve this objective. To conclude, on behalf of the government of Seychelles, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the UNICA sub-regional officers for organizing this event. At the national level, I wish to express my appreciation to the National Planning Department of the Ministry of Finance, National Planning and Trade, and the Foreign Affairs Department. Both departments for assistance in facilitating the event. Honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am convinced that the discussion over the course of the next few days will prove enlightening and productive. Let us work together on strengthening our economies, exchanging best practices and experiences in support of strengthening resilience, economic growth, and diversification. Let us come with evidence-based solutions and policy recommendations that will help the region to build back better and stronger. With these remarks, I wish you all fruitful deliberations during the next few days, and I declare the Joint and Intergovernmental Committee of Senior Officials and Experts open and look forward to your recommendations. Thank you.
I thank you, Minister, for those wise words and the warm welcome. And once again, I'd like to thank all of you for the encouraging words as we proceed with this meeting over the next 4 days. So thank you very much. For the next part of this opening session, I'd like to call upon Mr. Duzone to proceed with the constitution of both bureaus, review, and the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
C'est la question qu'il pose. OK. Nous poursuivons donc nos activités après donc la cérémonie d'ouverture. Donc, place maintenant à l'élection du bureau de la CEI, donc 2022. Nous aurons donc présentement à élire un président, un vice-président et rapporteur pour la suite des travaux. Donc, j'invite Mamadou à être à mes côtés pour pouvoir donc donner les modalités pratiques pour effectivement la mise en place donc du présidium.
Oui, donc rebonjour mesdames et messieurs les experts et aux fonctionnaires. Donc, nous allons élire un bureau. En fait, ce sera 2 bureaux parce que chaque sous-région devra avoir son bureau. Donc, nous aurons un bureau pour l'Afrique centrale et un bureau pour l'Afrique de l'Est. Si bien que les sessions qui sont relatives à chacune des sous-régions seront en fait modérées et présidées par le bureau de la sous-région spécifique. Donc, pour l'Afrique centrale, donc nous proposons donc comme président, c'est le Gabon, vice-président, le Cameroun, et rapporteur, le Tchad. Donc, c'est une proposition que nous faisons et soumise à votre approbation. S'il n'y a pas d'avis contraire, on estime que le bureau ait approuvé par acclamation. Merci. Maintenant, le bureau de l'Afrique de l'Est.
Thank you. After consultation with member states of the East Africa region, Eastern Africa, we are pleased to announce the Bureau as follows. And I would like to request us, if you agree, you will put your hands together. Seychelles as the chair. Thank you. Burundi as the vice chair. For our sub-region, we are still going to consult some more to get a rapporteur, but we have the chair and the vice chair, and we will get a rapporteur before the end of the 4 days. Thank you. If it's acceptable, I would please request that we put our hands together.
Donc, le président étant mis en place pour l'Afrique de l'Est, la présidence est assurée par la République des Seychelles, la vice-présidente par le Burundi. L'Afrique centrale, c'est le Gabon qui assure donc la présidence, vice-présidence le Cameroun et le rapporteur, c'est le Tchad. Donc, après la mise en place du bureau, il est question normalement de faire une photo de famille et par la suite le déjeuner. Mais j'invite donc Madame pour l'annonce de la suite du programme. Merci.
Okay, so with that, thank you very much, everyone. With that, I think we should break for lunch. And we reconvene at 2:30 sharp so that we can start the next session, which would be on innovative financing in Eastern Africa, fintech, cryptocurrency, and the Islamic finance. Would you like to say a few words?
We also like to have a photo de famille just after this session. So we will all convene outside and then we have a photo de famille before going for lunch. Thank you.
All right, so thank you. Yes, everyone, please convene outside just at the entrance for a group photo. And then we can break for lunch and reconvene at 2:30 sharp. Thank you.
Attention, please. Attention, please. All the delegates, attention, please. We need to go outside for a group photo. We only have 30 seconds to be outside for a group photo. We will first take a group photo of the bureau, and then with all the delegates, all the participants of the ICSO 2022. Thank you very much. All of us, let's go.
Hello, 1, 2. Testing.
All right, good afternoon again, once again, everyone. I hope you all had an enjoyable lunch. And of course, the conversations kept flowing throughout. I could tell at the tables, so that's a good sign. Okay, so for this afternoon session, this afternoon session would be the innovative financing in Eastern Africa, the fintech, cryptocurrency, and Islamic finance. So we would have as the chair, I shall proceed with being the chair for this afternoon. And I would also like to extend the apologies on behalf of the minister as well. He had to leave really quickly and had something come up that he needed to attend. So apologies from the minister on our side. Hopefully we will get a chance to see him, in one of the rest of the days in this meeting. But for this afternoon, we do have someone else stepping in, and you will get to see him, to meet him very soon. So the moderator for this session would be Ms. Mamakita, the director for the Sub-Regional Office for Eastern Africa, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. So we will start this afternoon with a presentation from Professor Sumari. So I will, without further ado, leave the floor to him. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. Yeah, if you allow me, I will just step for just one. Okay. Okay, no, not yet. Okay, the light is on. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me? Okay, let me just be sure that my slides are moving, right? Okay, good. Yeah, moving. Okay, first of all, before I start my presentation, I mean to just stand here. I just want to do like in a classroom, right? It's much better. Okay, thank you. Before I start my presentation, I would like really to extend my greeting to the team of the regional office for Central, especially East Africa, the team of the team. Having said that, okay, then my presentation will be basically on this is really the topic I like, and I want to convince you that finance is good, and we have innovative finance. Actually, we can use it really for the development of our economies, right? And then my topic will be on innovative financing, but I will touch on really innovative financing, because when we talk about innovative finance, it's much broader than just fintech, cryptocurrencies, and also Islamic finance. Because we can think of sustainable finance, we can think of climate finance, we can think of blend financing, and so on. But really, just to let you know that the topics will be really around these three. And I think that for these three, actually, we'll have enough for the afternoon. And I know you are coming from lunch, but I will try to make it, actually, as most dynamic as we can, actually, right? Okay. Okay. Then, because we have like three big topics, inside the real presentation, the way I structure it is basically I divide it in two parts. The first part, I will talk about fintech and cryptocurrencies. I put them together because basically cryptocurrencies are part of fintech. Then the first presentation will be on that, and the second one will be on Islamic finance, which will be my second presentation, actually. Okay, let's start now with the first one, right? With the fintech one. The preamble, for all this, even for the work, for the report and so on, it goes from the fact that if you look at actually the technology actually has changed almost our lives, actually, and the lives in society, right? Because of technology, actually, now more people have more access to finance, actually, because of the ease of using technology, actually. Then people are more used, if you even think of, for example, mobile money, which is very common in Africa, for example. Then because of technology, actually, people have more access to finance, and because technology also actually, not only it removes barriers, actually, now you don't have to travel long distances necessarily to do your transactions, but you can even do it from your home, actually, even if you are living in a remote area. But the other things also with technology is like it cuts on transaction costs, which is really great, actually, right? Because we used to say that financial services are very costly, and that's why many people do not have access to finance. Then all this put together, then I think that a fintech actually can really be a good option, actually, to really help the financing of countries in East Africa, actually, and also to include more people. Okay, are we okay with that? With that preamble. And having said that, okay, then my presentation basically will be structured around this. I will talk about the generalities of fintech, and after that, I will give you few numbers on the state of real fintech in East Africa. Okay, and the next one will be basically what can fintech do actually for the development of SMEs and also for the development of East African countries, actually. Okay, and then I will just have a few slides on cryptocurrency. Talk about cryptocurrency. I know when we talk about fintech, we all have in mind cryptocurrencies, right? Especially with what happens actually recently. You know that there was one cryptocurrency platform which actually went almost bankrupt, actually. Okay, this is really the news these days. And I will talk about the constraint, on the development of fintechs, and then I will conclude and the recommendation. That will be the first part of my presentation. Okay. But, well, then let's go to the generalities of fintech. Basically, the fintech when we talk about fintech, I know, I mean, in Africa, most of the time when we talk about fintech, we think of the payments, right, or the remittances, because we are all familiar with, for example, mobile money. But it's not only that, I mean, fintech. We can think of fintech as really, I mean, going to wealth management. You know that these days, for example, when you have to manage your own portfolio, for example, for people who have to manage their pensions. Right now, when you call many financial institutions, you have a robot. You are not even talking to humans. And then you can even have, I mean, applications where when you go there with machine learning behind it, then you can make your own choices. Like it's like the machine actually doing the role of a financial advisor actually. And more institutions are using that. Then it's not only about payments and remittances, but I do know that in our countries, we are using a lot of payments and also remittances, but this is the first step, I mean, to get to another level actually. And then we also have lending actually, and more, in fact, we can see lending. You hear about, for example, crypto, you hear about crowdfunding, for example. These are peer-to-peer financing, where actually I have the money to give to someone, then I don't have to go through the bank to deposit my money, but I can just go through a platform, I give the money, and there is another one who needs the money who can get that money. We call that peer-to-peer actually. Then all these fintechs actually is bringing what we call much more of the decentralization of finance somehow actually in many activities of the economy. Well, but the one we are more familiar with is the payment systems and also the money transfer and remittances. But there are many others. Even, I mean, the regulatory ones, basically the regulatory fintechs, basically these are, instead of really having a regulator doing some of the things, for example, when you want to apply, I mean, for maybe a loan to a bank, we can have type of applications where you come and then you enter all your informations, and then the application itself can do the screening without even having someone beyond, I mean, be able to do that. Because you enter some of the characteristics, I mean, and then the machine itself can make some decisions actually based on those characteristics. These are really, and then the regulatory text can be used for that actually. Then there are many, many of them actually being used, but we can come back to those discussions actually. Okay. Basically to tell you that the spectrum of fintech is very large, and also we are all aware of the blockchain technology, right? The blockchain technology is the one beyond all these Bitcoin, these cryptocurrencies, things and so on, right? It uses what we call the distributed ledger technology actually, right? I mean, the blockchain technology is that one. And right now, not only, I mean, we have the cryptocurrencies, which are set by private, I mean, persons, but also the central banks also are moving into that also to set their own central bank digital currency, but using the same type of technology actually. But as I said, okay, these are the two, I mean, which are being used a lot, I mean, on the continent and in many of our countries actually, even though the others are gaining ground actually more and more. Okay, is it okay? Are we okay right now? Because I know I speak faster, but I hope, I mean, the pace is good. So, okay, so far so good. Okay, then basically, as I said, if you look at on the fintech, I mean, spectrum, the one which is used a lot is really the money transfer and the payments, which is the one which is used a lot. And basically, you can see from this chart here, you see the first line of the chart, you see in 2019, the money transfer and payments actually were almost like 75% actually. This is a survey asking real people how they use fintechs and so on. Then 75% of people are really using it for that actually. But the rest, I mean, you can see also the insurance, yes, the insurance also industry is using a lot, I mean, the fintech. I don't know, because the insurance right now are bundling, I mean, things like you have a car insurance, you have your home insurance, you have even your personal insurance and so on. And right now you have sometimes, I mean, videos, cameras, right? And then they put all these together. Then we call that Internet of Things, actually. Then combining things like that, then it can help you really reduce actually your premium on the insurance actually. Then the insurance sector is moving a lot into all this financial technology, actually, the use of the financial technology, actually. That's why you can see that the yellow, I mean, you see the insurance sector. Let me just come back. I think I pushed too much. Okay, let me just, yes. The insurance sector, you can see that it went from this 1 year, 8% to 48%. But just what I want you to return on this is basically the one which is getting, having more usage is the money transfers and also the payments, actually. But the others are gaining, I mean, momentum as well. If you look at, for example, in East Africa, some of the countries, I just have for a few countries this year, but these are representative of all the other countries, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda. Look at, the usage of checks, the usage of cards. I'm talking about the cards, bank cards, actually, and the usage of mobiles to do financial transactions. If you look at, let's say Kenya, for example, because the other countries, the illustration I see, you see the number of transactions. You see, actually, if you compare mobiles to the others, there is almost no, no much, right? You see the value of the transactions, also no much. It's almost with mobile 33 billion, actually, and the rest are much more lower than that. If you take also the size of the transactions, but you see, if you take the average size of each transactions, you will see the size are much more smaller with mobile. But it's able to do that because it has reduced cost. Then people can do small transactions, but many transactions at the same time, actually. That's why the cost still low because we are using technology, actually. Okay. And then the last part, you see the growth rate almost is really the one growing because the others are almost stuck, like less than 5% and so on, depending on where you are, actually. Then this is really getting momentum, actually, and being used by many people, actually, right? Okay, mobile money. Let me just move again, okay, to convince you that if you look at, in the East Africa regions, it's the payment and money transfer which are really the biggest one. And then again, actually, if you look at the investment in African fintech, you see the same type of picture, actually. You see the blue here, the blue one here, this is really the number of amount invested in payment and remittances, for this fintech. And then after that, you have the lending platforms, and also that you have the blockchain, which has the cryptocurrencies and so on, actually. If you take by country to look at really in terms of startups, right? In terms of startup, the 2021, Kenya in the East Africa region is the one which received the biggest number of startups. Of course, we all know about the story of Kenya with M-Pesa, where mobile money started and so on. But other countries also in the region actually attract some fintechs, actually. And if you look at the whole number of Africa, East Africa attract almost quarter of startups actually in the whole Africa, actually. And that's big, actually. If you think of the whole Africa, actually, a quarter of it is big, actually, because you have big countries like South Africa, Nigeria, which actually attract a lot of fintech, actually, investment, actually. Now, having said that, this is really the portrait of really the fintech in the region, actually. But what are the enablers of those fintech development in the region, actually? I have identified four, actually. I group them in four, actually. The first one for me is the demographic, actually. Okay, you can call it demographic dividend and so on. Because the population is very young, actually. The millennials are more than 30%, in all the countries in the region. And they are the one using, technology, right? If you go everywhere, actually. I remember when I was few years ago, I was in China. You go, for example, in buses or in train, they're all looking at the phone. They don't even look at who is coming in the train, actually, the subway, actually. Then the youngs are really using technology a lot these days. And that's really an enabler, for the development of the fintech. The second one is the penetration of the internet in most of the countries. On average, this has moved from 2% in 2010 to 19% in 2020. And this is the average of the region, actually. Because in some countries, it's even, more than 30% in some of the countries of the region. But on average, it has moved from 2% to 20% almost, like that. That's really it. And there is room also, for the to increase, actually. Okay, then the internet is one of the enabler, actually. The third enabler is basically the mobile penetrations. Almost everyone has a mobile phone right now. Even if you go to remote area, people even have more than 2 or 3 SIM numbers, right? Then the mobile penetrations, the mobile phone penetration is one really strong enabler really of the fintech development. And the last one is basically linked to the fact that there is a big gap in the financial services industry because many people do not have access to the traditional banking sector. then they don't have a banking account, they cannot get access to the traditional banks. Fintechs kind of come and really fill that vacuum actually. Okay, that's one of the enablers. Then if I summarize it here, the four enablers are basically the demographic, the internet penetrations, the mobile penetrations, and the last one is basically the gap we observe in the financial services industry, which actually the fintech is coming to fill actually. Okay, that's really basically about the enablers. Having said that, what can now fintechs bring to the SMEs? Because we do know that if you look at in our economies, the statistics will tell you that basically in most of the economy, more than 70% of the jobs are created by SMEs actually. They contribute a lot to economic development actually, but they are the ones which are very constrained by finance actually. They don't get the loan from the traditional financing sector actually. And why? Because there are many issues related to that. They have what we call in finance asymmetric information. They have the problem of sometimes, they are not literate enough and so on, so on, so on. We can list all of them actually. Sometimes they don't have guarantees and so on. Then really it's a big challenge actually for SMEs to get access to financing actually. And then the fintech can really help into that because basically to adopt the technologies and to implement them is much easier actually, especially the fintech technology. It's not like the big, technology used by banks and so on. That's one of the first thing. The second thing is that sometimes those SMEs, they just need to be able to take payments and also to make payments actually. And then the fintech is really playing to that also. It's facilitating that payment, making that it much easier, and then they can easily access to it. And the third one is basically when they have access to a fintech, sometimes it can help them actually manage the other financing, like of the inventories and the automations of the financing, the financial management. Then they can combine all this and with the payment actually, which is very much easier instead of really the traditional system where they have to get an accountant, where they have to go to a bank, they have to charge it and so on, then which is much complicated. And the last thing is that actually, basically, the fintech sector also provide them with some type of long-term financing. They don't have it. And the long-term financing is coming from what? It's coming from what we call the peer-to-peer lending, the factoring, and also the crowdfunding, and so on, so on, so on. Then this sector is providing some of the financing they don't have with the traditional financial system actually. In terms of the continental trade agreement, actually, what can fintech brings actually in the implementation of the continental free trade agreement? The first one is basically the cross-border payments, right? It can, because if you look at, many of the countries have their own money, their own currency, and sometimes to move money from border to border, it's not that easy actually, but the fintech can help into that. The second one is basically it can help in the development of the e-commerce actually, because if you have the e-commerce, you have to provide people with a way of paying it, especially electronically. And the third one will be basically if we have, the fintech investment from one country to another one. Think of, if, for example, Tanzanians invest here in the fintech industry and so on. Then if we have the movement of investment in the fintech industry themselves, cross-border, that's also is in the implementation of the EFCFTA actually. Then in terms of the EFCFTA, it can not only ease actually the cross-border payments, it can also help in the e-commerce, but it can also be, the fintech itself can be, actually an enabler of investment actually, because people can invest in the fintech sector in one country to another one, from one country to another one. Basically, then you see, the fintech can have a big contribution to SMEs. They can also have a contribution for the African Continental Free Trade, agreement area. Having said that, okay, now I will just jump to one. We are all aware of. I know. People are all aware of, and then also we know it's risky. It's of a cryptocurrency one. Okay, what is a cryptocurrency? Basically, a cryptocurrency. I know the central bank will not agree with it because the central bank will always tell you that it's not a currency, it's an asset. And they insist on that. But usually we define cryptocurrency as a digital currency, right? It's a digital currency, peer-to-peer, and then which is actually decentralized. It means that there is no central bank, there is no central authority actually controlling that money actually. That will be the cryptocurrency. And it uses, the blockchain technology, which is really the distributed ledger, technology actually behind it actually. But of course, it's too risky. That's really one of the big issue with the cryptocurrencies actually these days. Actually, it's too risky. You can just see the value, how the value is fluctuating. Actually, they fluctuate a lot actually, and sometimes even some of the owners of those platforms, if I can tell, I can say like that, sometimes they just disappear. Actually, it happens. A few months ago in, for example, South Africa, it appears in Turkish. And right now we have a problem with a platform called FTX. This is really one of the biggest issues these days, actually. Okay. But having said that, okay, let's just really look at, I was talking about the volatility of this cryptocurrency. Look at here, for example. I took just some of them, the Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is not the only one. We hear about Bitcoin, but it's not the only one. If you take the main cryptocurrencies, actually, you see the volatility per year. This is huge, actually. We are talking about 80% and more. If you take a regular stock, on the stock exchange, if you take the stock, you will see the volatility of the stock usually will not go beyond 50, 60% on average, for the index. That means this is huge, actually, the volatility of these cryptocurrencies, actually. But at the same time, if you look at the movement of the number of cryptocurrencies, if you move from 2014 year, it moves from like year 2014, you see, it has moved really, these cryptocurrencies moved to almost 20,000, cryptocurrencies actually worldwide. It's a lot, actually. We had, in 2014, we had even less than 1,000. Now we are talking about 20,000 cryptocurrencies. Anyone, even myself, I can decide to have a network of people. We can decide to have a cryptocurrency, actually, right? And this is the way it works, actually. Then the number is really increasing. But at the same time, if you look at the value is increasing, but these last 2 years, the value has decreased actually because of the volatility associated with these cryptocurrencies actually. And because of that, then you can see these days what the central banks are doing. Many central banks actually are trying to put in place, their own cryptocurrency. Actually, people can use actually. We call that the central bank digital currency. One of the first countries in Africa to do is Nigeria. Launched in 2021, they launched, what they call INERA, actually. The INERA, actually, and when they launch it, we have some statistics in the report. When they launch it, actually, it seems that they take, people start to really to trade it, to ask for it and so on. Then at the beginning, it looks like there are some success to it, actually. And then cryptocurrency from the central bank is kind of coming, actually, to solve some of the issue we saw with cryptocurrency. Can it solve every problem, all the problem? I'm not sure of that because some people are using the cryptocurrency for any type of reasons actually. But at least the people who want to have the flexibility and so on, maybe some of those people, the central bank can catch them actually is here. That's basically, and if you look at the regulation of the cryptocurrencies, the problem with them is basically regulations. If you look at this map here, right? This map I have here, it shows you that, around the world, actually, this was by the Law Library of Congress of the US, actually. It shows you, actually, the country which have banned it, the country which are implicitly banning, and the country which are regulating it somehow, actually. When I'm saying regulated, is basically they will put in the law that these are assets. Then if you decide to invest on them, that's your problem, but these are real treated as assets, you can lose your money and so on. So then you look at here in Africa, in East Africa region, most of the countries are on the implicit ban or they are not doing nothing about it. Then it's not regulated at all. Okay, and that's really the main issue actually. And by the way, actually, I put an example here. This is a use case in Kenya. During the COVID, actually, there is an NGO which actually issue a cryptocurrency in Kenya in the local communities of Nairobi, actually, for people to get access to food and so on and so on. Then there's a use case. We are doing more details in the report actually, if you're interested into it. But that's really one of the main issues with the cryptocurrency. But at the same time, I just want to show you, the two faces of it, because on everything you have a benefit and also you have a demerits, right? Then let's look at the benefits actually of these cryptocurrencies. The benefits are maybe they can streamline the cross-border payments, okay? They can make cross-border payments easier. in the implementation of the AFCFTA, positive impact because of these cross-border payments, actually. They can also, reduce the financial transaction cost, okay, because of technology behind it. They can also increase access to financial services and financial inclusions, and it can also to accelerate really the development of e-commerce, actually, okay, because it's a means of payment. And also, it can really ease international capital flows because there is no barrier with cryptocurrencies. And the last thing is that it can encourage digital financial transactions because payments, transfers, and so on can be used for all. These are some of the advantages of it. That's why also the central banks are jumping into it because they know that there is a need for it, actually. Okay, but at the same time, of course, there are some demerit to it. They are very risky, assets. Then if you invest on them, you have to know that basically you can earn more money or you can lose your money. Because we see the idea of risk, right? Risk means that you can earn too much money or you can lose a lot of money, actually. And also the lack of investor protection. I think these are really the last ones are really the key one, actually. Investor protections, the lack of personal data protections, and also the stability of the financial system per se. And also, money laundering, because we know that many terrorist organizations are using this one because they can hide behind it, actually. These are the risks associated to it. And of course, there is a macro financial risk because if there are too many payments going out of your country, but the central bank doesn't control anymore because the central bank controls the amount of money, especially through the foreign exchanges, actually, foreign reserves. But with this one, you have no control of it, actually. Then these are some of the risks of the cryptocurrencies, actually. Okay. So far, so good. So far, so good. I know we just eat, lunch, then it's not easy, right? I can see some of the people want to sleep, actually. But in a few minutes, we'll be done. Okay. Okay. But now, fintechs, they face a lot of constraints, actually. Okay. Then to come back to the fintechs, fintechs, in Eastern Africa, we have some of the constraints, on fintech. One of them is basically, you see, actually, in terms of competencies, the skills. Because in this area, it takes, some type of skills, actually, in terms of technology and so on. Then the universities have to train people on those technologies, actually. Then we are using, a lot of the blockchain technology, the machine learning, even artificial intelligence, and so on, so on. Then the universities have to integrate those one in the curriculum, actually. And then we actually look at some of the schools to look at if they are really training, on these skills and so on. It doesn't seem to be the case in many of the schools, actually. And of course, there is a problem for electricity because, those technology, you need internet, fast internet to be fast, and also electricity coverage and so on, and also the network coverage and so on. That's also some of the things and some of the constraints we observe on the region. And of course, there is the high cost of internet access and the high cost also of mobile money, mobile. This also have some of the constraints and literacy, because population have to be educated to that, actually. But if they don't understand it, then that's also a constraint, actually. Then the financial illiteracy is also another constraint here, actually. And the last one, actually, basically, is the legal framework, actually. The legal, when I'm talking about the legal, I give you, some of the part of it which are to be covered, like the data governance, the personal data protection, the KYC, the cyber security, and so on, so on, the identification, digital identification, and so on, so on. But if you look at across, the regions, many countries do not have that full framework, actually, to be able to regulate, tech. And I have a table for that, actually. Probably you are not seeing it very well, but you don't need to read what is inside. Just look at the colors. When you see the green, it means, there are some regulation, but when you see the red, it means that there are no regulation. And then the columns are anti-money laundering, crowdfunding, digital IDs, electronic money, cyber security, electronic payment, and data protections. And then you can see, except Kenya, which has, for all these items, something on them, but the rest of the countries are lacking at least one, actually. And that's really, this is what I was talking about. Actually, the constraint in terms of regulatory aspect, actually, which needs to be addressed, actually. Okay. That's basically this. And then let me just conclude on this one before I get to the second part. Okay, basically my conclusion for everything I said, the takeaway basically I said many things, but the takeaway will be basically with the development of fintech industry has really a huge impact on individuals and firms also, and then it has a positive impact in terms of financial inclusion. That's the first things. I mean, the second one is basically the fact that actually the second one is that enablers are the fact that people do not have access to the traditional financial sector services, the fact that actually we have the penetration of smartphone and the penetration of the internet, all these are enablers of really the fintech development on the region. And the third one will be actually basically the mobile payment fintech are the main fintech in the region actually. The payments and the remittances fintechs are really the main fintech in the region. The others are gaining momentum, but they are not there yet actually. And lastly, of course, there are some constraints linked to the poor infrastructure. And infrastructure, I'm talking about the network connectivity and so on, and also the lack of legal and regulatory framework, actually. Then I think, everything I said, if we can summarize like that, these four ideas will be, a good summary of everything I said. Then having said that, what are the recommendations I'm making here? The first one will be, of course, on the regulation, you can guess, actually. Then the regulation will be basically, I think, some type of coordination also will be interesting because you see, even in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area, that will be interesting because we are talking about cross-border payments actually and cross-border transactions. Then if we can have some type of coordination in the region, actually among the regulators in the region, I think that will be real something that will be beneficial for all the countries. And of course, the full spectrum of really what is needed in the regulation actually has to be taken into account actually. And the infrastructure, of course, we need, better infrastructure. Then that's why I'm saying design policies to increase internet and mobile penetrations actually. And also, to increase the IT infrastructure investment also in the region. And the third one will be the skill and competencies development actually. Then we really need skills and competency to be developed in this region. And the fourth one will be basically, usually if you look at places where there have been success, people have what we call actually sandboxes or technology hubs and so on. That will be interesting because it allows, especially the young to come develop the ideas, proof of concept, and then they can play around it and so on before going to market it and so on. That's really something that can help. And also a mentorship program. Because when you are young, you come from school, of course, you can be real brilliant and so on, but you are not used to real developing your business. Then having a mentorship program can really help into that. And the last thing, to support really fintech that can help really SMEs getting developed actually. That will be really the few recommendations I will be making here to decision makers you are actually, and the policy makers you are actually. Do you have sometimes to go for okay, then this is the second part. That will be fast. Okay. Then this was the first part was about fintech actually. And the last part is about Islamic finance actually. And then this goes also from the preamble that if you look at really in our countries actually, and also if you look at around the world, the Islamic financial asset has grown almost the last 2 decades by 25%. Actually, the last study I did some research paper on Islamic finance. The first paper I wrote on it was in 2009, actually, and because of that, I even at some point in time, they called me on the national TV in Canada for an interview some point of time on that to talk about it because there was some issue with some promoter there, but that at that time it was growing at more than 20%. And now still, the asset in the Islamic finance area is growing at more than 20%. That means there is a lot of money actually out there where, we can go and tap into this kind of resources actually. And then basically, because of that, I think, also because of that, I think East African economies actually can tap into these sources of funding and then to get, the economy growing actually. Okay, then we go from that preamble. Having said that, then again, I will go through, the same lines, like generalities, the situation in East Africa, and then touch on the SMEs and also the African continental through free trade area, and also the conclusion recommendation here. And then basically, what is Islamic finance? Islamic finance, for those of you who are not used to it, is basically doing finance but respecting the Islamic laws, which is basically Sharia. Initially, people tell you it's so really interest rate is forbidden, then just lending to someone to take the interest, it will be forbidden. You see what we call riba, and also investing in what is called haram, which what is really not illicit in Islam. For example, in the pork industry, armament, and so on, that will be forbidden, for example. But I think what you should be retaining on Islamic finance is basically it's a type of investment which is based on a risk sharing actually. Then every time you make an investment in Islamic finance, it means that you should share the risk with the investor. You should never give money to someone and without taking the risk yourself. That's really the basic principle of Islamic finance. That's why we call it the risk sharing, actually investment the principle, actually. And it's based on that. Islamic finance is based on that, actually. Then you see, the growth of the sector is coming mainly from the Islamic capital markets, actually. Because you have a banking sector, you have a capital market, and you have the insurance sector. The insurance is very small, actually. It's growing, slowly, very slowly. But the main growing part is really coming from Islamic capital market, actually, like the sukuk and so on, which is like equivalent to the traditional bonds, actually. Well, and if you look at really the landscape of Islamic finance in the region, I think almost all the countries have some type of Islamic finance these days, actually, right? We start with Somalia, start with an institution in 1998. Kenya had start with something in 2005, Tanzania in 2008, Ethiopia something, related to the law actually in 2011, Uganda in 2004, the Financial Institution Act was amended in 2016, and Djibouti also, and so on. Then you see all the country more or less have something, but it's not well developed yet. Like I have a table here showing the number of it. This is what we have been able to collect. Maybe in your country it can be, maybe we can be missing something, but it will be, I will be glad, to have additional information. But if you look at the countries, you see, because in Islamic finance depend, you can have a full-fledged Islamic bank, or you can have a bank which has a just Islamic window, actually. Then just to offer some Islamic product. We can have that. And then you can see, you can have microfinance, you can have a full, which is the insurance actually. And then the total actually in 2020, when we actually collect the data, we got in the East Africa, 84 institutions actually operating. In 2012, it was 12. Then you see from over 10 years, it has moved from 12 to 84, which is really a big jump. But still, it's not big enough because if you look at the total asset, it's not big enough compared to the rest of the financial sector actually. Then there is room actually to increase that. Okay. And then basically in the region, let me just put the red, let me just come back. The red here, you see the red arrow shows Djibouti and Kenya. Then these are the two countries. If you take, the Islamic total asset, in total of the total financial banking sector asset, Djibouti is the dominating one, is dominating. And also you have Kenya after. But the rest is really marginal actually. Okay, for the rest of the countries, marginal. Okay, and then again, I think one of the really enablers of that actually, because of the growing Muslim population in most of these countries in East Africa, on average, is the quarter of the population is Muslim in East Africa. In some countries, even 90% and so on. Then this is really financial, product where actually we can tap into this resources actually to be able to fund some of the projects in the region actually. Yeah. And then again, is the potential benefit of Islamic finance. It can improve the financial inclusion because some of the people who are not participating in the financial sector will come. It can really, help in terms of mobilizing more additional funds. We cannot mobilize now. Perhaps, for example, to mobilize funds coming from the Middle East, for example, from the Gulf cooperation countries and so on. Then we can really mobilize additional funds coming from this part of the world. And also in terms of, because of the principle of risk sharing, And I think it's kind of sustainable financing type actually. And that's really something positive to it actually. And also, of course, it can strengthen the financial stability because the way it is actually. And also because the way it is structured actually in terms of risk sharing actually here. Okay. And because of the ethical values of T behind it, then it brings more transparency if it is well done actually. But at the same time, also, of course, there are some issues with Islamic finance, of course. But and actually, going through the what people have found, actually, I found some of the paper which actually shows that Islamic finance actually is better to finance SMEs than the traditional financial sector, actually. And then I have a few papers which did that. Yusuf, did a paper on Kenya, and I have a paper on Somalia and Turkey. They show that actually, if you take, the Islamic financing, it can really bring more financing to SMEs than the traditional financial sector actually does. And then, it can support industrialization in the region because we can tap into new resources, somewhere else, actually. And also, we can attract, FDIs and so on, partnership with other countries which are doing that already, actually. And also, we can really have more inclusive financial market, capital market, actually. And also, in terms of the continental free trade area, actually, but this one can help really invest in the infrastructure in the region, the total region actually, then that's real good for it. And also it can really help real local enterprises to boost real the production because they will get new sources of financing actually. And then the third one will be basically they can get more long-term financing because of the structure really of the financing. And then the last one is basically, if you look at Islamic finance, it is structured a lot around trade financing actually. You even have, Islamic trade finance, the product actually. Then that can also help because we know trade financing is a big, big issue actually for firms actually. Okay. Then basically there are some issue with it, right? Of course, it's not everything is rosy. One of the problem with Islamic finance is the transactions cost. Because of the regulatory, all the regulatory requirement and so on, then the cost can be relatively high actually. And the second one can be because extra compliance and so on. Then all this can be really costly actually. And also the idea of standardization, how to standardize it, to make it closer to what we are used to. That's another issue with it. And also the risk exposure. Because basically when we are in regular finance, I can use, for example, derivatives, right? I can use, for example, features. I can use the options in finance to do risk management. But all this in Islamic finance, you have to think through because not sure that they will be really compliant with actually the Sharia. Actually. Then the standard risk management tools we have, it's not clear that you can use them to manage your risk exposure actually. Then that's one of the issues also. And also sometimes they can be non-compatible with international laws like the Basel and so, for example, which is a regulation for banks. Then all this, you have to be careful about that actually. And of course, there is a skill problem, right? The skills, because you need some specific skills actually to be able to really play into that area actually. Then the skills are really related to know the Sharia laws, okay, because when you have to design the product, you have to be sure that they are compliant with the Sharia. And also, the risk, profit and loss sharing, mechanisms, you have to understand that. And also the understanding of the product themselves actually. Then those ones are really, key issues actually with them actually. And you see, in terms of regulation in the region, also there is lack of regulations in many of the countries actually with respect to Islamic financing actually. And that's also for the policymakers, you are really to think about it because only a few countries, but it's a really issue for many of the countries actually. And then with that, actually, I think I'm able now to conclude, okay, and then to go to the recommendations. Then to conclude, basically, just to summarize what I said, Islamic finance is really a financial system that provides Sharia compliant, actually, product and services to the financial sector, actually. Okay, which has to be based on the Sharia rules actually. And it's based on really interest-free financing, then you should not charge interest actually, and also profit and loss sharing actually. These are really the base principle of it. And it has experienced a growth, over the past decades actually, but of course the development in East Africa is limited by really, some of the issues I just cited actually, but there is a lot of growth potential actually in the region. Taking just simply the population itself, then you have a lot of potential actually. Then for recommendation here, actually, the first one will be basically the legal framework, actually, a regulatory framework, which is to be real design and well designed, actually. The second one, I think, actually, you have a lot of, we have some international organizations actually working on that, actually. Then the region can even join them to learn from the experience to be able, to have really the right framework in place, actually. And the third, one will be basically the curriculum of the universities, because we are talking about education, actually. Then to have skills and so on, then the education should include some of those, those training in the curriculum. And the last recommendation will be if you can have a really certificate training center for professionals, like we have currently the banking professionals, right? Then if we can have center to upgrade the skills really to be able to understand that, I think that will be something, really, useful actually. Then having said that, then Mrs. the Chair, then I'm done with that. Actually, then I will stop here because I took a lot of time, but it was useful. Well, thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. I hope that everyone is noting down their questions because there will be a discussion session before we leave this evening. So please take note of your questions. With that, I just want to thank you again, Professor, for a very intuitive presentation that has definitely paved the way for the next the next part of our session, which would be the panel discussions. And with that, I will hand over to Director Ms. Mamakita to serve as our moderator for this next phase. Thank you.
You want me to speak straight? Could you
Question from the floor here.
take a question of clarification before we go to the debate? Because, we don't want to lose that momentum, Lori. Otherwise, we're going to strike.
Yes. Okay. First of all, congratulations, Professor Somare. It's such a pleasure all the time to listen to you. Very insightful and powerful presentation. Really, thank you very much. So now I'm sure you will have a lot of questions, but before that, we will be interacting with several panelists from different backgrounds, from different roles in our societies, from policymakers to maybe researchers, to the private sector, of course. Panelists, I wanted to make it 2 panels, but I think that fit is at once, and of course, giving them the floors maybe in 2 batches. So my first panelist will be sitting in for Minister Nadir Hassan is Nicolas Setoup, also counselor on the Seychelles Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Nicolas, please. Attention, ça va? Are you okay? Okay. Second panelist that I would like to call is Dr. William, excuse me if I don't pronounce your name well, Ong Ose Ayub. He is manager, payment system development and support at the Bank of Tanzania. Please join us, sir. I would like to invite Professor Sumare himself to come and to respond to some of the questions, that will for sure be received here. I would like to invite Mr. Moubarak Lo. Monsieur Moubarak Lo, il est directeur général du bureau de prospective économique au bureau du Premier ministre de la République du Sénégal. We have someone from outside our region who is going to come and share with us some of what is happening outside Central and Eastern Africa. I would like to call on Mr. Kennedy Tumenta. He is Chief Economist, Africa Business Information Bank. All coming, yeah. Come, Monsieur Moubarak. Yeah. So these are my the first set of panel, and I will call also the representative of the private sector to come and join us. I would like to call why am I not seeing the Madame Choukri Abdillahi Mohamed. Eh bien, vous joindre à nous. Madame Choukri est CEO de l'Institut ISCAE. Elle est cofondatrice et présidente d'honneur de la CJED, fondatrice également et présidente de l'association Businesswoman Djibouti. Madame. Now, Mr. Nyasha Ntwega, Senior Regional Advisor, Innovative Finance and International Financial Institution Partnership World Food Program. Are you around? Please join us. Yeah. So I see another name here, but I think that we interacted, and Mrs. Agatha Juma, and I think you told me that you are in tomorrow's panel actually. So I'm not sure if I'm mistaken or is it today? Is it this one? Okay, so please come join us. Yeah, on va se pousser un petit peu. Oh, this side as well? And that's all. Okay. Okay. So thank you very much to you all for joining us. Some of you guys have been requested just in very short notice. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Again, a very insightful presentation. Sorry, I need to post this one. Really, the need of financing Africa's youth, financing Africa's startups. This morning, we have gone through all the multiple crises that the continent is facing, that our sub-regions are facing. We are talking here about building resilience, diversifying, growing our economies. It does not go without investment. It does not go without innovation. And the youth is a powerful engine for innovation, and they need to be financed. And yet, unemployment rate among them is huge. We heard the representative of the youth in this meeting, maybe today. He mentioned that they don't have incomes. They have difficulties accessing finance. Either accessing or the cost will be prohibitive. And yet, the role that they can play or they need to play is extremely important. we have exhausted our traditional means of financing. We still need to explore until we get there, until they play a very powerful role, until we, provide more opportunity to startups in the continent to contribute to investment, to contribute to production. We're talking about AFCFTA. AFCFTA is not about trading only. It's about producing what we are going to trade. We are not going to import from outside the continent and bring it and trade it. So we have to increase production capacities, and financing is a big gap. We heard many of you today about improving the business environment. When you ask business people, one of the main challenges is access to finance, and it is our duty to discuss this issue. Hence the session of today. Again, we thank very much Professor Sumari to have accepted to work with us to a little bit the area of those three areas that he speaks to: fintech, crypto, and Islamic finance. We've seen that there is a lot of potential. This means can help the private sector, can help SMEs, and he mentioned that there is a study actually showing that some of those means are even better than traditional financing means. So it is important to look at them, to discuss them, to share experiences, what is happening in different countries, so that everybody leave this meeting after 4 days of new insight of what they can help their country with. So again, thank you very much. And now I'm going to start my set of questions with you first, Nicolas. Yeah. So you seem to be also a little bit in the area from what the little that I gathered chatting with you. Yes. So concretely, what potential do you see in those fintech, crypto, and possibly Islamic finance to be additional option to widen the options that are out there to finance startups and also to finance African youth or investor as a whole? Share your perspective on that, please. Sorry.
First of all, good afternoon to everyone. It is a real honor to be able to take a few minutes and share a bit from the Seychelles perspective and try and explain a little bit about the journey, some of the challenges we've faced in Seychelles, and now what are some of the opportunities. I think if I may just take a step back, and if we go back to first principles and we look at, as Professor Sumari has highlighted, what are the real pain points that we are trying to address through the use of fintech? If we really take that step back and go down to the grassroots levels, we realize that ultimately all of our countries, in any country around the world, the main aim of fintech is to solve the pain points. And if we target on each of our pain points in our specific jurisdictions, and we focus on the solutions with laser precise focus there, I think this is where we can really deliver change. And from the Seychelles perspective as well, we are starting to work in that direction. I'm currently in the private sector, but in my previous role, I worked at the central bank. And I started working there and collaborating with different entities. And one of the areas what we looked at was we did a baseline survey in 2017 to look at access to formal financial services. And it was found that then we had a 94% banked rate. So the conclusion that we drew from that baseline survey was that access itself to formal financial services channels was not the key problem. Education was a challenge. However, the survey also revealed that even though access was easy because the islands are small, it does not mean that people are using the most efficient route to access those formal financial services. For example, people would get paid, and the minute they get paid, you go down to the bank. In the next few days, if you go to town in Victoria, you will see that there are long queues outside the banks. So people tend to like transacting in cash for various reasons. But I think we need to go deeper and figure out what are these key reasons, why they don't necessarily trust the digital channels, and then figure out how do we actually address those issues. So in terms of using fintech, it's a means to solving problems which society is currently facing. It's a means of simplifying access and also giving people that confidence that they need to use. And one of the areas that we've spoken of at the Chamber of Commerce is as we go onto this digitalization journey, how do we ensure inclusivity? We have a very diverse mix of population, ethnic areas
all mixed in together, a melting pot of cultures, as we call it in Seychelles. So how do we ensure that women are very well empowered in Seychelles? If you look at the Seychelles landscape, you will see that women lead a lot of the organizations. The governor of the central bank, for example, is a woman. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, you really saw that leadership come through. So having strong women like this in powerful position shows that we have that gender diversity. But how do we ensure that not only do we have the gender diversity, but that we also have a whole plethora of distribution, uniform distribution across different age groups? How do we ensure that not only the youths are able to use digital financial services, how do we ensure that also the senior citizens are brought on board as well, so that they don't have to give their debit cards over to a stranger and give their PIN for them to withdraw money from an ATM? How do we ensure that we solve these problems? And if you look at the fintech space, this is exactly what we're aiming to address. There are other areas that we can address through crypto, and I'm happy to discuss more in length. I think I don't want to take too much time. I'm already taking a bit long. But to ensure that we use the distributed ledger technology through various means, Professor Sumari has spoken a lot about how DLT, distributed ledger technology, on which cryptocurrencies are typically based, can be used to enforce transparency. No Bitcoin transaction ever done out there is actually anonymous. You can see each and every transaction on the ledger, and this is publicly available. So the challenge is we can't necessarily link it to the right identity of the person controlling that wallet. But how do we, for instance, have a national registry, and all the while being sure that we do not impinge upon someone's privacy? So there are various use cases, and it would be interesting to hear from the other panel, from the other members, to hear what are you experiencing in your jurisdictions and how you're using the distributed ledger technology beyond mainly cryptocurrencies. And interestingly enough, as we go in the area of diversity, how do we ensure that we also have uniform access to all segments of the population, regardless of the specific requirements of that area? For example, we've spoken about Islamic finance, ensuring that inclusivity there for the whole population. So these are some of the areas that I think is really interesting, and I'm looking forward to some of the other discussions to hear what the different jurisdictions are facing, what are some of the challenges, and most importantly, how do we come together and learn from these lessons and put those into practice? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now, I would like to call on Mr. Kennedy Tumenta, Chief Economist, Africa Business Information Bank. Mr. Tumenta? Yeah, okay, good. And you have a mic. Thank you for joining us in this panel. Mr. Tumenta, like I said, Africa's population is very youthful. We see a lot of enthusiasm for these cryptocurrencies. However, Professor Sumari highlighted that it is very risky assets, but people go for it. And also, there are also many providers. I was so surprised to hear that we have 20,000 of this platform going there. So what are the reasons for this enthusiasm? How is the situation actually? You're from Tanzania, right? Cameroon, sorry. So what is happening in Cameroon? What drives these things? Are they not seeing the risk, or is it so profitable? Tell us about your own insight about this question.
Thank you very much. I think that one of the fundamental issues in entrepreneurial spirit is access to finance, according to certain research. But of course, when you dive deep down into the reality, it's not really access to finance. It's about managing the finances. So, of course, if you look at the landscape of entrepreneurship within the Central African region, let me give you the statistics. If you look at Fortune 500 enterprises, that means the 500 best enterprises in the world, in Central Africa, you don't have one. If you look at 100 best companies in Africa, you don't have one company from Central Africa. You have a problem. And That problem tells you that there is an opportunity on our side. And that is what the youths we are capturing. But now let me tell you the other side of the story. Most of our economies are dominated by the informal sector. So we have in Cameroon and some of the countries, approximately 70 to 80% are dominated by the informal sector. So if we're innovative finances, we should be looking at financing who? Which groups are we financing? Fintech should finance who? Are they going to finance those of our parents, the mothers, the informal sector, so that they can come out for the inclusive finances? And I think, as Professor actually mentioned, we're having some difficulties in that part. Of course, the demographic transformations with the youth, the digital millennia, we call them digital millennia, the young people, they have access, they are looking for something. Of course, there is inclusivity in that part. So what we are seeing in the Central African market is that there is a search for resources to actually finance creativity and innovations. And of course, we have seen in the last years, Cameroon, Gabon, Congo, we have seen young people raising money in the international financial market to finance their activities. We have seen the rise of fintech, but again, we have to be very in encouraging the use of certain type of fintech for certain type of population, especially uneducated population, because we still have international scamming coming on. They are not educated, and because they don't have the right information to be the right information to make informed decision, we have a problem. So let's talk about a new type of a banking system, because we're talking about innovative finance. We look at these situations in the past, and what did we discover? When we talk about the African continental free trade, the financial system, who do we want to finance? Can an enterprise in Cameroon actually trade with an enterprise in Seychelles? If we have the regulatory framework, everything, can they trade? Yes and no. Let me go to the no. I don't know this person. We don't know if it's credible, it's traceable. I don't have the information about the company, so how do I trade with? So if we are talking about innovative finances, Islamic banking, let's go back to principles of financing. And Africans develop great principles of financing. We should go back there. It's just two things. My great-grandmother and a great-grandfather kept his will in the bank and kept his money in the bank. The will, if I die, this is what I expect it to be done. What is that? Credible information. With credible information, we can do banking on that. And that is why we said an African needs a new type of banking system adapted to its reality. Do we have the right information? Can we use information as a financial currency? That is what digital currency and all the digital platforms are doing. But how do we come out with a new banking system that is based on information financing on four things? One, can we do the traceability and credibility of what is happening in our different villages? If we can do that, can we actually connect these people? Yes. Do they have the right competencies? No. That's where the principle of Islamic banking come in, risk sharing, capacity building, make sure that we help them to grow. The Ubuntu principles. Let's help them to grow. The second part is, can they be visible? Can we put them on a platform so each and every African can actually pick up a partner and bank with? And the last part is where the transaction takes place. Can we connect them, e-commerce and so on? That is where the principle of information banking come in. We need financial currency based on information, not just on sharing specific assets. So I think that what we are seeing, especially in the Central African market, there is a lot of innovations. People are creating new networks to exchange services, exchange competencies, and they tend to convert this to reduce the enormous transaction cost. So in fact, what we are seeing is that countries, to make sure that we can tap in and push in this innovative and entrepreneurial creativity, we need to build what we call national champions. We have a problem. We are not picking up those young champions within our countries to let them lead the digital transformation. We are not taking them up. So I think that what we need to do is to get back into our different countries, look at what is happening, pick up the innovative financial role models, young startup banks, and then we finance them. We make them to become national champions, because from national champion, we can go up to regional champions and continental champions. So I think that the youth are willing, as the youth president actually said, they are willing they have this innovative and creative spirit. The regulatory frameworks are not there to make sure that they should be able to move forward. But in the Central African market, we have started seeing a certain growth in cross-border fintech technology, and we think that that's the right way.
Thank you very much for that. You say that traceability, transparency is important to build credibility and to improve the usage of these means. Monsieur Moubaraklo, je voudrais me tourner vers vous. Vous venez du Sénégal, vous jouez un rôle important dans la prospective. Regardez les possibilités futures de développement. La jeunesse est le centre du développement, on va dire. On cherche des moyens de financement pour eux. Les PME sont le moteur du développement dans l'ensemble des pays, aussi bien, surtout africains, mais également ailleurs. En Afrique, ils représentent plus de 80% du PIB. Lorsqu'on parle avec eux, ils parlent toujours de cette affaire, de ce problème d'accès au financement. Et on a l'émergence de tous ces outils digitaux ou numériques. Et donc, on aimerait savoir qu'est-ce qui se passe au Sénégal présentement. Comment est-ce que les PME se financent? Comment est-ce qu'elles ont recours à ces possibilités numériques, à cette fintech-là? Et l'environnement réglementaire aussi, comment est-ce qu'il est organisé au Sénégal? Le professeur Soumaré a parlé d'un vide réglementaire et légal. Et est-ce que c'est... À vous.
Merci beaucoup. Bon, comme vous avez parlé en français, je vais parler en français. Ça permet aussi aux francophones de ne pas utiliser le casque. Oui, effectivement, les PME, je parlerai plutôt de l'Afrique de l'Ouest parce que nous avons une banque centrale régionale. Comme vous le savez, la banque centrale des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, donc qui regroupe 8 pays, Sénégal, Côte d'Ivoire, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Togo, Guinée-Bissau. Et donc, la réglementation est faite à ce niveau, au niveau de la Banque centrale. Je dois dire que jusqu'à aujourd'hui, on a, disons, un marché dual. Nous avons le système bancaire classique. Moi-même, je suis un banquier à mes heures perdues parce que je suis membre du conseil d'administration d'une des plus grandes banques ivoiriennes. Je ne vais pas la citer, mais je suis donc banquier à mes heures perdues. Et le deuxième, c'est la microfinance, qui est très développée chez nous, qui s'adresse beaucoup à ceux qui sont exclus du système financier classique. Parce que comme vous le savez, dans le système classique, on demande beaucoup de garanties, mais le taux d'intérêt est beaucoup plus bas. Parce que bon, une entreprise bien installée peut avoir des taux à 8%, alors que dans la microfinance, ça peut aller très haut, jusqu'à 16%, parfois même 22%. Si vous faites le calcul réel, vous pouvez avoir jusqu'à 22% de taux d'intérêt. Et donc, principalement, les PME, disons, les micro-entreprises, je dirais, ont le choix entre soit se formaliser, mais être capable de donner des garanties et de présenter aussi une profitabilité, parce que le banquier, il ne finance que s'il est sûr qu'il y a la profitabilité, ou bien se retourner vers la microfinance, mais avec des taux élevés. Je dois dire qu'il y a beaucoup de possibilités aujourd'hui dans le système de la microfinance, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de ressources disponibles et elles sont très agressives dans la recherche de la clientèle. Ce n'est pas souvent le client qui va vers eux, ils vont dans les... Bon, je suis maire aussi à mes heures perdues. Donc, voilà, c'est quelque chose que je vois dans les villages. Ils viennent, ils approchent les populations, etc. Bon, maintenant, il y a l'émergence des fintech. Quand on parle fintech, comme disait tout à l'heure le professeur Souaré, on passe au Bitcoin. Mais dans nos pays, il y a la monnaie électronique qui est très développée. Ce qui fait qu'aujourd'hui, pratiquement 40% de la population dans notre région utilise la monnaie électronique. D'ailleurs, la Banque centrale a défini récemment une réglementation en la matière, donc qui donne cours légal à l'émission de monnaie électronique, qui permet même maintenant au pouvoir public de le faire. Maintenant, les trésors publics peuvent émettre de la monnaie électronique. Nous avons également des acteurs très dynamiques, dont une qui vient d'arriver, qui s'appelle Wave, qui est en train de révolutionner le marché, qui a eu un accord comme pour être un établissement de monnaie électronique, et elle n'a ni système de télécommunication, ni système financier. Donc, c'est quelque chose d'assez révolutionnaire. Donc, c'est la première institution qui bénéficie de cette possibilité. Et ça permet aux ménages de faire de l'épargne. C'est-à-dire, bon, le slogan qu'ils utilisent, c'est « votre argent vous appartient ». C'est révolutionnaire. Ça veut dire que si vous déposez, vous pouvez, après 6 mois, revenir, vous allez dans n'importe quel guichet, on vous remet l'argent que vous aviez mis. Alors que dans les systèmes classiques qui existaient jusqu'ici, vous allez perdre un peu d'argent. Donc, il y a des frais. Ici, il n'y a pas de frais. Bon, vous pouvez payer aussi les frais d'électricité, d'eau, d'accès au péage, sans avoir à payer aucun intérêt dessus ou des frais. Et donc, je pense que ce type d'initiative permettra de démocratiser l'accès au système financier. Pas encore peut-être l'aspect au financement, parce que jusqu'à présent, Wave, dont je parlais tout à l'heure, ne fait pas du crédit. Il y a d'autres institutions qui le font en Afrique. Donc, pour l'instant, ça permet quand même de faire de l'épargne et de faire également du transfert à un taux unique. Et donc, ça permet de bancariser, en quelque sorte, le secteur informel et également ceux qui sont exclus du système financier. La banque islamique aussi, le financement islamique, le système de financement islamique fait son chemin, mais de manière très timide. Je dois dire que les pouvoirs publics ont été beaucoup plus ambitieux que le secteur privé, parce que l'État du Sénégal a fait ce qu'on appelle un soukouk. Ils ont lancé des obligations soukouk, donc avec le financement islamique. Ça permet de capter les capitaux des pays du Golfe qui sont excédentaires, mais également, il y a des investisseurs qui souhaitent diversifier leur financement, parce que contrairement, disons, à l'entendement, le financement islamique n'est pas qu'islamique. Il y a beaucoup d'acteurs qui n'ont rien d'islamique, qui investissent dans la finance islamique. En revanche, le secteur bancaire classique est très timide. J'ai vu que Ecobank essaie de créer une dynamique dans la matière, mais il n'y a pas une seule banque que je connais, à part la banque islamique, qui n'a vocation que le financement islamique, qui a un guichet financement islamique. Alors que si vous allez en Asie, en Malaisie, toutes les banques malaisiennes, ils vont vous présenter un guichet financement islamique qui permet donc de pouvoir répondre à la demande d'une certaine clientèle. Bon, les entreprises également, jusqu'à présent, c'est très timide, il n'y a pas d'obligation lancée par des entreprises sur les marchés financiers avec des soukouks islamiques. Bon, je m'en arrête là en attendant.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lo, pour ce partage, surtout le segment finance islamique. C'est fascinant de savoir que dans certains pays, toutes les banques essaient de capter ce segment de la clientèle qui serait intéressée par ces produits assez spécifiques de la finance. Merci beaucoup. Now, I would like to turn to Dr. William Ayub, Manager, Payment Systems Development and Support, Bank of Tanzania. See you, huh? Okay, so welcome. Professor Sumari shared with us that we see more and more some central banks that are interested in, issuing their own cryptocurrency, such as Nigeria has the e-Naira. And this comes maybe as a kind of tool of stabilization, because also he shared that cryptocurrency can be very, very risky. You don't have much control. And just would like to know what is happening in Tanzania. Second is also he showed that as part of the big family of, let's say, fintech, the more popular right now are the ones serving for payment system and remittances or transfer of money. Again, what kind of solution or facilities are you offering in Tanzania, and how is that helping SMEs in your country?
Thank you so much. Actually, for the case of CBDC, as you know, for the case of CBDC, central bank digital currency, the origin of CBDC was mainly to counter the rising cryptocurrencies. As you understand, in early of the years, there was this Libra digital currency that were cryptocurrencies that were issued by Facebook company. So it became so popular and it was massively adopted. So the central banks come together to see what they can do in order to counter those massive adoption of cryptocurrencies, which most of them are not regulated. And most of the jurisdiction do not have tools to monitor and regulate cryptocurrencies. So they decided to come up with central bank digital currencies. However, apart from countering those, there was also a need to investigate further. Will it exactly central bank digital currencies counter the existence of cryptocurrencies? Or what other problem or market failure that the central bank digital currencies can address? So that thing is still, until to date, it is not much clear. And that's why you see most of the central bank are still at research stage. They are trying to research what problems, apart from countering cryptocurrencies, they can address. It's, in some cases, it is thought that it can address the issues of financial inclusion. It can increase financial inclusion to some extent because of, since it will be issued digitally, and it will foster penetration of money to some remote area compared to the use of cash and the other means of payments. Apart from that, it also, they see that central bank digital currency, it can also facilitate the cross-border payments. Since as of now, we depend on what we call intermediaries or correspondence arrangement, that one nation must have correspondence make to another country so that it can facilitate transfers. So with central bank digital currency, it can be a direct transfer of money from one country to another without involving those counterparts. But apart from that, that is for the case of cross-border payments. But when you come to local, actually to within the country, if you go to that model of direct transfer, there's like two models that can be applied, which is the direct central bank digital currency, whereby the central bank issues the currency directly to the final consumer, or to use through the intermediaries, like the normal commercial banks. So there are still some of them, they are trying to see how they can adopt the wholesale, which we say that the central bank can issue the currency to the commercial banks, and then commercial banks distribute to the normal citizens. But the other, they're trying to see how that can be directly issued from the central bank to the final citizens. But it also comes with challenges. It can increase the workload to the central bank, and also it can kill the role of the intermediaries. So that's why going with the central bank is something that is real need to be with careful, so that to see which model you can really apply. especially if you go like in East Africa, most of the countries have already a large penetration of mobile money. There's a lot of penetration of mobile money, and it has done quite a good job in increasing financial inclusion to the citizens. So we are trying to see what real the market failure or the problem that is there, so that can be addressed with central bank digital currency. So in Tanzania, we are still in researching and to see we learn experience from other countries. You know, some other countries, they are a bit faster in adopting the central bank digital currency because some of them, they don't have like large penetration of mobile money. But for the case of Tanzania, mobile money has a very large penetration, and they've done a quite significant influence in increasing financial inclusion and making digital payment much faster. So we are still in slow pace. We are still researching and to see what the best can be done on that aspect. When we go to the other issue of about fintechs, actually, as we say that we have already a good network of mobile money operators. And so far, we can say almost the entire country, except some few areas of rural areas where there's a big challenge of internet and some electricity. But actually, the government is doing quite a good job in doing rural electrification. And also, we have a special dedicated fund. We call it Universal Access Communication Fund, which is using to increase penetration of internet and also mobile services to the rural areas. So together with the fintech, we are now, as a central bank, we are issuing a lot of licenses to different companies who are interested to innovate and develop payment systems products, and also in other areas like in insurance. So most of the fintechs in Tanzania, they're based on payment platforms, and also some of them are in the health sector and also in the insurance. So they are doing good, but we still have a long way to go, because as we understand, fintech is quite new to our areas, and most of our regulatory aspects was covering the conventional ways, and we're excluding the fintechs. So we are keep on reviewing the regulations, and also we planning to do more on those ways to accommodate the fintechs. But this one, it's a takeaway for both of us. As we know, this thing it requires collaboration among the member states, and it's very key for the states to have a common like regulatory frameworks for these fintechs, because they cover cross-border transaction, they cover cross-border issuance of services. So it's very essential for also us to participate.
Thank you very much for that. It's good to have a perspective from a central bank. Now we are going to have conversation with our private sector representative, and also the question also that is going to be addressed to our colleague from understand WFG. Yeah, World Food Program. Yeah, okay. So, je vais commencer par Madame Choukri. Madame Choukri, bienvenue dans ce panel, bienvenue dans notre conférence tout court. On est heureux de vous revoir. Alors, vous êtes une femme très dynamique, sorry. No, I'm going to start with her and then I will come to you. Thank you. Yeah. Donc, Madame Choukri, je disais que vous êtes une femme dynamique, vous avez plusieurs casquettes. Et donc, on aimerait vous entendre. Quels sont vos défis personnels, les défis de vos autres collègues du secteur privé en matière d'accès au financement, le financement de vos activités? J'imagine que vous avez la tête pleine de projets, d'ambitions et tout ça. Mais concrètement, quels sont les freins? Quelles sont également les opportunités que vous avez? On a aussi entendu le professeur Soumaré nous dire que Djibouti est l'un des pays d'Afrique de l'Est qui a le plus recours à la finance islamique. Est-ce que vous avez une expérience directe ou indirecte avec ce type de financement-là?
Merci Madame Kita. Bonjour tout le monde. Merci aussi de m'accueillir dans ce panel. Comme vous avez eu déjà la présentation, je suis Madame Choukri Abdillahi, je suis une femme entrepreneur. J'ai fondé aussi le club de jeunes entrepreneurs et aussi le Business Women, qui est une association des femmes entrepreneurs. Donc, j'œuvre pour la promotion des PME, des jeunes et des femmes à Djibouti. Donc, c'est vrai qu'aujourd'hui, le problème des PME et le premier problème de toute entreprise avant tout, et ensuite les PME, c'est le financement. Donc, je vais répondre à cette question en deux volets. Donc, le premier volet, c'est le financement classique, dont recourent souvent, le plus souvent, les entreprises PME. Donc, aujourd'hui, nous voyons que les PME sont plus timides ou se sentent désavantagées par rapport aux grandes entreprises lorsqu'il faut accéder à des financements classiques. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y a aussi le manque de fonds de garantie. Donc, ils n'ont pas assez de garantie. Leurs services ou leurs entreprises qui viennent de démarrer n'ont pas des revenus assez fiables. Donc, le fonds de commerce qu'ils ont ne peut pas garantir un financement. Il y a aussi le manque d'expertise parce qu'aujourd'hui, toutes les jeunes entrepreneurs ou les femmes n'ont pas cette expertise sur la lecture des états financiers. Donc, lire un état financier, comprendre et proposer, demander un financement à la banque est assez difficile. Et puis, il y a aussi le problème de ce PME qui sont plus dans les secteurs informels. Donc, ils évoluent plus dans le secteur informel que dans le secteur formel. Donc, je pense que c'est les mêmes points pour tous les pays d'Afrique. Et puis après, il y a eu cet financement innovant, la technologie. Donc, à Djibouti, c'est un marché qui commence à se préparer très doucement et prudemment. Donc, on n'a pas encore cette facilité d'en parler les autres pays d'Afrique et surtout les PME. Mais pour ce qui est du financement islamique, oui, là, on a vraiment eu... on a le financement islamique chez nous qui commence à prendre de l'ampleur. Pourquoi? Pour un premier point, nous sommes un pays musulman, donc 100% musulman. Et les jeunes ou les femmes sont plus orientées vers ce financement pour échapper à plusieurs, comment dirais-je, plusieurs intérêts, donc plusieurs cas des conditions des banques financières ou les banques conventionnées, qui est l'intérêt. Donc, l'intérêt dans le charia qu'avait expliqué le professeur tout à l'heure, le financement islamique est basé sur d'abord la charia islamique. Donc, le respect mutuel entre la banque et le demandeur. Ensuite, elle ne répond pas à tout ce qui est business illicite. Donc, pour nous, tout ce qui est drogue, alcool, la vente de tout ce qui va avec, c'est vraiment le financement islamique ne prend pas en compte. Donc, les financements islamiques vont vers l'immobilier, l'achat des crédits bail, donc des matériels et tout. Et c'est à partir de là que les PME, et que ce soit dirigé par des femmes ou par des jeunes, se sont retournés vers le financement islamique. Personnellement, j'ai 2 entreprises. Je suis la fondatrice de la première institut d'enseignement supérieur privé à Djibouti et depuis 12 ans, donc j'ai créé en 2011. Et mes premiers financements étaient le financement islamique. Donc, j'ai pu bénéficier de financement islamique, c'est-à-dire de m'octroyer, de m'acheter tous les matériels de travail, donc c'est-à-dire équiper tous mes salles, payer le loyer, prendre en charge. Donc, tout ça, c'est le financement islamique réellement. Ensuite, j'ai eu un deuxième recours au financement islamique, c'était de construire des espaces beaucoup plus larges pour l'Institut, donc agrandir un peu l'Institut. Donc, ils ont financé la construction des salles de conférence ou des salles de cours. Le troisième financement islamique que je viens tout juste de prendre, c'est pour créer une nouvelle entreprise qui va œuvrer dans le domaine de la logistique, donc la distribution dans les régions. Toujours dans les régions, pas les régions de l'Afrique, mais plutôt juste dans les régions intérieures du pays. Et ce financement m'a permis d'acheter des camions, des fourgonnettes, mais aussi le matériel dont j'avais besoin pour mon entreprise. Donc, voilà un peu le financement. Donc, c'est quoi exactement? Qu'est-ce qui nous pousse vraiment à aller vers ce financement? Premièrement, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, c'est une discussion, donc c'est un mutuel accord entre le banquier et le demandeur de financement. Ensuite, ce prêt que vous avez pris, c'est une entente d'un montant de remboursement qui, avec le temps, ne va pas évoluer avec le temps. Donc, ça reste le même montant du jour où vous avez demandé et qu'on vous a octroyé le financement jusqu'à la fin de votre remboursement. Par exemple, si vous avez des retards de paiement d'1 mois, 2 mois, 3 mois, dans le financement classique, il y a les pénalités. Ici, il n'y a pas de pénalité. Donc, vous revenez toujours au même montant à payer le moment où vous reprenez. Et c'est ça les avantages. Ensuite, il y a un troisième point qui est très important, c'est si vous avez, par exemple, s'il y a une inflation, s'il y a un problème et crise économique dans le pays, le montant de remboursement que vous deviez rembourser auprès de la banque ne va toujours pas changer. Donc, vous êtes beaucoup plus avantageux. Après, il y a le financement islamique participatif. Donc, c'est-à-dire que la banque va participer auprès de votre entreprise. Elle sera actionnaire auprès de votre entreprise. Une fois qu'elle est actionnaire, vous allez commencer à rembourser et plus le taux de remboursement, je veux dire pas vraiment le taux, mais le montant de remboursement diminue, la banque se retire donc avec le taux que vous avez engagé dès le départ. Donc, voilà un peu, si j'explique un peu au gros, je laisse les experts aller plus, mais moi, en tant qu'entrepreneur, c'est ce qui m'a attirée dans le financement. Et aujourd'hui, j'accompagne les membres de notre association des femmes entrepreneurs et de club des jeunes entrepreneurs à développer ou extendre leurs entreprises auprès du financement islamique. Voilà à peu près ma petite contribution. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Choukri. Ceci est très riche. Je comprends que vous avez déjà eu 3 fois recours à la finance islamique à travers trois activités ou 3 grands projets et ça semble bien vous réussir. Donc, ça semble donc être confirmé comme une option définitivement à explorer par beaucoup de jeunes. Et merci pour le coaching que vous faites auprès de certains de vos concitoyens pour les aider à des moyens de financement pour innover, pour soutenir les économies. J'ai envie de poser une question de curiosité juste rapidement. Professeur Soumaré a dit que ça pouvait être une solution pour avoir du financement de long terme. Dans votre cas, c'est quoi les termes? C'est des financements que vous devez rembourser en combien de temps? 3 ans, 5 ans, au-delà de 5 ans, 1 an? Est-ce que c'est vraiment des financements de long terme?
La question est pour moi. Donc, les financements sont souvent pas vraiment à long terme, mais donc, je peux dire moyen terme, donc 5 à 7 ans. C'est vraiment sur ce terme-là, sur ce temps-là, que le financement islamique est basé. De 5 à 7 ans, les banques islamiques vous donnent les moyens de pouvoir rembourser. Parce que c'est vous qui avez choisi d'abord le montant à rembourser l'année. Il n'y a pas une exigence auprès Après, tout dépend du montant, du volume de montant que vous avez demandé. Donc, si le volume est très élevé et que vous proposez un montant très, très faible, non, la banque reviendra encore pour vous demander de passer, pour ne pas avoir un taux, ou je veux dire un temps de durée de plus de 10 années. Voilà. Donc, je pense que vous connaissez aussi le dépôt islamique. Est-ce que vous connaissez aussi le dépôt islamique? Le dépôt islamique, c'est une autre façon de travailler avec la banque islamique. Donc, si vous avez un peu d'argent dans votre compte d'épargne, donc ça concerne les comptes d'épargne, vous négociez avec la banque, vous lui dites, voilà, j'ai un peu d'argent dans le compte d'épargne. Le temps que cet argent est dans mon compte, j'investis une entreprise. Je redonne cet argent au banquier qui va utiliser dans une entreprise X ou Y que moi, je ne connais pas. Et à la fin de chaque année, il me reversera. C'est comme si j'étais actionnaire dans une entreprise dont je ne connaissais pas avec le peu d'argent que j'avais dans une compte d'épargne. Donc ça aussi, c'est ce qu'on appelle le dépôt islamique.
D'accord, donc ils font travailler votre argent et on vous rémunère avec ça. Donc, merci beaucoup. Très riche intervention. Déjà, 5 à 7 ans, c'est beaucoup plus que la moyenne qu'on trouve en Afrique. Donc, ça demeure une option vraiment viable à explorer par les jeunes et les moins jeunes entrepreneurs. Maintenant, je vais m'adresser à la deuxième dame de notre panel, Mrs. Agatha Juma, Head of Public-Private Dialogue, Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Am I correct? Yeah. So welcome to our meeting first and to this panel. We are very happy to have you. Again, so in your viewpoint, what are the main challenges that SMEs are facing in Kenya and maybe beyond in accessing finance, mainly traditional finance, and how can innovative finance improve the situation from what you have heard, from what you know also?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. So Kenya, I don't think Kenya is a unique case in access to finance for SMEs, because traditional finance was, number one, not meant to support SMEs. Traditional finance, traditional banking, my colleague from Cameroon here has said Africa needs a new banking system, because when famous or infamous entrepreneurs said bankers are uninspiring and boring, because traditionally finance training is about risk. So the challenge facing SMEs in Kenya and the challenge facing SMEs in Africa is liquidity. When you go to traditional banking, traditional finance institutions, they want collateral. And most SMEs, by their very nature, do not have collateral. If they did have collateral, they would be large enterprises. So the challenge facing SMEs is old, archaic, boring, uninspiring financial systems. And it doesn't matter where the financing is coming from, whether it's domestic finance or international financing, they all come from. We exist to protect money from risk, which then means it does not allow for growth. And hence the exciting times we're in with fintech and with cryptocurrencies, and with central banks, which, as the colleague from Tanzania said, e-currencies were put up by central banks, most of them, to counter the growth of cryptocurrencies. So what could change is creativity and innovation from central bankers, especially, which is hard, but it's not impossible. To allow finance to go to SMEs, we need bankers who think differently, which is an oxymoron in itself, saying bankers can think differently, but it's been done. In Kenya, Safaricom, Vodacom is widely touted for being innovators in fintech and mobile money with M-Pesa. The truth actually is, we would not have M-Pesa and mobile money if it wasn't for a central banker who this idea was brought to. And he said, let's observe and see what happens to it. We would not have mobile money in Africa today, in Kenya, let me not say in Africa, if Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, who was the governor of the central bank in Kenya, had not allowed it to grow and said, let's see where this thing goes. And regulation then followed M-Pesa's growth, put regulation before that. And we're fortunate as a country that he has now been appointed the cabinet secretary in charge of finance. But SMEs in Kenya, in the continent, in Eastern Central Africa would really benefit from bankers who can think differently. There's many answers to how we can get more money into SMEs, but the biggest is central bankers who think differently.
Thank you so much. Very clear. A call to central bankers. Please allow innovation before setting regulations. Please stop being boring, be more inspiring. So this is a message to all of you to carry to your respective countries. Thank you so much. I think we are left with the colleague from WFP, Mr. Nyasha Ntegwa, Senior Regional Advisor, Innovative Financing and International Financial Institution Partnership. You work for the World Food Program. Interesting. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Quick question. Is this your duty station or you came from?
No, I'm based in South Africa.
In South Africa?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for coming. So basically, the same question to you. Huh? No, I'm mistaken. Sorry. WFP? Yeah, actually, it's the same question that is planned for you also. Let me check. How can those fintech contribute to facilitating cross-border trade as a payment system, and especially in the context of the AFCFTA that we all want to promote? And yes, what do you see for the role for ECA or for any other UN agency to contribute to facilitate those fintech as a means of facilitating trade, facilitating a payment? I don't know if this is, I'm mixed up with my papers a little bit, if this is a question that will really, for us to get the most of you on this subject. Yeah, is this
yes,
okay?
That's all right.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I believe most of you are surprised, WFP, on this panel talking about fintechs and crypto and Islamic finance. My name is Nyasha Mutengwa, and I just moved to our regional bureau in Johannesburg for Southern Africa. Previously, I was in our headquarters in Rome as the global head on innovative financing. And I have a banking background in South Africa and in Europe. And therefore, I'm often invited to speak on the topic of innovative financing, although my area of specialization is blended finance and climate finance. However, this is a conversation that I believe is vital, and I hope to be able to contribute meaningfully to it. So with respect to the CFTA, I believe it's one of the monumental decisions that the African Union has taken since its establishment. And it opens many opportunities. However, to be able to leverage the potential of the CFTA, I believe there is need to advance our own financial systems, particularly on two components. The first is the movement of capital. And I believe this is an area where innovative financing can play a role. Most of our SMEs on the continent, which form the bulk of our businesses, are financed through credit, so either microfinance institutions or banks. And of course, we all know that credit, as my sister was just talking about, comes with very limited flexibility, and you need to put collateral to be able to access most forms of credit. And I believe there is room for innovation to move towards attracting more flexible forms of funding or financing. Globally, we have $124 trillion in public equities, and we have around $9 trillion in private equity. Yet less than 1% of that capital is accessible or is available to African companies. So how can we create conducive environments for which our own companies would be able to tap into the global capital markets for private equity and public equities. And with that, be competitive regionally and globally, and therefore fuel the potential that the CFTA presents. The second element is on the transaction element, or on the transaction component, where if you are across the border between Zimbabwe and Zambia, and even though there was a platform to buy a commodity from the other side, the clearance process and the settlement systems would take at least a week to clear. And then the logistics, even though it's maybe 500 meters apart, the logistics of just crossing that border would maybe take another 1 week or 2 weeks. And I believe these are challenges to which fintechs can contribute. How can we harmonize our customs systems on the platform on the continent? How can we integrate our banking systems on the continent? My brother talked about the data economy, financial data. How can we ensure that a trader on the Zimbabwean side has the same information as the one on the Zambian side? And with that, we reduce the risk premium. And if you can lower the risk premium, you also lower the cost of financing, and you bring efficiency in the movement and settlement of trade. So thank you, Madam Chair. And sorry, I remember you had a component on ECA's role. And my sincere gratitude to the team from ECA for the invitation to be part of this conference. I just want to say that ECA sits on a very strategic position in terms of the development of our own continent. And advancing the policy dialogue around some of these challenges we are facing is critical. And also demonstrating through data to policymakers what is the potential in terms of certain policies. If we talk of free trade coupled with free movement of capital, there's going to be a loss of sovereignty, because if you are going to share your data, be it business or private individual data across borders, that is a sacrifice on a part of a country. But if you can show the benefit to the policymakers of doing so, of sacrificing a component of their sovereignty to be able to advance economically, I believe you'd have more on that bandwagon towards free movement of goods and free movement of capital. And I believe that is the critical role that the ECA can play. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. This is insightful. Improving on trade information, asymmetry of information is critical. And thank you very much on helping us with what ECA can do to continue to contribute to this policy dialogue. And we are glad to be of help here. Before I give the floor for some Q&A, I would like now to ask my final panelist, maybe Professor Sumari. This cryptocurrency is still scary for many central banks, although we have discussed all its potential, the risk of instability, the volatility that it poses. So can you share more about what is happening with advanced countries? What are their experience? What is the level of openness they are giving to this cryptocurrency for not private people, but from central banks actually? And what should our developing countries adopt? It's not a yes or no question, but just to guide a little bit. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Amina, for this question. Let me just come back on the regulatory issue again. I mean, I'm really glad. I mean, okay. Then I'm glad that you touched on. I mean, like the visionary. I mean, role actually in Kenya, in Njuguna Ndungu. I mean, actually, which is, I mean, Njuguna, a good friend of mine. That actually who is moving. He was head of AERC. You know, he's moving to National Treasury. I mean, Treasury. That really, when you hear, I mean, even Juguna explaining really the way it comes, we saw change actually in Kenya, which actually the role model everywhere in Africa actually. The idea was basically when they came to him actually, okay, there was no open door actually. The idea was we don't know it, but let's see what will happen on the ground, and then we will regulate after actually. Then when we learn from the ground, actually, we will regulate. Because regulation is a really key, I mean, on all these aspects actually. If you look at right now, I mean, cryptocurrencies, I mean, what is happening? In Africa, I mean, the young, actually, they are investing on this thing because it becomes fashion for them and so on, because they hear about it. And I think one of the things also, which is really capital on this one, beyond the regulation, is education of the young, actually. So really financial literacy for the young actually is very, very important actually. We need to educate them, I mean, to really understand, I mean, what's about finance. Every time I talk about finance, I always tell people that there is no free lunch in finance basically, right? If you are expecting to get more money in finance, then you are taking more risk. Then you have to be prepared also to lose actually. Then this basic of risk and profit, people really have to understand it actually. And I think, I mean, people are missing that a lot too. Whenever I go somewhere and people say, you are professor of finance, how can I make money? I don't want to take risk. It's not impossible, right? But really, I mean, I just want to come back to really this, not only a regulatory issue actually, but the financial literacy part actually. These two actually, I agree, I mean, the regulators have to be open-minded, I mean, to be listening, I mean, to the market actually, to the need of the market, because basically, if the regulator doesn't listen to all this, that innovation won't happen, actually, especially in the financial sector, actually. It won't happen because basically to make changes to the financial, because the financial sector is one of the sectors most regulated in the world, actually, especially the banking sector. But at the same time, also, I also understand the dichotomy of the regulator, because as a regulator, also, you don't want also to create a two-level playing field, actually, right? Because when you are regulating too much with banks, but you are letting, I mean, actually this shadow banking to operate without less regulation. And then you are penalizing one segment to another one. Then you have to be, I mean, you have to have a balance somehow actually, right? Not only you should not be, I mean, close-minded, but at the same time also you have to be sure that you are creating fairness into the economy actually for all this to operate and so on. That's not easy task actually. It's easy for us to say it, but when you are on the regulator side, it's not always easy actually. But the regulator has a key role to play, but also I do believe that education is a really key for all this also actually, for people to understand, for people to understand, that's really important as well. Yeah. But I will stop here.
Thank you very much. My neighbor here would like to add a small comment before we go to the floor.
Oui, c'est pour les banques centrales n'ont pas encore la confiance nécessaire au fintech, en tout cas dans la partie la plus spéculative, notamment les bitcoins, les crypto-monnaies. Mais ça commence. Si vous prenez la Banque centrale d'Afrique de l'Ouest, d'où je viens, qui est l'une des banques centrales les plus conservatrices du continent, le résultat, c'est un taux d'inflation très faible. Elle vient de créer un bureau de suivi des fintech. Donc, c'est pour dire qu'elle n'écarte même pas la création demain de son propre Bitcoin, pour dire que les mentalités sont en train d'évoluer. Troisième élément, il y a ce que disait le Kenya tout à l'heure, avec en fait, dans la littérature, on utilise ce qu'on appelle les bacs à sable réglementaires, regulatory sandbox, c'est-à-dire laisser le système fonctionner, tester et réguler après. C'est quelque chose aussi éventuellement qui pourrait être encouragé au niveau africain, voire même dans plusieurs pays.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lo. I don't know if the chair is here, but what I'm proposing, Chair, is that we go with Q&A and then we break for good instead of going in a coffee break and coming back. What do you think?
I think it's better to
go
to break.
Huh?
Breakfast.
Here it says breakfast and then we come to the room.
It's better.
Yeah, is that your view, or we finish the session?
No, I think it's better.
Yeah, let's finish the session. Be patient.
Yeah, it will be a 20 minutes Q&A. Huh?
It's already 5.
Yeah, almost, yeah. So, floor is open after this very, very rich session. You have heard from different actors from different countries as well. All very insightful information that has been shared. Now, question from you. Where? Help me, please. I don't see from. Yeah. Okay.
Can I take the floor?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. No, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. This is a very, very rich discussion, starting from this morning presentation on the macroeconomic analysis, and even this afternoon with the presentation from Professor Sumare and of course the panel. This is very rich. Again, my name is Francois, and I'm the UN resident coordinator in Comoros. Now, when you think about the Comoros, remittances from the diaspora, they represent about 25% of the GDP. When we think about that, you may say, okay, probably fintech is highly developed in this country. The truth is no. And I've always asked questions, why? How come? And nobody has ever given me a convincing reasons why. And maybe someone within this group could tell me from UNECA, from somewhere, some reason, some convincing explanation about this. But the question, that's a comment, but the question I had was mainly for Professor Sumare. Although Madam from Djibouti and Mr. Low, Mubarak Low from Senegal, they did explain a little bit. It's about Islamic financing. I really wanted to know, Professor Sumare, to give me an example of a banking institution that have this window of Islamic financing and the kind of product they finance. More or less, the lady from Djibouti explained, but the reason why I'm asking, in Comoros, we have a huge problem, a debt burden, which goes with the grand mariage, this lavish wedding, which costs so much money. People take loans, 15%, 12%, just to finance a wedding that costs 50, 100,000 euros. And just so that you become a grand notable, having this high social standing in the society. So I was asking myself a question, could this be an opportunity? And again, remember, Comoros like Somalia and Djibouti, Islam is just, it's a state religion, Islam. So I was wondering whether that would be an option, an opportunity for that. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Francois. Help me again. Okay.
Yeah, Professor.
Okay.
Oh. Thank you very much. I think Professor is going to be a bit of a burden because this is a very important topic, Islamic financing. I very recently came across that kind of a case. You talked about sharing risks and benefits, and that is why you think Islamic financing is very attractive. If you can expand that thought, I think it will be interesting for us in the region, because we know we have banks that actually are working on Sharia. They have those products in a bank, but not many people have really come to understand what could be the benefits or the so-called risks. We just with a colleague of mine, we still have been try to think through what we can do for an investment project in the United Republic of Tanzania, which we were trying to support. First of all, through the EIB, European Investment Bank, and then somebody who had Sharia financing, they said they could actually support it quickly, 100 million euro. But the real challenge right now is how actually to explain free interest loan, and we do not know fully the service, what charges and services are they supposed to be paying. So the benefit sharing and those risk sharing, I think if you can expand that a little bit, it will be interesting for us, at least for us in East Africa, because we know that we have already clients who are ready to take on this money. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Sanko.
Yes, thank you very much, Mama, for giving me this opportunity. We actually wanted, with Professor, wanted to ask a question immediately after the presentation of Professor. But with so many presentations, we really reduce the number of the questions because some of the issue has already been addressed by the panelists. However, the few that I have is one question, one comment, and one contribution or reminder. Let me start with the reminder. This goes to Professor. In the presentation where you put the list of East African member states, especially when you're explaining about the transaction in mobile money. I think I did not see South Sudan there. But right now, I'm not complaining because I just want to remind you, though I have the moral justification to complain. If you look at that transaction that you reflected in the neighboring country, you will find that a very significant number of percentage of transaction that is coming from South Sudan. Because if you see on the population of this neighboring country in the Republic of South Sudan, especially in the informal sector, they are above million. I've not that we have not done a statistic calculation or number and counting of the number, but they are above millions. And you find that these are mainly in the informal sector, in the cross-border trade, and most of the means, the transaction that they use mobile money instead of banking transfer. So with that, you can say that the more transaction that you reflected in East Africa, a very significant number is coming from South Sudan. This is just a small reminder. You can do your scientific assessment and you'll find that. The other second point that I wanted also to say is a bit of a question, but just on Islamic banking. You say that interest on credit is haram. And I also know by practice, there is a transfer done in the Islamic bank, which attract commission. So my question is, if the credit is haram, is the commission halal? That is one. Two, we know that the bank do business through this transaction, whether through credit or through transfer or through deposit, is to make money. That is a banking business. And we also say, especially in our central bank policy, that giving credit to business people is a core banking function. And you must implement in that policy. Now, if the bank is not doing the core business service, what is the benefit of such businesses? The other last comment is just on the subject matter. Our main subject matter this afternoon is how best we can implement, we can finance our SMEs to increase production, regional market or continental market. Professor, again, your presentation. The presentation focused on the means of access, but we left out a big chunk of availability of resources. The first question you ask is, where is the money? And I expected that the question that we should ask ourselves in this session is to ask where we are getting this money from for us to enable increased access to finance to SMEs to increase their production. Of course, as all of us know, this money comes from other sources of finance that is available, that has already been identified. For us in South Sudan, we are really suffer with this issue, access to finance. I don't know. Maybe I'm the problem. So when the policy was introduced to enable the commercial bank compulsory give loan to the business community, it was introduced and it was operationalized. In a very short time, the business community, especially the SMEs, come back to the government to complain that we are not benefiting from this loan from the bank. And then the government went back to the drawing board, going to the benchmarking trip, to the regional, to the continent, from some of the countries that has implemented microfinance. And microfinance became the option. And the microfinance policy were put in place. The budget, the project was introduced. Microfinance institution was helped in order to provide finances to SMEs. Again, in a short while, the private sector, the SMEs, especially the microfinance, the micro enterprise that are a majority benefit from the microfinance facility, came back that microfinance is not a good source of funding, because the microfinance combine weaknesses and strength. This is in group loan. You see somebody is weak, you put them with the stronger person, the person who is compliant. Now, in the end, they become two, the strong and the weak. It depends which one is going to take the much experience side. If the weak become powerful, and then the whole group become weak. So the business community, again, especially the micro enterprise, they decline from assessing the microfinance facility. So that is why it became really a problem. I agree with my sister Agatha. It seems we have not yet identified the best source, the best way, the best possible way to finance SMEs. I think this meeting have to really try to identify, think outside the box. The way we did in a few years, actually, we are still working on how best we can implement that one. We identify more source. The government now went and identify a creation of a enterprise facility that can simplify processes, reduce in procedures, and try to benefit the enterprise, especially the SMEs. And this enterprise facility is still not operationalized. The budget is there. It is submitted to the honorable minister, submitted it to the government for approval. once it is approved, the seed money, and then, of course, this will be increased annually. And we see how that one can benefit SMEs. And the other one is the equipment leasing is also identified as a source of financing. And we work together with IFC to ensure that the law is passed to regulate the process, because this is a very complicated financing, but it also has to be adopted as an option. And the other thing is capital venture. This is business to business. Capital venture can be institutionalized, and then they invest together with the companies. Maybe this is basically for the formal one, and then the process, the partnership become a hand-holding to the smaller business, so that they can also grow together. And these are all ways of looking for how best micro business, micro and small, medium enterprise can be financed in order to increase production for the market that we are creating. For other countries, they are talking about 90% SMEs, or their economy is dominated by SMEs. For us in South Sudan, the majority of the business are informal. So we are saying that ours is micro, dominated by micro enterprises. You can see how far we are. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can you please introduce yourself completely? Yes. You said South Sudan, but
oh, sorry, pardon my man. My name is Mary Akech. I think the microphone became tired now.
She has to read all she comes.
Sorry?
Close.
I can close?
Okay, I'm vocal enough. My name is Mary Akech. PS.
Thank you very much, PS, for sharing the what is happening and what is being considered right now in South Sudan, in addition to the topic that you have selected. With this, maybe let us have some responses to this before I take more questions, because my sister has asked questions for 3 people right now. So, yeah, maybe should I start with you or whoever want to? Yeah. Professor Sumare, please go first, and then we'll see.
Someone has his microphone open. Can you close it? Someone has his microphone open. Can you close it?
I'm trying to close this.
Give me this one. One of these.
This one is not.
Yeah, give me one. I will see. Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I know there are many questions on Islamic finance. Probably also, I mean, from will be like to complete it. Yeah, the first one on Comoros. I mean, really interesting case actually. You are bringing, I mean, a remittances case actually. And you see, I mean, if you look at the statistic, right? I mean, the remittances, there are many, I mean, advantages to remittances. We do know that in many countries, remittances have outpaced actually official development aid. Actually, it's becoming more important than that. But also, the nice thing about remittances is that they are really countercyclical, actually. Then basically, when things are going wrong, actually, the overflows, the free direct investment and all this flow can just wipe up, actually, depending on the nature. But usually remittance is the contrary, because when things are going badly in the country, that's when actually you see more money even flowing into the country. Now it's a very stable sources of funding, actually. Of course, there are many ways actually to benefit from remittances. I mean, from the finance point of view. I know, for example, there has been a project by, I think it was the African Development Bank in Nigeria at some point of time, and also in Ghana actually, where they use, I mean, the securitization actually of those remittances. That was really interesting actually, to use those securitization actually for type of really being able to commodize actually this remittance in terms of exchange rate reserves actually. These are things, I mean, really the country can benefit a lot from those remittances actually at some point in time. But this has nothing to do with fintech per se, but the way I can see fintech on it, it's really on the cost actually in terms of transactions of this actually. If the monies are coming in, I guess if they are coming from abroad, they are using international means of transfer. But when they are also in terms of transaction, cost, where I can really in terms of actually the cost of those transfers. I will take you just one example of this one. Actually, I think Mubarak actually mentioned that wave. You see, in West Africa, for example, when wave came in, the fees for the mobile money in general was very, very high actually. But they don't have, they are not telecommunication actually, they don't have, I mean, mobile, they are not mobile telecommunication, I mean, actually company. But when they came into the market actually, they had to partner with the bank, and then you have your SIM number, you just use your SIM number, and then you can have, I mean, an account with it. The kind of cost, the transaction cost. And now, operator, they allow that cost. Now, when they came in, they are available actually to cut the cost. You are not listening? You cannot hear? Oh. Yeah, looks like there is some problem with the microphone. Ok. Ah, c'est translation. Oh, ok. Ah, la transmission qui a un problème, quoi. Okay, looks like there is a problem, but I will translate it in French. J'ai traduit en français. Okay. Okay. This kind of then competition is a way also actually in terms of enabling, I mean, this lower transaction cost actually. And I think it was a success because basically, as I said, the mobile money, I mean, operators, they all cut the cost actually. Then it's very relatively cheaper actually to transfer money across, I mean, not only inside the country, but across borders actually. But to come back to those if you go beyond even fintech, you know, there are other financial instruments. For example, I mentioned, for example, diaspora bond. This is something, I mean, you see, diaspora bond, actually. Because basically, the bonds are paper for a borrowing instrument. But the next thing about, we are talking about risk of international story. Usually, I mean, people will say that rate of risk international bond to a bank 1% borrow actually to that too much. I mean, some country I was very like Ethiopia did it and something like that. Israel did it or something like also India did it or something like that. That's something we check the just for that. The way it can be done actually, still the hospital saving money for remittances. Why not issue bonds? They give the money to finance infrastructure. And then when you are paying back actually the bonds, the interest rate on the bond, those interest rates can go in a local bank account and then they can transfer it to the locals actually. I don't know if you look at, you understand the mechanism. You see, you issue bonds to get the money from your diaspora finance and infrastructure. Since you have to pay back, I mean, the money, you have to pay, I mean, you have to pay the capital and the interest. Then the interest can be used actually to finance actually the parents of dead migrants actually. Then this is a way actually to get really your benefit from your diaspora. And for the diaspora, so it's good because you are paying back in local currency. Then they don't have really to deal with those exchanges and so those exchange rate and so on. Then there are other financing mechanisms actually the country can use. These are all innovative financing actually, but you have to really think outside the box actually to be able to do that. And again, for this, you talk about people using money, I mean, for marriages and so on. I think this is where actually education is coming in actually also, right? I mean, we have really to educate people, to sensitize them actually in terms of really encouraging them to save actually and encourage them to actually. In order to solve those issues. Of course, we are other answer maybe actually. And in terms of Islamic finance, I know there are many questions about Islamic finance, how it works and so interest free works. Basically, what you're saying is just the foundation. I'm a project, I come to it, and then I want to finance it to because the bank is missing away banks where banks take your deposit and then give it to someone else by building. But the problem when you do a loan, when the bank do a loan, then you have to reimburse your loan 100%. But in Islamic finance, what we are saying is basically that so many as a loan depositor, when you talk to the bank will tell you that, okay, come on, I'm an entrepreneur with you, or I have the money to invest in this project. But what I'm telling you that if I invest in that project, basically, if there's profit, you will get most part of the profit. But if there's no profit, you will lose part of your money actually. This is sharing actually. Then you will get part of the profit, but if there is loss, you will lose part of your money actually. But if the conventional non-bank research when you do it, then normally that doesn't happen, right? Because when you don't lend your money, they expect you to invest the money back actually, right? Actually, that's okay. Juste pour traduire un peu, il parlait des transferts des fonds des migrants, par exemple des Comores, donc des gens qui envoyaient des fonds en fait là par rapport aux Comores et comment est-ce que profiter de cela. Je disais en fait qu'il y a les obligations, les bons de la diaspora. Les bons de la diaspora, en fait, là, c'est que si vous avez dans le pays, par exemple, un projet d'investissement majeur, il y a des pays qui l'ont fait, l'Éthiopie, l'Israël, l'Inde et autres, avec des succès plus ou moins mitigés, mais ça peut être sollicité votre diaspora. Parce que l'avantage avec la diaspora, c'est que la diaspora a toujours à cœur le pays. Et aussi, il y a la fibre nationaliste qui est là au niveau de la diaspora. Donc, quand vous sollicitez votre diaspora, peut-être que l'intérêt que la diaspora va demander, peut-être pour le financement, elle sera beaucoup moins. Parce que les gens vont. Donc, on peut solliciter la diaspora de cette façon qui peut envoyer de l'argent et payer ses obligations en contribuant au projet d'investissement du pays. Mais comme vous devez rembourser ces montants, mais il peut même créer des comptes locaux. Donc, où on fait ces remboursements vont se faire sur ces comptes. Et maintenant, l'argent qui devait envoyer de l'extérieur pour donner à leur famille, mais ces montants qui vont être remboursés peuvent maintenant aller plutôt à leur famille et régler les problèmes en fait là ces problèmes en fait là, familiaux, etc. Donc il y a des outils innovants comme ça qui peuvent être utilisés pour pouvoir aider en fait là au niveau en fait là des diaspora pour lever des fonds au niveau de la diaspora plutôt que de laisser ces transferts de fonds et autres et puis sans canal en fait là. C'est ça, un peu ça. Okay, donc I will pass to someone else because I don't want to monopolize it.
Thank you. This one. They cannot hear what we're saying. Huh? Okay. Thank you, Professor Sumai. Thank you for the three. I think you asked the question. I think we need to bring it to a close very, very soon now. Anyone wanting to intervene on this, or is it okay for now? Want to say something?
Yes. I just want the gentleman from Comoros to understand that you are raising a very important point about how can we bank on diaspora's return on investment. I think there is a concept that is the diaspora's direct investment as opposed to the foreign direct investment, and something needs to happen in the Comoros, which is how do we come out with policy to enable the diaspora's investment for consumptions, for health, education, and so on, to be directed to productive investment. And there we need incentive systems. I think he spoke about using diaspora's bonds, but I think that we have seen examples where policies should be put in place to encourage diasporas that wants to move into productive investment to have some, let's say, matching funds into that, to matching funds for investment, not in education, not in health of their family or for marriages, because the incentive at this moment is that show off, get for marriages and so on. And Comoros is peculiar because of the incentive system that they have placed for their diasporas. It is a natural phenomenon, an investment phenomenon in Comoros, that each family needs to send a member of the family to go out as an investment object, in quote, to work, send back the money. But now we need the government, as it's been said, to come out with policies on how do we channel some of this investment, excess investment, into productive investment. And it has been done. And I think that during coffee break, we could look at some of the mechanisms, since we are running out of time.
Thank you very much.
I just want to make some comment on what the lady from South Sudan mentioned, but I will speak in French, or I continue in English. I'll try. Yeah, you mentioned a very interesting question regarding Islamic finance. They don't accept interest payment, but they accept commission. In fact, the base is we don't trade money against money. This is the Islamic law, but you can trade on goods. So the principle is, for example, you want to buy a house, you go to see the bank will first buy the house, and then will sell you the house later, higher. So call it what you want, but it's not interest payment. This is an agreement between you. You accept after 5 years to buy the house at an upper price. So you accept or you don't accept, but this is the principle. Thank you.
Madame Choukri.
Donc, je veux aussi intervenir sur 2 points, sur l'intérêt qu'avait posé la dame de Soudan. Je crois que le Sénégal a essayé de répondre un peu. En fait, lorsque vous parlez d'intérêt dans le financement islamique, c'est que l'intérêt est peut-être des fois plus élevé au moment lorsque vous utilisez ou vous prenez un financement islamique que le financement classique que nous connaissons. Si vous dites par exemple 15%, peut-être des fois au même montant, le financement islamique peut être à 15, je veux dire à 30, donc beaucoup plus élevé que... Mais c'est quoi la différence entre les deux systèmes? Le financement islamique, c'est vous le demandeur de financement, mais ce n'est pas à vous que l'argent va être remis. Le banquier va aller discuter avec votre fournisseur. Il va aller négocier pour vous. Lorsque vous allez lui remettre le devis que le fournisseur vous a remis, donc par exemple, vous voulez construire une salle de conférence. Donc voilà, vous voulez par exemple construire une salle de conférence, typiquement comme ça, donc avec la décoration et le meuble qui va avec. Donc le banquier va vous dire, allez chercher les différents fournisseurs qui vont mettre tout ce que vous avez besoin en place. Vous revenez avec toutes les devis auprès du banquier et vous négociez le montant total de votre investissement. À ce moment-là, qu'est-ce qu'il fait le banquier? Il va vers les fournisseurs, négocie le prix, achète à votre place et vous le revend. Est-ce que vous avez compris un peu comment fonctionne le financement islamique? Ce n'est pas de l'argent donné directement aux demandeurs. On vous fournit tout ce que vous avez besoin pour pouvoir faire démarrer ou pour pouvoir extendre votre entreprise. C'est vraiment de cette façon qu'il fonctionne. Vous voulez acheter une voiture, donc vous allez chercher le devis, vous lui remettez, la banque va acheter à votre place et elle va vous revendre. Donc la partie halal que vous avez demandé, qui est l'intérêt, c'est cette partie de commission que la banque va majorer sur le prix d'achat qu'elle avait utilisé auprès, mais c'est une commission d'entente entre vous et la banque. Voilà, je vais acheter à 3 millions, je vous revends à 3,5 millions. Est-ce que vous êtes d'accord? Oui. Donc, les 3,5 millions revient à la banque et vous avez les 3 millions. Donc, à partir de là, vous négociez les reventes. Qu'est-ce qui vous intéresse? C'est d'avoir les maths. Par exemple, s'ils vous donnent 3 millions ou 3,5 millions cash, il se peut que vous n'arrivez pas à financer la totalité de tout ce que vous attendez ou tout ce que vous avez demandé. Ou qu'on est en Afrique, on a toujours des problèmes familiaux, on a des demandes, on a des employés. Donc, tu peux utiliser cet argent pour autre chose, ce qui fait que les objectifs ne vont pas être atteints. Donc, le but des finances islamiques, c'est d'accompagner les entreprises jusqu'à l'atteinte de leurs objectifs. Voilà, à peu près. Donc, ça n'exclut pas les garanties. Donc, il y a des garanties qui vous ont été demandées le moment de votre demande. Donc, il y a différentes garanties. Il y a la garantie d'apport personnel qui peut être de 10 à 30% si vous avez un petit apport. Si vous avez un montant de dépôt islamique, donc j'ai parlé tout à l'heure de qu'est-ce que c'est que le dépôt islamique, c'est un peu d'argent que vous avez dans votre compte d'épargne et que vous avez mis à la disposition de la banque pour qu'elle puisse investir dans d'autres entreprises. Donc vous allez dire, ma dépôt islamique servira de garantie sur la demande que je fais en financement. Le troisième financement, c'est de trouver 2-3 personnes qui ont leur compte courant salarié dans l'entreprise. Donc, c'est facile. Il suffit de chercher 3 personnes qui touchent leur salaire dans cette banque et qui seront pris comme garantie. Donc, sûreté. Voilà. Il y a le partage de risques, comme a expliqué aussi le professeur. Donc, le financement islamique n'est qu'une entente entre la banque et le demandeur de financement. Donc, le Comore, je ne sais pas pourquoi le financement islamique n'a pas été mis, mais aussi du côté des diasporas, je vais aussi intervenir sur l'envoi de l'argent en Afrique aux diasporas. Vous savez qu'à Djibouti et en Somalie, MoneyGram et Western Union ne sont pas du tout utilisés chez nous. Ils ont pratiquement fermé les portes. Pourquoi? Parce que nous avons une dizaine de sociétés de transfert d'argent qui sont très, très développées jusqu'à devenir des banques. Et vous avez $100 à envoyer, donc vous avez $1 ou un demi-dollar de commission à payer. Est-ce que vous imaginez un peu ça? Donc ça aussi, c'est islamique. Donc on ne cherche pas trop la personne qui est prête à accompagner ou aider sa famille ou apporter sa contribution dans son pays. Voilà à peu près aussi d'autres financements islamiques qui sont mis, ou le transfert d'argent dans les pays musulmans. Donc, aux Comores, on en rediscutera peut-être et je ne connais pas pourquoi. Merci.
Voilà. Merci beaucoup, Madame Choukri, pour ces explications additionnelles qui éclairent davantage notre lanterne. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions brûlantes? Sinon, on va conclure. Est-ce que... Oui, il y en a là-bas. Hein? OK. C'est cool. Et laquelle dame? Hein? Ah, OK. Sorry. Je vois rien. OK. 2 personnes. Qui est la troisième? Ah, oh. Madame Bekounoussi. D'accord. OK. On va prendre 3 personnes. D'accord? Qui ça? Mais on a déjà fait ce secteur-là. Oui, je vois. Mais, non, mais on a pris 3 personnes déjà. Ah, OK, d'accord. Donc, je vous en prie, une question par personne. Une question par personne. Oui.
Je ne sais pas si on m'entend. Oui, d'accord. En fait, la question que je voudrais poser, peut-être ou un commentaire et une contribution, c'est qu'on a essayé de regarder en fait le rôle de FinTech, en fait, du point de vue du consommateur, par exemple des PME, comment FinTech peut contribuer à la disponibilité de financement pour eux, comment FinTech peut contribuer au bas coût du financement et aussi même à la diversité, y compris par les finances islamiques. On a aussi regardé en fait dans la présentation le rôle, en fait, que peuvent jouer peut-être les infrastructures d'éducation, les réglementations pour le développement même de ces fournisseurs de services-là. Parce que pour que le consommateur puisse avoir ces services financiers innovants, il faut qu'il y ait aussi quand même des fournisseurs qui puissent les offrir. Ça, on a vu ça du point de vue de la dimension nationale. Mais l'une des questions aussi qui pose, c'est important, c'est comment aussi même contribuer au développement de ces fournisseurs de services financiers innovants à travers les frontières et comment la ZLECAF peut contribuer au développement un peu de ces fournisseurs de services financiers innovants. Concrètement, ça veut dire quoi? Je suis un fournisseur de services financiers innovants établi aux Seychelles. Comment je peux vendre mes services financiers innovants à un consommateur ou une entreprise qui est au Cameroun? Comment moi, fournisseur de services financiers innovants installé aux Seychelles, comment je peux m'établir en tant que personne morale au Nigeria, par exemple? Et ça, c'est une question importante. Et pour pouvoir faire cela, il y a deux types d'obstacles qui peuvent se présenter. D'abord, des obstacles réglementaires, c'est-à-dire qu'il peut y avoir des réglementations restrictives au Cameroun, au Nigeria, qui pourraient ne pas les accepter, qui ne pourraient pas les faciliter. Et ces obstacles-là, c'est vrai, ça peut être résolu à travers ce qu'on appelle le protocole sur le commerce des services un peu de la ZLECAF, à travers les engagements qui sont pris. Mais quelle est la question qui se pose? Et c'est ça, d'ailleurs, il faudrait que les parties prenantes d'ici soient invitées à réfléchir sur cette question et comment impliquer les négociateurs sur ça. La question qui se pose, est-ce que les engagements qui sont pris au niveau de la ZLECAF dans le domaine des services financiers peuvent-ils être interprétés comme des engagements technologiquement neutres? Ça veut dire quoi? Des engagements sont pris, par exemple, on ouvre les services financiers, mais est-ce que c'est ouvert, quelle que soit la technologie de fourniture des services? Quand on parle un peu de services innovants ici, c'est la question vraiment de fourniture des services financiers traditionnels, mais avec des nouvelles méthodologies technologiques. Donc la question maintenant, est-ce que les négociateurs, que ce soit les ZLECAF, le protocole qui sont négociés, est-ce qu'ils sont prêts à interpréter ces engagements comme des engagements technologiquement neutres? Et si tel n'est pas le cas, c'est important que les parties prenantes qui sont là puissent vraiment se rapprocher avec les négociateurs de leur pays et, disons, prendre une décision sur cette question. C'est très facile, par exemple, comment négocier mettre en place une annexe sur les services financiers dans le domaine de la ZLECAF. Malheureusement, il n'y a pas une annexe un peu sur ces questions-là. Et c'est très important si l'on veut, si la ZLECAF peut contribuer au développement des fournisseurs de services financiers innovants. Et l'autre question qu'il ne faudrait pas oublier, bien que ce n'est pas encore commencé au niveau de la ZLECAF, mais ça va venir, le professeur Soumar a parlé un peu, par exemple, au niveau national, du vide un peu dans certains pays en matière de réglementation pour ces secteurs. C'est vrai, le vide, ça pose un problème, mais ce qui pose un problème aussi, même si le vide est résolu, il y a une présence de réglementation. Ça peut toujours poser un problème de commerce. En quel sens? Si moi, j'ai ma réglementation dans le domaine des services financiers innovants, le Cameroun peut-être a une autre réglementation, cette hétérogénéité de réglementation, ça peut créer un coût pour le commerce des services financiers. Et c'est comment maintenant résoudre ce problème d'hétérogénéité. Et l'harmonisation n'est pas nécessairement la meilleure méthode, mais il faut penser vraiment à des méthodes alternatives pour la coopération en matière de réglementation intérieure dans les services financiers innovants. Et ça, c'est un sujet qui doit venir au niveau de la ZLECAF. Donc, c'est important que les parties prenantes des services financiers innovants puissent se rapprocher également avec les négociateurs dans leur pays pour voir comment, dans les prochaines négociations sur la coopération en matière de réglementation intérieure, puissent introduire ce sujet. Merci.
Merci, M. Doumbouya. Ça fait 3 questions pour une seule personne. 3 commentaires.
C'est moi, là? Oui. Bonsoir. Tout d'abord, je remercie les panélistes pour leur intervention très enrichissante. Ma question s'adresse au professeur Soumaré. À la différence de la finance conventionnelle ou la finance traditionnelle, comme on l'appelle, comment ou dans quelle mesure ce mode de financement, c'est-à-dire la finance islamique, contribuerait à l'identification de l'inclusion financière? Merci.
C'est direct, straightforward. Who is the third person here? Okay, Madam.
Merci, Madame. Je voudrais féliciter tous les exposants et les membres de ce panel pour toutes les informations précieuses données depuis ce matin. Ma question s'adresse à Madame la Présidente des femmes de Djibouti. J'aimerais savoir si les financements de la finance islamique, si les non-musulmans peuvent en bénéficier, et également savoir si quel serait le pourcentage pour le déposit islamique. Le pourcentage, parce que vous avez dit que les gens qui ont de l'argent, si quelqu'un a de l'argent en banque, il y a ce que vous avez appelé le déposit islamique. De l'argent que la banque islamique, oui, peut donner à une entreprise et reverser les intérêts après. Qu'est-ce que ça représente comme pourcentage par an?
Now, my sister from over there. Madame Bekono, vous n'êtes pas présentée.
Je suis Bekol Otato Dorothy, le directeur de l'intégration régionale, ministère de l'économie. Cameroun.
Good evening, and thank you for having me here. I'm glad to bring tourism into this conversation, especially in the area of fintech, because we talked of cross-border and e-commerce, and actually fintech is an enabler because tourism and travel is a pay-as-you-go industry where you book today and you travel tomorrow. So that is a good way to go. But I have a recommendation on financing. How about organizations such as where I come from, the Kenya Tourism Federation, having a pool of financing, and this needs help by the private sector, BMO, to create sustainable financing, or what we can call a revolving fund within the specific sector, so that it keeps revolving. You borrow, you invest, you continue like that, instead of just looking at one area where maybe the government or the donor community can contribute to, especially the SMEs. And talking about the mobile money, I have seen danger because it can create a huge debt of defaulters and leading to CRB issues. So it's good to have education even to these SMEs as they're borrowing on the mobile. I've seen people borrowing and change the line, buy another line and another line. So it creates debt buildup. And today I read somewhere where Kenya actually is thinking of giving a relief to the defaulters to pay and finish and get off the CRB list. Thank you.
So now we are done with the question. We are going to try and have 1 minute. Pas forcément, hein, ceux qui veulent. My neighbor here would like to make a comment before maybe we get some answers to the question that have been posed, and then we will.
All right, thank you. I think just listening to everyone speak, I think one of the key themes that comes out really strongly is how do we, when we go back in our jurisdictions, how do we teach, how do we empower the children? Like, for example, the professor came today and presented his research and we all absorb all this wealth of information. How do we take that knowledge and go back in our jurisdictions and help our colleagues learn from that? But also more importantly, how do we help the youth? How do we help create that sustainable, long-lasting development environment? How do we empower the youth to think outside the box, gain new knowledge? And fintech is like a stew. There's different ingredients that go in. How do we ensure that each of these ingredients are the best of the ingredients that we can get together? So they say if you give a man a fish, he will eat for one day. But if you teach him to fish, he'll be able to live for life. So how do we ensure that our youth, and this is in Seychelles, an area that we're trying to develop from the digital economy, we're really trying to see how do we empower the youth in our schools to understand about technology, whether it be robotics, programming. It's not that difficult, but it takes a little leap of faith for you to start learning how to program, how to build your own, what we call application programming interfaces, APIs. How do you build those out and extend the functionalities to different segments of the population, and how do you solve different pain points? So these would be an interesting thought, and if you would like to talk a little bit about those, how do we get the developers in the right sort of space, and how do we get them from a really early age, the younger the better, and then you get them to really think outside the box, think innovatively, think of new solutions, and find new ways of solving old problems that may already be in place. So it was just an interesting thought that from the interventions, it came out really strongly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really great reflection. I've had some questions. I think six questions. The question of Sekou Doumbia is more of a comment, a worry, or something that he's flagging that is a very important and complex also issue that trade specialists will have to debate on, how really the issue of the content of the service that are going to be provided, how you deal with that, not just how services are going to be traded, but the content of the services, and should they harmonize them or should they cooperate and get some understanding of how you solve this kind of question. So very interesting point put on the table that we leave to negotiators to debate. Now, some other question, very practical question from Madame from Cameroon. I don't know who would like to, you're not a Muslim, can you take advantage of the Islamic finance? Madame Choukri, vous voulez répondre à ça? Ah, ok, d'accord.
Merci pour la question. Ma voisine m'avait posé la même question tout à l'heure. Donc, à vrai dire, je n'ai jamais vu dans les formulaires de la banque, des banques islamiques, une ligne ou une mention qui dit est-ce que vous êtes musulman ou pas. Donc, à mon avis, les banques islamiques sont ouvertes à tout le monde, que vous soyez musulman ou pas. C'est que vous acceptez leur système de financement ou de crédit que vous allez prendre. Donc, après, ils n'ont pas d'exigence si oui ou non vous êtes musulman pratiquante, non pratiquante. Donc, je pense que toutes ces questions ne se posent pas. C'est un prestataire de services financiers et tout client est le bienvenu. Donc, voilà ma réponse. Logiquement, j'ai jamais vu ça. Puis, il y avait une deuxième question sur le taux de profit sur le dépôt islamique. C'était ça, madame, si j'ai bien formulé. Donc, tout dépend du montant que vous avez mis à la disposition de la banque et aussi du chiffre d'affaires généré par l'entreprise dont vous avez été actionnaire indirectement. Normalement, cette participation est indirecte, c'est la banque qui vous représente avec la somme que vous avez remis à la banque. Donc, à la fin de l'année, lorsque le banquier va vous appeler, il va vous expliquer combien vous avez investi, combien quel est le chiffre d'affaires ou le résultat d'exploitation qu'a dégagé l'entreprise, combien d'actionnaires étaient là et quel était le taux de votre participation. Là, c'est une dividende. Donc, vous récoltez ce qui vous revient, mais vous avez des chiffres, je veux dire, un bilan et un compte de résultats bien détaillés qui vous montrent que le montant que vous avez eu cette année est déduit de tous ces montants-là. Voilà. Donc, c'est exactement des calculs comme si vous étiez actionnaire dans une entreprise de services ou de production ou industrielle. Voilà. J'espère avoir répondu.
Très clair.
Well, maybe a small comment on Islamic finance. In fact, I don't know if you speak Arabic, but in the Quran, God says, وَحَلَّ اللَّهُ الْبَيْعَ وَحَرَّمَ الرِّبَى. Islamic finance is based on this verse. commerce is licit, but interest is illicit. So that's why I think the Islamic bank are more maybe commercial agencies than banks, because all their activities is based on trading or investment, etc. Regarding ZLECAF, I want to second what in AFCT, bon, moi je parle français, what my friend Doumbia was saying, Sekou. In fact, the EFCT agenda is given to the trade minister. I think this is the biggest mistake EU has done. Commerce is at the end of the process. You need industrialization. We'll talk tomorrow. Unique infrastructure, unique financing, you need. That's why I think we have to correct this. But tomorrow we'll discuss one day on the lake of.
Interesting discussion to come. There were other. Forget. Other question. I don't know if who would like to take one from a tourist expert.
He's an expert.
One from. Sorry.
There were a question for me.
For you? Oh, specifically. Okay, please go ahead.
Also, I know probably this is the last time I will take I will speak, in the panel maybe, but I want to take the opportunity actually to just come up and summarize some of the things, actually. La première question est de savoir comment est-ce que la finance islamique peut contribuer à l'inclusion financière, mais ça me permet en fait là de ramener un peu, parce que ce dont on parle ici, c'est les différents moyens en fait là d'offrir les services financiers. La finance islamique, c'est un parmi tant d'autres en tant que tel. Mais pour moi, tant qu'on peut apporter d'autres solutions de finance à ce qui existe déjà, mais c'est toujours un bon pas dans la bonne direction parce qu'on a déjà les services traditionnels qui sont là, qui desservent aussi, sont très utiles. Les banques qui sont là desservent en fait certaines tranches de la population, certaines entreprises. Maintenant, la finance islamique vient apporter un plus aussi à cause de sa façon de fonctionner. Donc, le fait que ça fonctionne, d'abord même déjà, le fait d'avoir des institutions islamiques, il y a certaines tranches de la société qui n'iraient pas vers les branches traditionnelles, qui iront vers ces structures-là, à cause de la religion, pour toutes sortes de raisons. Déjà, ça fait que des gens qui sont inclus financièrement déjà. L'autre élément aussi, c'est la façon même dont la finance islamique fonctionne. Le fait qu'elle fonctionne sur la base du partage du risque, en fait, et des profits, cela fait qu'en fait, là, en termes de financement de certaines PME, elle est plus favorable, en fait, à répondre à ces PME-là. Donc, ça fait déjà que, en fait, là, certaines structures qui ne seraient pas incluses dans le système financier à cause de cette exclusion-là pourraient être incluses avec la finance islamique. Donc, voilà un peu comment est-ce qu'elle pourrait être incluse. Mais ça, j'en profite pour un peu élargir un peu plus au-delà de l'aspect, en fait, la finance islamique. Vous voyez, c'est que c'est venu, en fait, là, du Soudan qui dit, mais on parle de tout ça, mais d'où vient l'argent? Ça, c'est important. Parce que quand on parle de finance, c'est bien beau de parler de fintech, ainsi de suite, là, mais quand on fait des prêts, l'argent doit venir de quelque part. Après, l'argent ne sont pas du ciel. Voilà. Donc, il faut que l'argent vienne de quelque part. Il faut mobiliser les ressources pour pouvoir faire des prêts dans le système. Oui, c'est ça. Et dans la mobilisation des ressources, il y a plusieurs façons de mobiliser de l'argent, en fait, là, dans une économie. Et c'est pour cela qu'en Afrique, il faut qu'on mette à contribution la mobilisation interne de nos ressources. Et cette mobilisation interne de nos ressources, ça vient de beaucoup de sources. Il y a les fonds de pension qui sont là. Il y a la compagnie d'assurance qui doit participer au marché. Donc, il y a toutes ces sources-là, en fait, là, et puis même aussi l'épargne, en fait, des individus et autres. La preuve, d'ailleurs, on voit quand nos États, par exemple, décident d'élever des fonds, quand ils émettent des obligations sur nos marchés locaux, souvent, c'est oversubscribed. Ça veut dire, en fait, qu'il y a de la liquidité qui est là dans nos marchés. Mais c'est comment on va chercher cette liquidité. Et c'est là que la technologie joue un rôle. Maintenant, quand on émet ces obligations, bien le gouvernement qui veut s'endetter pour construire des routes, ainsi de suite, tout ça, ça fait partie de la finance, en fait, là, pour construire des routes dans nos pays. On a tendance à prendre l'obligation traditionnelle qui est là, mais quand vous émettez, peut-être que le montant, en fait, là, pour l'accès à toute personne quand même, il y a $10, il faut souscrire. On est capable d'utiliser la technologie avec même les téléphones cellulaires maintenant. De toute façon, quelqu'un qui a $5, il peut souscrire. Celui qui a $10, lui peut souscrire. Mais ça, c'est la technologie qui nous le permet. Avec le système traditionnel, c'est très coûteux de faire ça. Donc, la technologie, quelque part, permet de démocratiser la finance, de telle sorte que, aussi bien au niveau de la mobilisation des ressources, qu'au niveau, en fait, là, de l'expansion du crédit. L'expansion du crédit, ce qui est intéressant, c'est que quand vous utilisez votre téléphone, et ça permet, en fait, là, d'emmagasiner de l'information sur vous. Et cette information sert quelque part à analyser votre profil.
mais qu'on ne peut pas faire avec le système traditionnel qui est là. Donc, la technologie sert en fait aussi bien du côté de l'offre que du côté de la demande quelque part. Donc, il y a tous ces... Donc, je voulais en fait là quand même revenir sur ça, au-delà en fait là des éléments, mais tout ça, il faut les mettre dans un tout. C'est-à-dire que c'est un tout. Maintenant, bon, quelqu'un qui a même les sources de financement par exemple, des entreprises, des SMI et autres. Vous voyez, bon, il y a le fonds de garantie aussi. Ça fait partie des solutions. Parce que l'avantage d'un fonds de garantie, c'est que vous utilisez l'effet de levier. Si j'ai, par exemple, en fait, ajouté le dollar, parce que bon, on a plusieurs personnes qui ont des devises différentes, si j'ai 1000 d'un fonds, un fonds de garantie, je peux avec 1000 assurer le financement peut-être d'au moins 10 entreprises. Parce qu'une entreprise qui veut 1000 dollars, moi, je dis, bon, à la banque, donne-lui l'argent, mais moi, je garantis l'argent que tu vas lui donner. Ça peut peut-être 100 de mes 1000 que je vais mettre en garantie. Effectivement. Donc, je peux diviser ces 1000-là en 10. Alors que s'il veut les 1000, que moi, je lui donne les 1000 directement après, mais je n'ai plus d'argent. Donc, les fonds de garantie, c'est une façon aussi de financer, en fait, là, les PME, mais en utilisant en fait l'effet de levier qui permet en fait là de multiplier un peu plus l'argent dans l'économie. Donc il y a plusieurs façons en fait là de pouvoir vraiment intervenir dans l'économie en termes de finances en fait là, du financement innovant et autres. On en a parlé de quelques-uns ici, mais c'est beaucoup plus large que ça en fait là, le financement de l'économie. Mais ça va des deux côtés. Il faut de la source et il faut aussi en fait là, pouvoir donner en fait à l'économie pour financer l'économie. Donc je voulais juste faire un peu en fait là, cette précision là.
Bon, hein? D'accord. Merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'on doit vraiment conclure maintenant, avoir pitié de nos collègues interprètes qui nous ont aidés jusque-là. On a eu tous une session extrêmement riche. Je pense que tous, on part de cette salle plus éduqués que lorsqu'on y entrait. On a appris énormément. Personnellement, j'ai appris beaucoup de choses. On utilise des termes qu'on ne comprend pas. On s'en rencontre tous les jours. Et on a été un peu plus éclairés aujourd'hui. Je pense que, encore une fois, une session extrêmement riche. On a discuté de trois, disons, solutions financières qui peuvent être ajoutées au traditionnel. On en a appris un peu plus. De nos panélistes, notamment ceux qui viennent du secteur privé, on a appris que de manière catégorique, les solutions traditionnelles ne servent pas les intérêts du secteur des petites et moyennes entreprises, ne sont pas efficaces, ne sont pas appropriées à financer les idées du secteur privé, les idées des PME. Il faut plus d'innovation. Il faut plus d'innovation, ça nous amène à une sorte de trade-off, d'arbitrage. Est-ce qu'on laisse le champ ouvert, libre, le système régulatoire et légal, ou bien est-ce qu'on ferme? Lorsqu'on laisse ouvert, Madame du Kenya et professeur Soumaré nous ont dit que le nouveau ministre des Finances du Kenya a pris le risque de laisser la législation un peu ouverte et cela a permis d'émerger quelque chose de merveilleux qu'on appelle M-Pesa et qui a inspiré tellement de pays et qui permet une si grande inclusion financière. Donc, il y a cet arbitrage-là. Que faut-il faire? Donc, c'est au pays de voir, mais un peu de souplesse est recommandé. De nos discussions, on a appris, on a été un peu plus convaincus qu'effectivement, les fintech et la finance islamique peuvent contribuer à accroître l'inclusion financière. Ça peut être des moyens de financer pas mal de segments de la société. Il y a quelques contraintes. Il faut être éduqué. Mon voisin ici a parlé. Ça prend une certaine éducation. Nous-mêmes, avant de venir aujourd'hui, il y avait beaucoup de choses qu'on ne savait pas. On a appris plein de choses. Et donc, cet élément éducation au sens large est extrêmement important. Il faudra faire en sorte que l'information arrive à ceux qui en ont besoin pour leur permettre d'utiliser ces outils super ou hyper sophistiqués. Donc, ça c'est un segment extrêmement important. Pour utiliser ces outils, il y a également des enablers et tous les États sont encouragés à mettre en place ces enablers ou ces catalyseurs, on va dire, notamment la pénétration Internet, l'utilisation des mobile phones. Il est également intéressant de savoir que la démographie constitue un enabler. La démographie, c'est quelque chose qu'on ne va pas dire qu'on n'a pas de contrôle dessus, mais c'est un peu plus exogène que de favoriser les investissements dans la pénétration Internet et les mobile money. Donc, c'est pour dire que il faut que les États et nous qui aidons les États à influencer la démographie et faire en sorte qu'elle soit un bon enabler pour aller vers les directions que l'on recherche. faire en sorte que les nouvelles technologies soient mises à la disposition de la finance, que ça aide à être comme solution pour les investissements, pour les idées innovantes de la jeunesse africaine, de toutes les startups. On a appris que la technologie, de manière générale en tout cas, favorise la réduction des coûts de transaction et même certainement des coûts de financement finalement. Du cas de Djibouti, Madame nous a dit que Western Union n'est plus là, que MoneyGram n'est plus là. Je ne sais pas si c'est des entreprises locales qui sont là désormais, mais c'est bon à entendre. Je suis sûr que Sékou Doumbia serait content de savoir que c'est maintenant des entreprises nationales qui gèrent ces segments-là. Et la deuxième phase serait peut-être de voir plus de transactions à l'intérieur de l'Afrique et non pas seulement Afrique vers le reste du monde. Au-delà de ce qu'on voulait discuter, on a eu des informations supplémentaires. Ma sœur Marie de South Sudan nous a parlé de ce qui est fait au South Sudan sur différents d'autres produits. Elle nous a aussi montré comment les produits traditionnels n'arrivent pas à résoudre des problèmes des PME et donc comment vraiment il faut élargir le champ. And thank you very much for that, my sister, that contribution. Monsieur Soumaré nous a parlé, professeur Soumaré nous a parlé des bons de la diaspora, des fonds de garantie et de leurs intérêts. Mon frère François a souligné une question très intéressante qui concerne les Comores. Quand vous entendez l'histoire des Comores, vous êtes toujours fasciné par tout l'argent que nos frères de là-bas ils mettent dans l'organisation des grands mariages. Et c'est tout à fait pertinent de se demander comment canaliser ces ressources-là vers des investissements beaucoup plus productifs. Comment peut-on imaginer que quelqu'un est prêt à emprunter 100 000 euros pour mettre dans un mariage? C'est vrai que oui, donc l'aspect culturel est très important et tous, en tant que policy makers, c'est notre rôle de réfléchir ensemble à comment canaliser les ressources qui existent vers des choses productives. Et le modèle qu'il a expliqué est relativement intéressant puisque vous investissez pour des besoins en infrastructure et les intérêts que ça génère, vous utilisez ça pour finalement répondre à des besoins beaucoup plus personnels comme ça. Donc, je pense qu'on doit travailler tous ensemble pour partager différentes expériences. Encore une fois, on a appris beaucoup sur la finance islamique. Merci beaucoup, Madame Choukri, pour l'expérience pratique, ça nous éclaire. Merci pour l'expérience de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, très intéressant. You mentioned that here, culturally, people still prefer to go and queue instead of going, new avenues. And this is things that we need to keep in mind, actually, and work on all these aspects. How do you, provide incentive for people to adopt new technologies and new options that are out there? So very interesting, sister. Yeah, those boring people need to change, right? Yeah, they need to really be more open to change. And the brother just next to you said that the banking system needs to reinvent itself and to be responding to the needs. Yeah, in Tanzania, you guys are providing, reflecting, doing research still on, which direction we should go, while at the same time providing solution for mobile payment. So let's keep this conversation going and sharing information as we get them. Trading and really trying to reduce this asymmetry of information between the two parties. When you talk about trade, you have necessarily, two different parts, and then you need to reduce the asymmetry of information among those for trade to take place in trust, in confidence. Traceability has been raised here, so very interesting insight. Thank you very much for that. And yeah. Madame Choukri, je ne vais pas réinsister sur ce que vous nous avez partagé. Très, très important. Merci, on a beaucoup appris. And of course, Professor Soumaré, you have educated us again today. Thank you so much for all what you have shared. And to conclude, I would like to give to you, all of you, to call on you to give a round of applause to all my great panelists here.
Madame. Madame a oublié de dire. Ce que Madame a oublié de dire aux Comores, si vous ne faites pas le grand mariage, si vous allez à la mosquée, vous ne pouvez pas être sur le premier rang. C'est derrière.
Non, le prix du premier rang est extrêmement cher. Donc, yeah. So great insights. Thank you very much. Now back to the chair to close the day, to close the session. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Director Mamakita. Yes, I think today, I mean, it is the first day, and we did start a bit late and had a few technical difficulties. But I think it was a very successful day at the end of the day. We had some really fruitful deliberations, and it only, like I said, sets the way for the rest of the 3 days. And you know, it excites us for the rest of the 3 days and what those deliberations would bring. So thank you very much. Apologies again for today, and thank you for your patience. It is the first day, and hopefully tomorrow will go smoother. So with that, tomorrow we're starting at 8:30 sharp. And if we're able to keep time tomorrow, I'm sure everyone who has their questions will get their questions answered tomorrow. So that is the goal. With that, I will not take any more time. I guess I will close for today, and we shall reconvene tomorrow at 8:30. We have refreshments in the corridor outside. So thank you very much.